bici che va, silenziosa velocità, sopra le distanze, le lontananze starà. Una bella bici che va, silenziosa velocità, rotola la biglia, il Giro d'Italia farà. Una bici non si ama.
Hello and welcome to the 90th Giro d'Italia. I'm Phil Liggett, alongside me is Paul Sherwen, and yes, it's the first big Grand Tour of the season. And the Italians all set to dominate if they get their way, as they so often do. They've in fact won this race on 64 previous occasions, and making a rare start from the island of Sardinia, and with it, a team time trial, stage number 1. Let's have a look at what happened there. Well, it was the Leaky Grass team who set the surprise of the day on a very technical course. As always, the time taken on the first 5 riders to finish, and leading over the line was not Danilo De Luca, but Enrico Gasparotto. And if you take a close look at the face here of Danilo De Luca, who seems to be mouthing off to the man who crossed the line in first place. Just watch this here, De Luca in second place. Gasparotto was about to pull on the first ever pink jersey for him. He's only a youngster. At the press conference, by the way, De Luca said no, he was happy with everything. There was no problems with Gasparotto taking that first pink jersey. So that's the result of the team time trial. Leaky Gas getting it in 33.38. Little bit of a surprise ahead of Astana and Team CSC. CSC thought they did enough to win this. Well, they were wrong. Leaky Gas on top for Italy on the island of Sardinia. We were right in the north of the island. Temperatures, as always at this time of the year, very hot and very sunny. So the overall situation, Enrico Gasparotto, the Italian road race champion 2 years ago, ahead of all of his teammates, with De Luca second over the line in second place. So staying on the island of Sardinia now for a long road race stage. The total distance of the race, by the way, just under 3,500 kilometres. Robin McEwen there signing in.
And Damiano Cunego, Paolo Salvadelli wondering whether he can win the Giro d'Italia for a third time. And of course David Rebellin, fresh off a very good start to the early part of the season. This is Gilberto Simoni, and of course he's a man who'll be looking to be well looked after by the little climber there, Leonardo Pipoli.
All the Pro Tour teams, in all 198 riders, 22 top teams, and again Unibet.com not allowed to start this event, not invited, and there's a lot of controversy surrounding that team, which is actually registered in Sweden. The flag is dropped for a quick tour of the island of Sardinia. The world champion there, Paolo Bettini, got the double at the moment, also the reigning Olympic champion. And the people of Sardinia, Paul, enjoying lovely weather.
Well, it's a long time since the Giro d'Italia has been down to the island here of Sardinia. Look at the race route today, fairly flat, nothing really very much for the riders to worry about at all. I would expect to see Team Liquigas trying to keep it together because they've got a very strong advantage with 13 seconds over the second place Astana, and theoretically it should be a day for the sprinters.
And I think that's the point here now, because we've gone round the island with not a lot happening all day, and now it's Team Milram here. Remember, Alessandro Patacchi is back and in the field, and with a point to prove, I think.
Well, he's had a hard time finding his real, true sprinting form of previous years before he broke his knee in last year's Giro d'Italia. He's up there in about 6th position. Robbie McEwen right on his wheel.
So, looking for a little bit of help here. Brett Lancaster, seeing if anybody's going to come through as they now start to bring it through. It's a real train, this, and Pataki should be pretty pleased with it.
Well, you can see they've got themselves in the famous blue line right on the front end of the main field. Pataki will be about 4th or 5th position, just looking to see where he is. There he is, right in front of Robbie McEwen. McEwen always battles for the wheel of Alessandro Pataki at times like this, and there's not very many people who are brave enough to knock him off. Paolo Bettini, though, is certainly going to try.
Well, the Predictor Lotto rider always comes to the race, tries to win 2 or 3 stages, as he seems to do every year, and then goes home around stage number 10. That is his plan. There's a little bit of bumping and barging going on there as well as they fight for the back wheels. The 2 big sprinters are Pataki and McEwen.
And Danilo De Luca right up there as well, 1:51 second overall. He'd be looking for a time bonus if he can, Phil, to try and take the lead away from his own teammate Gasparotto, who he said he's quite happy to see in pink.
Well, we'll see about that. And there's been a crash right in the centre of the field there as they came off that corner 250 metres out, and that's disrupted the sprinters here, but it looks as though they still have control, Team Milram here, as they come towards the line, and that marshal really shouldn't take the line off the corner. In fact, that was 1,200 metres to go, the crash, inside the last 800.
Well, still, the Milram boys have got the line up at the front there. There is Pataki in 3rd place. Robbie McEwen just sitting there waiting to move. There's Bettini, and still right at the front is Danilo De Luca with them.
Well, there's a definite split in the field there. Now, the fallers should get the same time because they're inside the last 3 kilometres. As now the final lead out, as Pataki is getting a brilliant lead out here. Tongarato is ready. And just behind Pataki is McEwen, and right there too is Paolo Bettini, the cricket. He can pack a sprint when he wants to, and he's got a lovely position in that world champion jersey. This is the lead out. Alessandro Pataki is back. He's leading up the home straight, but McEwen has got his wheel perfectly. He's locked in, and Robbie McEwen, challenged by Bettini, gets the win. A very early stage win for McEwen, and in history that's his 12th Giro d'Italia stage win. Well, this, sadly, Paul, is the scene down the bottom end of the course.
It's a little bit of carnage. They just came round that sweeping left-hander. Somebody went straight into the barriers, and everyone's right on the edge of the saddles at a moment like this, and that's why we've seen such carnage, and that's what it looks like a little bit further down. That crash was at 1,200 metres to go.
And that was Tim Klinger who was getting himself up. There's a little look at the finish again. McEwen is so fast, and looking at that long straight, he made full use, as he so often does, of the hard work done by the teammates of another sprinter. It's always been the way of life for McEwen. He has to ride with his head as well as his legs.
This is the mistake that Pataki made there, Phil, leading from around about 200 metres. You don't lead a sprint out with Robbie McEwen there locked right on the wheel. Jiminy Cricket on the left-hand side, world champion Bettini, really didn't have the kick at the end. But it won't be long, I don't think, Phil, before he gets himself a stage victory. And still riders out there, they can take as much time as they want, but I tell you what, somebody has gone down there rather hard. And I think we may well see 1 or 2 riders not starting tomorrow's stage.
Well, let's hope they can fix up Klinger there for Gerolsteiner. And quite a lot of riders. He made a big bend in the barrier, that's for sure. And 1 or 2 rough legs for the morning. Well, they'll carry those bruises for a couple of days, I think, here. Now, this is the split in the field. And there was a split today, so there might well be a change in the overall. These boys are off the back by quite a few minutes here. Don't see the pink jersey there, but by my calculation, there will be a change in the leader tonight, and it should be Danilo De Luca in the pink jersey, putting matters to right. Let's look at the stage result first. McEwen, everybody the same time, of course. Bettini, Pataki, Bazayev, Ricchesi, the Panaria rider, and Usov there in 6th place. And gets Garzelli producing a good sprint there in 8th. Well, Robbie scored early here, Paul.
Well, Robbie McEwen, I think he's had a very difficult time getting himself back into form this season, but he's back on track for his Giro d'Italia Tour de France double, and of course he'll be looking for a couple more stage wins after this. McEwen, I think, will enjoy the rest of Sardinia, so there is a change in the overall classification. De Luca goes over his teammate Enrico Gasparotto.
And it was all on positions on the day in the peloton, and it's a matter of points splitting the top riders overall. Well, by tradition, they always have trouble opening champagne, so Danilo De Luca, amongst the early favourites, he had no problem at all.
Una bella bici che va silenziosa silenziosa velocità.
So just over 230 kilometres covered. This is our final day on the island of Sardinia before the rest day and travel day tomorrow, and we're on to Cagliari now. Again, Paul, it should be a day for the sprinters.
A little bit ripply down towards the end as the riders will get battered slightly on their way into Cagliari by the wind coming off the Mediterranean.
Well, yesterday proved a bad day for T-Mobile because they lost Adam Hansen in an earlier crash, and Michael Barry, a late replacement on the squad, actually retired feeling ill, so that really is tough luck. Back to the action as they're lining up here for the finish in Cagliari.
Sprint a little bit more chaotic. You can't see the team Milram on the front, the blue train that has always been theirs over the last couple of years. They don't seem to be getting themselves sorted out just now. Nobody really wants to take control of the front end of this main field.
Well, this is unusual, because yesterday Milram did a great team job and lost out to McEwen. Now it looks as though it's getting a little bit confused here.
Confusing, and that'll be a good idea for Robbie McEwen to move to the front end of the main field, because this is the kind of sprint that McEwen likes. He really enjoys a chaotic sprint to the line, unless of course he's sitting right on the wheel, of course, of Alessandro Patacchi. There you can see, I think now finally, as we look at about 2 kilometres to go, you can see the boys from Milram trying to keep the pace nice and high. In fact, there's a pink jersey moving to the front for T-Mobile as well.
I'm just trying to see if I can catch a glimpse of Robin McEwen. Remember, the battle for the pink again is going to go down to points here. Who finishes ahead of the other should get the jersey. That's the situation after the team time trial. Ultimo kilometro. This is the last kilometre, and that's a late attack there. Looks like it might be. It is a Credit Agricole rider who's gone clear, and that looks like Nicholas Roach has gone.
Nicholas Roach, who's, in fact, let's not forget, it's 20 years since his father won the Giro d'Italia back in 1987. A nice move by him, but I don't think he's quite yet got the power in his young professional legs to stay away from the front end of the main field. There's a lot of riders from Rabobank. They must be looking for Graham Brown.
Well, a new Roach on the scene this year, I think. Oh, and there's been a fall yet again there, this time coming at about 5:50 to go. The rider's doing well to get round that little bit of a melee. Maybe some of them didn't, actually. Roach lost attention for a moment and went clear, but now the move is on. And this is Patacchi in a much better position here now, I think, as the Team Milram boys have taken the race over to the right as we look to the finish now. It's a big lead out this, as we've got Ricchesi still in. Napolitano is the rider from Lamprey. He's washed away, and it's that big man Alijet. This time he gets it right. 1 year on from the crash that took him out of this race with a fractured knee. Patacchi is back.
Well, I'll tell you one thing you could see from that rejoicing there. He was really looking for this. I think this will relieve him now, Phil. He's been looking for this win for a while. This is a bit further down the road there. You can see that's one of the young Frenchmen, Johan Genet, who went down very hard. Looking at the crash, I'm not sure exactly how they all went down.
Well, this is the rider, I think, who fell. It looks like it's Thor Hushoff till he shows his face. It is indeed Thor Hushoff, yes.
Well, this is the face here of Alessandro Patacchi at the front end of the main field, though, Phil. He's really looked for this win. It's been a long battle back after fracturing his kneecap 12 months ago. That was on the Giro d'Italia, but on the roads of Belgium, and I think that face tells it all.
And this is his 20th ever stage win in the Giro, so he's just about halfway, not quite, of the record held by the Lion King himself, Mario Cipollini. There's still time, just.
Well, he's got a long time to go. He's got to win about 7 a year for the rest of his career if he wants to catch up with Mario Cipollini. Robert Forster was getting in there in second place for Team Gerolsteiner. Ricchesi there. McEwen, I think, messing his sprint up a fraction in fourth place, so we may well see a change in the points classification too.
Well, it all depends where Gasparotto and De Luca finish, because we're counting back all the riders again coming home on the same time. Yes, there are win bonuses, but the sprinters aren't involved in the race for the Maglia Rosa yet, and it looks as though Gasparotto finishes ahead of De Luca, takes back the pink jersey, and Andre Noe always does a great ride in the Giro d'Italia, is now there in third place. So Gasparotto this time has done his reverse on his team captain. So this has been a dream start indeed for the Liquigas team. Can they keep it up? After the travel day, we're now on the mainland of Italy here with quite a long stage, just around about 100 miles, taking us through the 600 kilometre points. And this, Paul, has a nasty sting in the tail, very early for a mountaintop finish.
Yeah, the big difficulty of the first week of the Giro d'Italia, it should give us a major sort out. That's the climb the riders face towards the end, Montevergine de Mecogliano, and it is a very difficult climb to end it all off with.
And the crowd's welcoming the Tour of Italy onto mainland territory now. All the field together, but there's a fall down there and a massive pile-up. Well, we've had rain today and the roads are very slippery, but that is one of the biggest pile-ups I think I've ever seen.
Well, you know, in this part of Italy, once you get just a little bit of rain and moisture on the road, it makes it just like an ice rink. The chaos there, you see, the break, actually, the crash happened right at the front, and there's the pink jersey. There is Enrico Gasparotto. He's got a teammate up alongside him. The crash happened right in the middle, but all of a sudden, everybody panics looking for the brakes.
Yeah.
The moment you touch your brakes, you go down. In fact, also down at the front there was Paolo Bettini going down, the world champion.
Well, it's like being on a skating rink. Let's have a look at the graphic. This is the ride now up to the finish as we watch here an attack on Perez on the left of our picture. He's the climber, former king of the mountains here, Julio Perez. He got himself a set of new front teeth in this race a few years ago when he took his out on a crash barrier.
Well, he's one of those riders who I think is much better off riding for specific mountain stages in the Giro d'Italia. A couple of years ago, he tried to ride high in the overall standings, but he just wasn't able to be consistent on individual mountain stages. And ever since then, he's come back to try and ride on an individual mountain stage, and that's what he's trying to do today. But you can see this climb of Montevergine is already having a major sort out, and a lot of riders already going to find themselves a long way behind at the end of tonight.
Well, Danilo De Luca now is the new leader-elect, providing he can control affairs on this climb up to the finish, because Gasparotto is already minutes behind. He did not rejoin the peloton with that injured back. We're 700 metres from the top of the climb here now, and De Luca is still in amongst it.
Well, this is Julio Perez as well. He's wondering whether or not he's going to get himself the victory, but it looks to me as if he's popped here this afternoon because he's been brought back into the fold. Liquigas on the front doing a great job. There's Danilo De Luca in second place. Damiano Cunego over on the left-hand side. Leonardo Pipoli in the yellow jersey. He's a very dangerous man at the top of a climb like this as well.
Yes, it's interesting here to see such a strong group of riders still represented by Panaria as they start to pack up towards the front. And Calcioli is also up here, another Italian showing his colours. This is a very select little group now, and the riders here won't feel the chill air the spectators are feeling as they come up towards the finish. Nearly 4.5 hours in the saddle. De Luca has won here before and is on fire now because he can smell that pink jersey again.
Well, the youngster on the block also, Riccardo Rico, is in this group. I just noticed him sitting a little bit further back, but the Liquigas have got the organisation at the front. A bit of disorganisation with the motorbikes getting involved there. The race organisation need to get those out as quickly as possible.
He's pushing them away there, the race referee, but there is a split, and because it's a mountaintop finish, that 3 kilometre rule does not apply. So there will be separate times here now, so you need to hang on to the tail of this group. And it's De Luca who's gone for home again. He knows what the finish is like, and this is going to be a very quick return into the pink jersey, I think, for Danilo De Luca. Crosses the line ahead of the man Paul Tip there, Riccardo Rico, and Damiano Cunego taking third place.
Well, that was a fiery win by De Luca. I think very happy now to lay his authority on the Giro d'Italia. These are the gaps that are starting to appear, but Team Liquigas, they don't care whether they're 15th or 20th or 35th. They've got what they wanted out of this stage. Danilo De Luca right on top of the leaderboard.
Well, one jersey De Luca will have earned today will be the green jersey as leader in the King of the Mountains. There was 15 points for the winner today. This is the first big climb of this year's Tour. The peloton coming in as well at 4:22 here, just a few seconds off the pace. An awful lot of Astana riders there, and I think possibly Savadelli is in that group as well.
Well, big gaps. It is a violent climb. Just looking down, we're really waiting for the arrival of the man who wore the Maglia Rosa at the start of the day. And rumour is that he's more than 10 minutes behind Phil at this point.
Yes, I can feel a long wait coming on here for Gasparotto. It's been a dream start, but so unlucky in that crash. You remember that crash? Riders fell of their own volition once the first man went down. Here we are, we've gone back down the road now. He's on the climb here.
Well, you can see the blood on his both of his elbows there. This man started the day in the Maglia Rosa, had a great start to the Giro d'Italia. Now all he can do is turn his services towards this man, his leader, Danilo De Luca. And how about that for a nice, cool-looking victory for this man who this year was the winner of Liège-Bastogne-Liège.
Yes, the killer in action here as he gets another stage win in the Giro d'Italia at the same place where he won here. I think it was 6 years ago when he got a victory on this point. And Danilo De Luca's carried that great form from Liège-Bastogne-Liège into the Giro, which is what he wanted. Rico, Cunego and Andy Schleck there, just 3 seconds behind. Sgarzelli's a surprise. Former winner is right in there this year in 5th place.
Also another rider from Liquigas up there as well, Franco Pellizotti, making himself a nice top 10 finish. I have to say, I think Team Liquigas are looking very strong in the first couple of days of the Giro d'Italia this year.
Now he has the green jersey as King of the Mountains, and we'll shortly see if he's got the pink, and he has by 26 seconds. But Liquigas are still holding the top 4 places overall here. But the one man missing, sadly, was still waiting to cross the finishing line, and that is Enrico Gasperotti. He's there now. He's there now, and I think, Paul, I didn't see the clock, but I think it's around 14 minutes he's lost. But that's academic. Once you're out of pink, you're out of pink by a minute or 14. It doesn't really matter. His team captain has it. Onward we go as we leave Tiono now, a short drive away from the finish line of yesterday, heading up to Frascati, perhaps best known for its famous wine up there. The sea is on the left, but we mightn't see too much of it today.
Now moving slightly inland, the riders are again facing a fairly flat day, a day that once again should smile on the sprinters as we finish just on the outskirts of Roma.
Well, Liquigas survived the first big test yesterday, Paul, and it looks as though they're going to get the way now. We've had a long breakaway by Ignatieff, but he's got wiped out in the last 20 kilometres. And so now it's going to be a sprinter game, but this is a very tricky approach here. This is virtually a horseshoe return here as they begin to line up for the finish, and there's lots of twists and turns.
Well, I have to say, we haven't seen a lot of them on our coverage, but Team Tinkoff, I think, have been one of the most aggressive teams since the very start of the Giro d'Italia this year. This looks like Laszlo Badrogi on the front, and he will be looking after the likes of Thor Hushovd, who was involved in an accident a little bit earlier on. But this is Tinkoff again, Phil. They're always at the front end of the main field. Testa della Gruppo, the front end of the peloton, and this is a magical burst here.
Well, this is the first Grand Tour for Tinkoff, and on the attack here now, I think that is Salvatore Camesso, who's just gone off the front. Well, you'd expect an Italian to have a go. This is the first Grand Tour for the new sponsorship, and they've been on the attack. In fact, it's Aggiano. Well, it had to be an Italian anyway.
Well, it had to be, but I have to say the team have always been up there. The team very often confused with the team colours of Sonia Duval, but they're not rattling the corners at all here of this team, Team Milram. They're trying to set themselves up for Alessandro Patacchi, who has announced the other day he's back to form. Rabobank there, got a couple of riders over on the left-hand side. The magenta jersey there, you can just see that's still Robbie McEwen. McEwen's going to try and stay in that jersey for as long as possible if he can.
Well, this is Aggiano. I once remember him doing a very interesting dance for us at the start of a stage of the Tour de Langkawi. He's quite a character, but he's in serious mood just now. You can see why it may not be a sprint finish this. The roads twist and turn, there's good crowd line, and you get out of sight of the race here.
Well, not too much out of sight of Team Milram, though. They've got themselves nicely organised at the front end of the main field. Hardly anybody left behind on today's stage. It's been a good flat stage for the riders to recover after yesterday's assault of the Monte Vergine.
Well, the whole field virtually together now. Just one non-starter today. Johan Horic, the only man not to come out to play, and the rest have stayed more or less together all day here after the hard ride of yesterday. And Aggiano still trying to hold them off. There he is, 186th overall. Nobody interested here in the race for the pink jersey, just the stage win. He's doing well to hold them off now. I've no idea why that marshal is standing in the middle of the road, but that so far has been a feature of the race, and they've gone right round him on both sides. Well,
I have absolutely no idea at all why he was doing that. Fortunately, all of these riders very alert at this moment of the race, keeping themselves right on the front end of the saddles. They all managed to avoid that marshal, and that was very lucky. This man, though, he's not the kind of rider I think can survive off the front end of a charging peloton. Have a look at that one more time. That is absolutely crazy.
Well, there'll be a few words said there as they went by on the left-hand side. Two riders just narrowly getting through. As we're still, he's done well here to hold this field off. I was about to say he shouldn't look over his shoulder, but he just has. And I think if we could see over his shoulder, there's the result. The race is all together now, and it is the turn of the sprinters yet again.
Well, Team Milram have got it very much organised. You can see the pale blue jerseys on the front end of the main field. Gruppo Compacto means everybody is back together, and Alessandro Patacchi is in the long line there. But it's a little bit confusing too, because you can see Thor Hushovd's team are moving to the front end of the main field. They want to get themselves organised to see if they can get an early win as well.
Well, I still, as always at this stage of a sprint, I don't see hide nor hair of Robbie McEwen down there, but I do see Thor Hushovd is getting in the mix, and also there is Alexander Usov trying to finish off. A good day out for the squad, as Thor Hushovd has got a perfect lead out here if he can make the most of it. Last kilometre now, and the sprinters are a little bit desperate at the back.
Well, a little bit confusing because nobody's got control of the front end of the main field, but as soon as it starts to slow down, it's the pale blue jerseys of Team Milram trying to get themselves into that position.
Well, the boys at the back are sitting up now, just holding on for the finish, but here they come up towards the line now. It is again the perfect lead out on Garato on the front once more. Not quite, he's one to go, and then Pataki sits there waiting. And McEwen is not there. Yes, he is. McEwen has got himself up onto the inside, because he's wearing the mauve jersey as points leader. He's right there now. On his shoulder is Napolitano, also thinking he's got this one red right. But the right-hand sweep there is going to favour the men on the inside as they come through now, opening up the sprint for the line.
Very chaotic coming around that corner. You know, these guys are all over the place now, coming into the final corner, starting to wind it up. You can see there Pataki's got the inside. This is a very confusing sprint, but he didn't have the right line there because that was Forster came right over him.
So Robert Foster, who has won the last stage of the big tours before, is now getting into the middle of them. He's going to be delighted with that. It's a good win too for the German squad. Gerolsteiner, as Foster gets his first win of this year's Giro.
Quick press to the talk radio there to tell the team manager, in fact, I've just got across the line in first place, my man, ahead of Alessandro Pataki. Pataki had an ideal position there just up against the barriers, but I tell you what, he really lost it in the lunge for the line. And Hushovd too getting himself his best performance there in second place. And looking back down that list of that length of riders, Phil, I didn't think that Robbie McEwen actually did too well. There you can see him moving up into fifth position, but he seemed to falter in the confusion of those two little chicanes.
Well, it's unusual when they catch him out, but there he goes over the top there and cuts out Napolitano's run for the line, that's for sure. Hushovd's on his right shoulder here, and then comes the breakaway for the line. Ricchesi, Robbie's gone for the middle, and the sandwich just shut down on him.
Well, you can just see what happened there because Alessandro Pataki had to push somebody out of the way. He was blocked in there, not very happy. Looking over his shoulder, you can see the man in the fourth position there. Forster got a clear kick at the line there, no problem at all for Forster, but behind, Pataki was not happy about the performance of that rider from Team Panaria.
Well, stage 21, the last stage in Milan last year for Foster. He scored early this time at the end of stage number 5, beating Hushovd, Pataki, Napolitano, McEwen only 5th in the finish, and Usov, although the caption always says Usor, in 6th place, and Ricchesi in 7th place. They're all the big sprinters, as it seems, this year in the Giro d'Italia. But Robert Foster doesn't win a lot of races. In fact, he's only won just over 20, but they're good ones, and he makes them all count.
He certainly did, but with it being a bunch sprint in this afternoon's finish, there's been no change at all in the overall classification. Still the 4 riders from Team Liquigas in the top 4 places.
So Danilo De Luca keeps his jersey, and it's been on the shoulders of riders from Liquigas ever since they won, rather surprisingly, the opening team time trial on the island of Sardinia. The man in pink, the man we always call the killer, is on top yet again.
One of the other competitions where there was a change in the standings, of course, let's not forget, is the points classification. And Alessandro Pataki got what he was looking for at the start of the day, the lead in that competition ahead of Robbie McEwen, whose 5th place dropped him down into 2nd place. Forster, with his win today, moves up into 3rd.
Well, both Pataki and Foster certainly are aiming to finish this year's Giro, unlike McEwen, who will certainly go home probably by the end of this week. Gradually climbing up the leg of Italy today as you move on from Tivoli to Spoleto.
3 climbs along the day and a little bit more testing for the riders on a race as we start to head up to what is going to be a very difficult 2nd and 3rd week when the riders move into Spoleto.
Well, as we gradually get up towards the Dolomites, of course, and the Italian Alps, we join this action today with just about a kilometre to go here. 2.6 in fact to the finish, and the field are in trouble today, and there could well be a change of overall leadership now, Paul, because we have a breakaway of 4 riders: Luis Felipe Laverdi, Marco Panotti, Christopher Kern and Hubert Schwab, And one thing's for sure, they're not going to be caught.
Well, they're certainly not going to be caught, because the last time check was hovering around about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And it was a very brave move by these 4 riders to build themselves up what is a fairly impressive advantage. This is a chaser here at 55 seconds, Fortunato Balliani, and he's about to get caught, I would expect, by the front end of the main field.
And these 2 riders here have slipped away and broken up these last 4 riders here. There's the man in the hot seat now, T-Mobile's Marco Pinotti. If it all goes well at the finishing line, he will be the new leader of the Tour here now. He doesn't have to beat, in fact, Luis Felipe Laverde to the line either. The Colombian, if they work together, Paul, might find he's gifted this stage.
He may well find that, but he won't regard that as being given towards the end of the stage. Everybody wants to win a stage of the Giro d'Italia, and Pinotti would certainly like to do that. This is Kern and Schwab. They're in the second group of chasers on the road. They're around about 30 seconds. Balliani's 55 seconds behind these riders. But for this man on the front, Pinotti, this is going to be the possibility of a dream come true, because he's looking at changing his pink T-Mobile jersey at the end of the day, Phil, to a pink jersey of leadership in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, those 4 riders have shaped this race. They couldn't handle the front 2 in the last few kilometres, and Pinotti knows what he's driving for here. This will be a huge result for Marco, and also at this stage of the year it'll be a big result for T-Mobile as well, because they haven't had much luck so far, losing Mark Barry very early on with sickness, and Adam Hansen out with that rather nasty breakage of the fingers in one of his hands. Into the last kilometre, and as I say, Pinotti here, Paul, has got to race for time, because quite literally every second counting now, so there's no good shadow boxing with the Colombian. He's got to tow him to the line.
He certainly does. The most important thing for him on a stage like this is time, and he's really much more of an individual time trialist, is Marco Pinotti, rather than a man who's got the acceleration for the stage. Laverde, on the other hand, knows exactly how to win stages, and he will wait, I think, Phil, until the last moment and then use his acceleration to come by.
Well, this is Pinotti, 31 years of age, the next candidate for the pink jersey, and he's doing what he has to do here, because he's about to ride into the most marvellous moment of his career, a career which began back in 1999 now, and long gone are the memories of a broken pelvis in a stage race in Spain back in 2003, because about to come his way, I don't think it'll be the stage. We know the Colombian rider looks at him, says, OK, I'll take the win, and Pinotti will take the pink. I think that's been agreed there with that shake of the heads.
Well, it's not a given here. As you can see, Laverde is still accelerating, but I think for Pinotti the most important thing is he now knows he's riding himself into a little bit full of Giro d'Italia history.
Well, Laverde himself doesn't win many races, and this is his biggest ever win. He's had a stage win before in the Giro, and he's won 2 races and a very minor one, so this is another big one for Laverde. And a long wait now. First will come in the other 2 riders of the escape, Kern and Schwab. Here they are. Schwab got the lead at the moment.
Well, these 2 riders, you're going to see they'll cross the line at around about the 30 seconds they were behind. I'm not sure whether they'll sprint it out, because they're all pretty much spent forces here this afternoon. It was a long breakaway. It had to happen, really, since the stress we've had since the very start of this race across the island of Sardinia, then the move across to the mainland. A lot of riders, I think, in the main field wary, and especially Team Liquigas, they don't want to, Phil, I don't think, control this race right the way through until the final week. They realise you've got to conserve as much energy as possible in a 3-week stage race.
Well, I think today has proved that Liquigas have let this jersey go. They didn't react. They knew that the jersey would go to the leader, Pinotti. And now they're going to have to work out, because T-Mobile, obviously a pretty strong team, but weakened by already the loss of 2 riders since this race began. So they're down to 7 men, and one of them's got the pink jersey, and it looks as though Chris Kern here, a Frenchman by the way, on Crédit Agricole with a very English-sounding name, sprinting away to take 3rd place, and that for him too is a terrific result, especially for a French team in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, that's 3rd place for him. A little bit further back, we'll re-look at the finish line here of Laverde, getting his 2nd stage win in the Giro d'Italia. Congratulations there from Marco Pinotti. But for Pinotti, it's going to be a big day too, because in a few moments' time, he will pull the Maglia Rosa, the pink jersey, onto his shoulders. Here is Fortunato Balliani. He almost got caught by the main field, because here is the peloton.
He did well to hold them off, actually, because he came from the field and he held them off as they line up for the sprint. There's still points at stake, of course. I saw the pink jersey off to the right, and there he is. So that's going to be a little bit of an increase in the points for Alessandro Petacchi today. That sprint almost a formality for him. Well, Laverdi won every climb on the day as well as the stage, so he'll be the new leader in the King of the Mountains. Pinotti at same time, Kern at a minute 30, and the bunch really coming home at 7:09 there, led home by Alessandro Petacchi.
Well, this man got the victory for Colombia and for Team Panaria, and that's always a good thing in a big stage race like this, just to get a win under the belt. And that, I think, is going to be important for him going through to the mountains, because this man really, Phil, is much more renowned as a mountain climber.
Overall then, Pinotti gets his first Maglia Rosa by 3.5 minutes. The breakaway man there, Schwab, claiming second place. De Luca now at 4:12, and his Lucky Gas boys all lining up behind him. Laverdi coming in there into 7th place as well. Well, Pinotti, he's a pretty clever guy. He goes to university, and now he is in the pink. So he's going to have to decide new team tactics now, because it's Team Mobile who will take this race out onto stage number 7. And on we go towards the top of Italy now. The Apennines are due tomorrow as the riders continue now towards Scaparia. By the time we get here, we'll have covered more than 1,100 kilometres.
Fairly flat course for the riders, with a rather interesting finish on the Autodrome of Scaparia. Yes, the Apennines tomorrow, but looming on the horizon, the Alps as well.
And the riders, after a long breakaway today, there was a breakaway, made 11 minutes maximum, but they've swept it up here now. And judging by the length of the finishing line here now, 5 kilometres to go for the whole field. This is going to be a sprinter's delight, but with these wide open finishes like this on the auto track here, Paul, very difficult to get the speed and judge your positions right.
It's very strange actually racing on an autodrome like this, because the corners are really weird, because they're designed for speeds of 220, 250 kilometres an hour, not 40 kilometres an hour as these riders are doing here. But as you can see, the front end of the main field starting to assume the role as guard of honour at the front end of the peloton. Team Milram now, I think, Phil, very confident of the form of Alessandro Petacchi, but once again, as always, when it comes down to a sprint finish like this in the Giro d'Italia, everybody queuing up to the wheel of Ali Jet.
Well, Ali Jet still has all his troops with him here in this race. All 8 of them as they continue now, and that setting the pace there is Fabio Sabatini, who is now looking to, he's the early pacemaker here. Normally it is Brett Lancaster, the Australian rider, and also Ongarato are the last 2 men to dispatch Ali Jet.
Well, over the last couple of sprints, they've been swapping it out. Ongarato either being the last man, but on a number of occasions, Brett Lancaster has been the lead-out man. Now, Brett Lancaster is a great track cyclist, a record holder over 4,000 metres in the team pursuit, and a man who can really turn the speed on for 500 or 600 metres, then allowing Alessandro Petacchi to launch himself onto the attack. But only if he can get rid of Paolo Bettini. You can see there the world champion just sitting on the best wheel in the house.
Jiminy Cricket there, number 53 coming up here is Yuri Krivitsov of the Ukraine, who rides on the French AG2R team as well. They've also got a very good sprinter here. He was looking for him there too, I think. But no joy yet in Usov making his way up towards the front. Well, you feel as though you have indeed got acres of space to work here, and it's very difficult to control the race. You've got to keep the pace up high. Goodness knows why our pictures aren't behaving themselves today, because we can't complain about any trees in the area.
No, very clear skies this afternoon there. You can see it's important now for Team Milram Film to keep the pressure on at the front end of this main field, because if they knock off the pressure for 500 metres, Alessandro Petacchi could find himself getting swamped and slipping back down into 15th or 20th place.
Well, just watch the pattern there. You can see the lead-out men for Milram all keeping control, but you see the fluid movement in the peloton as riders try to fill in gaps immediately. Now, there's a brave man having a go there from Sonia Duval, and he's gone straight off the front.
Well, I think it's Tinkoff and it's Salvatore Comesso. Those 2 jerseys are so very closely linked. It's very difficult to see the difference between them, except the fact that Team Tinkoff have got slightly blacker shorts.
And you're right too, it is the former Italian champion, the stage winning the Tour de France, and that's a good move. He's being chased here too by the champion of Finland.
One of the riders from Française de Jeu. He's trying to get across the gap there to make the link. Not at all rattling the feathers of Team Milram, who are still in that long line with 5th place for Alessandro Petacchi, and all of the sprinters lining up behind him.
So you see Vekkanen, who is the champion of Finland, there trying to get on terms there with Salvatore Comesso. I think he's wasting his time, frankly. He should have gone with him in the move. He's not going to cross the gap to him, I doubt very much. As through the S's go the whole field here. This is a brave attack here by Salvatore Commesso. Came to the fore some years ago when he won his first professional stage race, or a stage of, which was the Giro del Capo. And no, it wasn't in Italy, it was in Cape Town, just outside in Durbanville. But he's grown since those days, and he's doing well to hold off, because anybody that goes away on a motor race track like this is either an idiot or really believes he can win.
Well, I think in this case, I've got to say that Salvatore Commesso really believes that he can win. You can actually just see by the body language he's showing here, this man is very powerful. He's using a monster gear to stay off the front end of the main field. To beat the pack on a run-in like this, you've got to be able to ride at around about 55 kilometres an hour. The Finnish national champion got to 30 metres, then couldn't quite close down the final gap. But you'll see the main field now starting. There's a little bit of panic at the front end of the main field, actually, as they come up to the final kilometre. And somebody's gone straight out of the front end of that pack, looking to get onto the wheel there of Salvatore Commesso. And it's a rider from CSC. It looks like the style of Cancellara.
Well, those big legs of Fabian Cancellara, the world time trial champion, trying to get through on the inside. I think it's Cancellara, as we're now seeing the two riders from Milram trying to address matters here, because we're well inside that last kilometre now, and they need to sweep up the field and still get Pataki, who's sitting here nicely in third place. Just his two lead-out men at 600 metres to go, as they now come up on the CSC rider, and they're shutting him down. Now that's the end of Brett Lancaster. It's up to Ongarato now, and he's got about 300 metres. He'll want to launch Pataki at about 200. I think he'll run out of effort by then. And looking for Robbie McEwen, who's still in the mix, and Pataki is in a great place this time. And Usov is coming for AG2R as well. Now it's Pataki at 150. Alessandro Pataki is going to be challenged by Bettini, but I think he's got too much speed. Alessandro Pataki for him. Yes, win number 2.
Well, it was not the cleanest victory that he's had over the last couple of years. He knows he's got the win. Paolo Bettini really wanted to win here this afternoon, Phil, because he lives not too far away from here and a long way down the pack. You can see the celebrations from the rest of the guys from Team Milram.
Well, throwing his arms up in the air is number 199, and that is Lorenzetto of Team Milram, as there is the man who just increased his lead with maximum points in that points competition, the Ciclamina jersey. His team, job done, boys. Champagne on the table again tonight. But you're right, Paul, it was a very tight finish. In fact, a few more metres and he wouldn't have won that.
Well, that's the important thing. You have to judge your sprint to the finishing line, and that's what he did to absolute perfection. Cancellara there was the man in front of him. You can see this is the move. Ongarato looks over his shoulder. Right up at the front as well in the black and white jersey there is the Kiwi national champion Julian Dean trying to look after Thor Hushovd. There you can see still no acceleration from Pataki, waiting, biding his time. Now watch the professional move here. His teammate moves over, leaving just enough room for Pataki to go up through the inside. That forces Bettini to wait just a little bit longer, and by that time the turbo is kicked in for Pataki, and there's no way you can get past that man who sprints really very much reminiscent of the style of Super Mario Cipollini.
Bettini there, wearing the bands of the world champion, has said he's brought that jersey to the Giro d'Italia and he wants to win while he wears it. Well, he was close again there, but the two arms almost knocked the helmet off Thor Hushovd when he threw his arms up there. But nonetheless, a good win for Pataki. He's now had 21 victories in all in the Giro d'Italia. Hushovd in second, Bettini third, Napolitano still nibbling at the bait in fourth, and Usov still in the top 6 again there.
Well, I think one thing we have to say about this year's Giro d'Italia, that now Alessandro Pataki is definitely back. And Phil, he must have asked himself a lot of questions over the last few months as to whether or not he would regain him the force that he used to have.
He'll never get through security with those when he flies on. But a very nice prize, as there always are here for the stage winners. Memorabilia of the towns where the races have the stage ends. Pinotti keeps his pink jersey untroubled today. Same time gaps these, 3:30 to Schwab, 4:12 to De Luca and the Liquigas boys. And so the dream now continues for T-Mobile, and Marco Pinotti continues to lead the Tour of Italy. A few days yet, I guess. So a few undulations today on stage number 8, from Barberino di Mugello to Fiorano Modenese, and we're in the Apennines now, Paul.
Very difficult testing route, but I think this is really very much the hors d'oeuvre, Phil, as we move up towards Fiorano Modense of the Alps, which are to come. And the little road that's going across the Alpine passes in a day or so's time to Briançon is going to be very difficult.
Well, as we join the action here, we've got 22 riders clear of the field, and none of them affecting at the moment the pink jersey of Marco Pinotti. So they're racing really for the stage win. There might be minor places overall if they stay away. There's the full list for you. And Paolo Bettini in with a chance now of doing what he's promised, and that's flashing over the finishing line in the rainbow jersey.
Well, Bettini looked for the move. George Hincapie's got himself into this move as well, and so has the young Australian Will Walker. He's managed to get himself into the breakaway too. We're looking now at around about 5 kilometres to go. And now it's a very difficult time here when you've been in a long breakaway like this, because all of these riders have worked well together to build up and consolidate their advantage. But now they've got to start thinking a little bit more sensibly, trying to figure out how they're going to get themselves the stage victory. A big group like this is always likely to get attacked on the running down towards the finish line. And if the gap goes, you've got a very good chance of missing the wheel. That was Chechu Rubiera in there as well for Team Discovery Channel.
Well, the breakaway, which has been away quite some time, has got a lead of around about 5 minutes over the field. Looked like it could have been Pavel Brut there who's launched an attack from... Oh no, there's somebody gone in front of him. So this is an attack by Lampre now, and Lampre actually are beginning to look for a result today. This is Mazzano who's in the breakaway.
But everybody very attentive. It was Paolo Bettini saw that gap. You see, Bettini really wants to win here this afternoon. He's pulled back that slight flurry of a movement off the front end of this group and pulled it back together. He's probably the fastest man in the group if it comes down to a sprint to the line, but he's got to be very attentive that somebody doesn't just slip off inside the last kilometre or so.
The long hair there of Pavel Brut. Last time we saw him was the first time as far as we were concerned, which was in the Tour de l'Ancora this year. He was always in for a run for the finish very late on, as now we see Rabobank launching attack with Will Walker.
Nice move by Will Walker. You know, Will Walker has been looking to do something. He was brought into the Giro d'Italia at the very last moment. He's a fair way down in the overall classification, more than 8.5 minutes back. But just look at the way he moves here. He waited for the slowing down in the main field and hit them very hard. That's an action of surprise.
Well, he's a young man with a big future, and getting down to the time now when he's starting to come into the big end of his career, his first Giro d'Italia. 3.7 kilometres to go to the line. There's no way this big group surely can contest the finish. I thought it would have broken up, but there's been no sort of change of direction or even a little rise on the scenery here to break up the rhythm of these riders. Specialetti is here. They're all back together again. Walker is holding his position near the front. And is this Rubiera going again?
Well, everybody's looking for the move, while at the front end of the main field, no threat at all to Marco Pinotti there in the Maglia Rosa. He has got nothing to worry about any of the riders in that leading group. But there's a certain amount of discontent on the left-hand side. You can see there's nobody wants to actually work at the front end of the main field here, Phil. What they want to do, they're just launching attacks one after the other.
Now, George Hincapie is in the breakaway. We don't normally see him ride in the Giro d'Italia at all, but the fact is he had a broken wrist early on. He's in the breakaway. Mario Ertz probably won't be far off on the oldest men in the race now.
One of the most experienced, certainly a former winner of the Flèche Wallonne. He's a very clever Belgian rider. He's got himself a gap, and he knows if he gets them just at the right psychological moment, they'll stop chasing, because everyone will then start to think, well, I needn't make the effort now, because then if I chase this guy, I won't have anything left at all to try and win the stage. And Mario Ertz may well just have hit them at the right time. There's Hincapie, you can see there in the red, white and blue, halfway down this group. Let's not forget, in the early part of his career, George Hincapie actually was a very good sprinter.
And we're hearing, by the way, that Robbie McEwen, Mario Ertz's team captain, as it were.
This is Robbie McEwen in this group here. That Robbie McEwen's group is actually still looking at 1 lap to go. So McEwen has lost himself a huge chunk of time. And I'm a bit surprised, Phil, because this is a fairly easy stage.
He says he's not feeling at all well at the moment. In fact, I put him not far off half an hour down at that point, because they're going out on their final circuit. That was an early view of the finish for us, though, because this is where Mario Ertz is heading to here. And he's still holding them off. You see, he's 7:17 back, and that's why this breakaway today is not too much concerning for Pinotti.
Well, Ertz, he knows that he has to just keep going, because all he is hoping for is a slight slowing down in that group behind. There's no organisation in this group. There's no teams really dedicated to one rider. Everybody at the moment really thinks that they've got their chance. Now just look at them going around this corner here, and I think maybe there was a slight incident at the back. Just long wondering why we got to see that one more time. But anyway, Paolo Bettini will be the man looking, and there, this is a move coming from AG2R.
Well, this is a very good move coming from AG2R, because this is Noscentini here who's put in a little bit of a move, the leader of the French team, another Italian. Strange how the French are now looking elsewhere for the riders and not just in France. And again, Pavel Brut always willing to have a go towards the run in here, because he's a very aggressive cyclist.
Tough man as he tries to nail them back here. Noscentini, formerly a very good rider on the Italian national squad. Now Pavel Brut sees the chance. He sees the back of the motorbike too and thinks, I'll have a little bit of that myself. A little bit of slipstreaming can just give you the edge when you get down to the final kilometre and a half.
And it's not his fault. The motorbike was in the way, wasn't it? But there's a sharp right-hand bend there, and got round it, but I think they went into it pretty quickly. But that's advantage Pavel Brut again as he comes off the roundabout. He's still a lot of fire in those legs here, but he's doing an awful lot of work and not actually getting away from them. Only a couple of metres, but this is a big run for the line by Brut.
Well, as long as he can get the gap and keep going, he's now 1,100 metres to the finishing line. He's got a rider just got onto his tail wheel there. You can see they're now starting to line up for the Flamme Rouge, the red kite, and Brut looking under his arm there to see whether or not he's got anybody with him. Well, yes, you have.
Well, the Astana rider who's coming up there, looks to me as though it's Basayev, and he's a very good sprinter, and he's got a teammate with him as well. Pavel Brut now, I think, is under control here, but he's got no choice but to try and see what works out. He's still got to close just a little gap there. There's one rider who's got on the tail of him for it. Looks as though it is the Panaria rider, but I'm not sure as he makes a break for the right of the road here. So that must be Emmanuel Sella, who's had a terrific day out today. He's been leading over the mountains on every occasion, and now trying to pull off something we would never think he was capable of, and that's winning a group sprint. But it's not over yet.
Well, there you can see Brut. There's Paolo Bettini making his move. The world champion Phil wants his win this afternoon. Look at the way he's going for the wheel of Emmanuel Sella. Right on his wheel there is Kurt Adler-Arvidsson.
Well, Bettini may well get this now, but Arvidsson is chasing him, a former under-23 world champion, and Arvidsson has got the better. Bettini, who's absolutely fuming there. He thought he had read it exactly right. He felt somebody had to go and get Sella back, and Arvidsson waited with the cool nerves. He gets his second ever stage win in a Giro. The last one was, I think, 2003 in Faenza.
Well, you've got to wait for the right moment there, and if it hadn't been for the move by Paolo Bettini, this was the move by Emmanuel Sella. A very good move at 500 metres to go. Theoretically, when you move that hard and that fast inside half a kilometre to go, you've got the win. But look at the reaction from Paolo Bettini. He was dying for the win here this afternoon. Goes straight past Pavel Brut there. Now, what he's doing is just looking at the wheel there of Emmanuel Sella. Look at the gap that Paolo Bettini nails back here, and just hovering there, waiting in the slipstream, is Kurt Adler-Arvidsson. That was a great move by Bettini. If it hadn't been for Bettini, Sella would have won. If it hadn't been for Bettini, you can see Arvidsson wouldn't have won either.
That's absolutely right. Well, the rainbow jersey there, beaten again, and he says you can take it and don't come back here.
No, I think it was probably something in Italian.
Yeah, it was a fluent Italian coming out there, yeah. Well, I can understand his exasperation there, because he thought he'd done it just right, but Arvidsson doesn't win many bike races for CSC, but he certainly chooses the big ones as he comes up to the line here. And Bettini really pretty upset about that. He thought he'd done it.
Well, I tell you what, he did the job of pulling back Emmanuel Sella. That was an incredible piece of pacemaking to pull back the other Italian there. However, he didn't realise, I don't think, that he had Kurt Adler-Arvidsson so tightly packed into his slipstream. A long wait for the main field, almost 4 minutes, where you see T-Mobile on the front end of the main field. And it's really because no one was really dangerous at all to anybody in the overall standings as of now, and I think, Phil, as of the future.
Well, this is the race, by the way, for 23rd place here, and it looks as though it's the Maglia Rosa of Panotti who's going to bring them all home. And is anybody going to challenge him? We've got people he just tucked in there, and all of Astana right behind. Nobody's going to challenge him, so they'll let in the Maglia Rosa, show his colours off, and bring the main pack in at 4:19. It might be 4:20 when the results are calculated. Either way, the jersey stays on the shoulder of Marco Panotti for yet another day, but the win today going to Kurt Adler-Arvidsson ahead of the world champion, and Basayev in the end getting third for Astana, and Petrov there in fourth for Tinkoff. So they got a result anyway, despite the fine riding by Pavel Brut.
Nice win by Team CSC. That will rally the troop as well, because for them, they were hoping to win the opening individual team time trial, because they've got some very strong time trialists in their squad, and they had to lay down ahead of Liquigas, who were the strongest team right at the very start. But no change really in the overall classification for Marco Pinotti, because he still leads ahead of Andrea Noe.
But a couple of guys in the breakaway closed in a bit. Noe, Yakvalev and Bruce Egin and Riviera also all getting up there, but not. It was a tough chase out there on the road at some stage for T-Mobile to keep Pinotti in the pink. But they did, although the classification behind has taken on a new look as we close the first full week of racing in the Giro d'Italia. So onwards now as stage 9 as we go to the Reggio nel Emilia onto the Lido di Camaiore. Now this has got to be a win for Alessandro Petacchi, Paul, because he lives there.
Well, it's always good to be racing on the roads that you normally train on, finishing right down by the coast when they move down into the Lido di Camaiore. And it's right there, as you can see, on the Mediterranean. Again, a fairly flat day for everybody. Team Milram on the front end of the main field, but this time Acqua Saponi moving up there as well, keeping themselves involved. Maybe for Stefano Garzelli, who I think is riding fairly well.
And the field coming in the last 5 kilometres once again, all together here, all 181 starters on the day's stage. Marco Pinotti enjoying his 4th day in pink, and it should now be fairly routine as we look there at Stefano Garzelli, former winner of the race.
Yep, but there's a little move on the right-hand side there by Team Predictor Lotto. I'm just looking down. There's a good organisation on the left-hand side too, coming from Case d'Epargne. This is Laszlo Bodrogi, big, strong Laszlo Bodrogi. He's a good man for their man, Tor Hushovd. And look at the chaos at the back end of the main field.
Well, they're really packing up, and again they're going to line up behind Petacchi's team. Well, they all know how much pressure is on Alessandro today because they've been shouting his name ever since we started the stage. And the world champion Bettini is in the mix once again.
And there you can see the Kiwi. There is Julian Dean. A little bit of a movement in the middle of the main field there. It is getting a little bit frisky. Oh, there's Petacchi on the right-hand side in the Ciclamina. He's actually not on the line of his own men there. He's looking alongside there. Tor Hushovd getting a little bit nervous as well there. It is, I think, a race of nerves here this afternoon, Phil. Everybody battling for the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi. Now he's got himself organised. He's got the team on the front. 3 teammates right in front of him. Brett Lancaster in 2nd position. Ongarato in 3rd. He wants to get this win if he can, but they haven't got the power yet. There's still that little bit of confusion as riders moving up on the left-hand side. Hushovd now is completely and utterly locked. Well, he was locked until he was squeezed out there by Robert Forster.
Well, he's got Foster not far off his shoulder here. Petacchi's building nice lead in this points competition at the moment, which is something he also wants to win. Grady Agricole trying to look after Tor Hushovd. A little move on the left-hand side of the road here, and that's Quick Step here. Viscontini has just moved up onto the left and followed there by somebody, and I think it was Salvatore Camesso again from Tinkoff at 2.8 kilometres still to go. It is still anybody's race this, and the Case d'Epargne rider who's trying to break into is Jose Rojas, who is also a pretty good sprinter down there.
Well, I'll tell you who's been riding at the front end of the field a lot is Fabian Cancellara as well. This is the world champion. He's shouting orders to his teammates there. A lot of riders from Team Quickstep around him. In fact, they've got pretty much control of the front end of the main field. So Paolo Bettini may well be getting one over on Alessandro Petacchi here this afternoon. There's an organisation of Team Gerolsteiner over on the right-hand side of the road. That's for Robert Forster. But this is a very confusing sprint.
There's nobody really got control of this race. Everybody's throwing in their 10 pennyworth and swinging off. And right now we've got Quickstep back in the action here. But they also are trying to remember that Tom Bonan isn't part of this team, saving himself for the Tour de France at the moment, having had a fairly good spring campaign and now taking a bit of time out. But they just watch the big boys down there because they're starting to bump shoulders a little bit here. Petacchi fighting to hold on to that central position, but his team is really disorganised here because the others are trying to break in. But there's the lead out. Somebody's gone from the left of the road here for Cofidis, and now they're going to have to chase him down.
Well, it's causing great confusion here on the right-hand side. They're still trying to get themselves organised, Team Milram, but still up into 3rd place is Alessandro Petacchi.
Well, that's Mattia Naibo out of Cofidis, who's gone on the far right, but I think they're going to tame him. As now, again, Bettini playing a waiting game, sitting 5th rider down the line. Surely, sooner or later, he's going to get a sprint result. He's got Foten on his shoulder and not Foster. But now there's a move by Astana on the other side of the road, but again Tinkoff, and I can't see much point here because Tinkoff are not leading out a teammate just now, but Usov is not too far behind in third.
Well, I did notice Robbie McEwen trying to stay up at the front end of the main field. We're coming now into the ultimo kilometre, or the final kilometre, and still no team has got control. This is going to be a real rip-roaring sprint. There you can see in the black and white jersey in the middle, Julian Dean, and should have right on his wheel Tor Husserov, and yes, he does.
Well, I think Pataki's done well to control his sprint here because he's going to feel a little bit extra nervous today to get it just right on the line. Julian Dean, the champion of New Zealand, is trying to bring home Tor Husserov for the victory. Husserov always says that Dean is the best lead-out man in the business. Well, now is the best time to tell him, because Dean's got control of the head of the peloton as they come into the closing metre to the line now. And again the move goes on the left. This is the final move now for Julian Dean. Pataki has switched corners. He's gone third wheel as the whole peloton sweeps round now. This is the champion of Finland here who tries to come through now as he opens up the sprint, but there's still no organisation here at all. Now Pataki has been forced to the front at 150 metres to go, but he's going to be challenged. There's a crash on the right, but Napolitano is trying to get over McEwen, and Pataki is not going to get this because Napolitano just got his first ever stage win in the Giro.
Well, he waited and waited for the right time to come through there, just tapping Robbie McEwen on the shoulder there. He wanted that victory. One of the riders from Bouygues Telecom was a man who went down there. I didn't see how he went down at all. He looks as if he's okay. He'll get himself up and looked after by the race doctor there. I think, in fact, the rider went down was the one who went down a couple of days ago, Johan Genet from Bouygues Telecom. So he's not going to be enjoying his ride through the Giro d'Italia.
Well, judging by the colour of his skin, looks like he comes from one of the French islands here and isn't quite mixing it with the big sprinters just yet. He's learning the hard way, I think. Genet sits on the roadside yet again, but he's okay, and that's the most important thing. This was the lead out, and then Pataki thought he better go quickly as he takes on Tor Husserov in the sprint.
Well, he's got the acceleration. McEwen there is coming up alongside him. This is just the way McEwen likes to sprint, but McEwen's got a rider on his left-hand side who is just about as quick as little Robbie, and Napolitano in the lunge for the line there gets the victory ahead of two very impressive sprinters, Pataki and McEwen.
Well, Alessandro Pataki will feel pretty upset about that. He couldn't show his fans just what a great finisher he is, but third place will do him very nicely in the points competition, while Napolitano here gets his first win in the Giro d'Italia. Beats all the big boys too by a hair's breadth. McEwen, Pataki, Bettini, Fernandez, Uskadei doing a good ride there in fifth, and Husserov fading very quickly to finish in only sixth place. Meanwhile, back on the podium, it's time to try and get the cork out of the champagne.
And check out those thighs. Those are the thighs of a very fast sprinter. It's always great to get your first Grand Tour victory in the Giro d'Italia, and that's exactly what he was looking for here this afternoon. There shouldn't really be any change in the overall classification at all, because basically the whole of the main field came in there together, and still Marco Pinotti has got that 28 seconds advantage over Andrea Noe of Team Liquigas.
No change at all overall. 4 days in pink now for Pinotti as we get into the mountains a little bit now. And you see they can't all open the champagne, but there we are. Pinotti has done it, and he's having a great tour. 4 days. Will it be a week? We'll see tomorrow. It's a tough day.
It's a very difficult day for Marco Pinotti, but I think he's enjoying his days in the Maglia Rosa. And of course, visiting the Giro today, the man who was the greatest stage victor in the Giro d'Italia, Super Mario Cipollini.
Well, Paul, one thing's for sure, Mario Cipollini would not enjoy this stage now as we say goodbye to the waters and the flatlands and the home of Alessandro Pataki, and we head up for a hilltop finish which should sort out the men from the boys.
It certainly should. A very difficult climb up to the Signora della Guardia, and it is a very long climb as well, and I think it will be the first real test as to which men have got the top legs here. We're looking at a climb of around about 8 to 10 kilometres, and the average gradient as it gets up towards the summit tips up to 10%.
Well, that's a tough finish today for the riders as we get to grips with the leaders here now. And already there is a problem for the pink jersey. He's not enjoyed his day at all, Marco Pinotti, and we might be searching for a new leader by the finish tonight.
Well, there's a small group just off the front end of the main field, and here they are, led by this rider here from Case d'Epargne, George Hincapie himself managing to get into the move.
Now, the interesting fact is that Liquigas have taken command of this race again away from T-Mobile, because they're now feeling they might have a chance. That's attacked by Ivan Para, once got back-to-back stage wins in the Tour here. He's launched an early move and, well, frankly, since Cofidis took him on, he hasn't really reproduced the big effort. Maybe today.
Could be today. In fact, George Hincapie tried to make the move behind him. This is how he made the acceleration. Look at him come off the wheel there of the rider from Case d'Epargne. He knows exactly what he's doing. Behind, we've got Charlie Wegelius here, the British rider on Team Liquigas. I think we know exactly what they're trying to do here this afternoon. They're trying to put the nail into the coffin of Marco Pinotti. They've got this race completely and utterly under control, and you can see the damage that Liquigas are doing at the back end of the peloton.
Well, yesterday was routine in the result only, but actually there's a lot of work done by Pinotti, especially yesterday, to try and chase down, and it wasn't possible to use all that energy and hold some back for today, it appears now. Slipping off the back there too is Battagliati, the Swiss rider, on Sonia Duval. This hill now is hurting, and really it's all because of the effort and the tempo of Liquigas, and here they are.
Well, Angel Gomez as well going down backwards for Sonia Duval. Maybe they've tried to look after their men here this afternoon. Gilberto Simoni, it's his kind of finish. You can see Paolo Bettini not enjoying the early slopes of this climb either, as all of these riders now are tasting what I'd have to say, Phil, is the first serious mountain of this year's Giro. There's big George Hincapie. He actually got himself back up to the wheel of Ivan Para, and Ivan Para goes away again.
Well, that was a huge effort, I have to say, by George here, and seems to be enjoying and searching for form here in the Giro this year. George actually requested from the team to come and ride this event because of his long-term absence with his injured wrist after the Tour of California, which was in the month of February.
Well, the reason he actually wanted to ride was he said he was actually just getting fed up with training all the time. He wanted to come and get a bit of competition, and I think he's enjoying the Giro d'Italia. And as far as back as I can remember, I think this may be the first time that George Hincapie has ever come here to the Giro, I'm sure he's enjoying the food.
I'm sure he is, but this is the trouble at the back of the field now for the pink jersey, who's just sitting here now, and if our camera was to move right round, he might find the front of the field has in fact split up.
Just looking here, that's David Rebellin there. I think that was the World Cup Leaders jersey that he's got on his shoulders.
One could say who knows and who cares, because it really is a competition that nobody is interested in. But Rebellin on the front at the moment, while the pink jersey now of Marco Pinotti, I think under extreme pressure here, and I think this is last day in pink.
Well, he's just going to have to enjoy the days that he had in Maglia Rosa. Now he mustn't panic at all. He just gets into a rhythm and thinks about losing as little time as possible, because at the front of the race there's Gilberto Simoni looking very comfortable just ahead of Danilo De Luca. We're now on the right hand side there, Phil, starting to look at the heads of state of this race. Stefano Garzelli in second position, and they're all chasing now one serious contender for the win of the stage, and that's Ivan Para on the left.
It's a big test for Garzelli, I think, because here's a rider who has been showing us he's been getting up there in the results on a daily basis, but this is the test now. Can he be up in the results on the stage that really does count towards the overall of this race this year? And quite clearly, the way Liquigas are riding, Danilo De Luca is looking to a quick return into that leader's pink jersey.
Well, it's also the kind of move that he could look. Let's not forget that he's got to try and dislodge his own teammate, because Andrea Noah is ahead of Danilo De Luca in the overall classification. This man, though, is just riding up this climb, making sure that he stays in the Giro d'Italia. Here's George Hincapie. Jersey ripped open because it's rather warm down here, and very shortly I think George will be back in control of the main field.
Yes, well, I think if you're not a climber, you don't try and go away with the climber, and that's what George tried to do there with Ivan Para. And the pure climbers, they don't take fools lightly, I don't think, on a climb. Not like this. This is a pure climber's climb now. There's the peloton slowly thinning out under the pressure of Liquigas. We've now seen that the pink jersey, the Maglia Rosa, has been dropped from the back of this group now. So we're in search of yet another new leader of the Giro d'Italia, and as Paul says, it could well be Noé, because he's in that group with De Luca.
Well, this is the man who leads the stage currently, Ivan Para. As you say, the pure climber, the difference between the men who ride on strength and climbers is climbers are out of the saddle all the time, always changing their rhythm. As soon as they feel themselves starting to slow down, they get out of the saddle, they start to accelerate again to pick up their speed. This man, he's a long way down in the overall classification, and what he's hoping is behind there may well not be the big attacks coming on this first big mountain of the Giro, and he can get himself a chance to win a stage. Hincapie is getting getting caught here by the main field. You can see Liquigas on the front end of it, and this is Hincapie being caught by all of the top men in the Giro d'Italia thus far.
Well, he had his big moments, Para. There's the capture of George. But, you know, ever since he came over to Cofidis last season, he's never won a bike race. And he really hasn't reproduced the stages 13 and 14 when he won
this
in
is DeLuca.
May 2005. Now, this is the killer, as he's now doing the work of his teammates, having softened up the race. Time to have a new selection on the climb here. Now, they've got to take this move seriously.
Well, DeLuca came to the start, Phil, of the Giro after a very good classic season and said, I want to win the Giro this year, and nobody really took him seriously until his team won the opening team time trial. Here he's decided to really put the hammer down on the race, and he's gone out in pursuit of Ivan Para.
It's almost as if the first week of the Giro had to be a bonus for Liquigas, because surely they never seriously thought they would win the team time trial. And they rode that first week with a great deal of common sense. They didn't overwork to keep the pink jersey on the team, but today I would say this is yet another stage that DeLuca decided when they announced the route was the one to have a go. He wanted to win the fourth day, he did, and now he's looking to this one here.
Well, he is a very good rider on the final climb of the day. Maybe not one of the greatest climbers if you've got 2 or 3 big mountains in succession, but that little graphic you saw there means at Testa della Corsa he has joined the front end of the race. He's looking very lean and mean, the man they nicknamed the killer there, as he joins the front of the race. Riccardo Rico on the right-hand side. He's a young rider looking for a little bit of help. He probably wants to go back and see how his team leader is, and his team leader is Gilberto Simoni, but I wonder if we'll see the feud in that team, as we did a couple of years ago between Damiano Cunego and Gilberto Simoni, be reenacted between Riccardo Rico and Gilberto Simoni.
Interesting little group there was the Gerolsteiner rider Rebellin along with Bertini, but they're in a spot of bother right now as the strong climbers are getting themselves together. Just look at the tempo of these riders here. I think that's 5 kilometres to go. It is under 5 kilometres to go now for the two leaders, and DeLuca again has offered everybody the chance to come with him. He's built himself a rhythm. Para has his hands full now, I think, as this is a very select group behind. We're going even further behind here, but you know, Marco Panotti has been a good leader of this race. He won't go down without a fight, Paul, but he will go down.
He will go down, I'm sad to say, at the end of a big mountain-top finish like this. Danilo DeLuca may well have over-assumed on his forces here, Phil, because although he's joined Ivan Para there, this main group is not very much more than 5 to 10 seconds in arrears of him.
The Panaria riders there, Luca Mazzolini and Domenico Posavivo. He's another Italian rider. I don't think I've ever mentioned his name before, but he's in the group right now. As again, it is Lamprey trying to just keep a steady tempo. Not a lot of help, of course. There's none coming now from Liquigas. Just 8 seconds at the moment, but that is a very small group now. We go further down here, and Panotti, for the second day in succession, is finding he's having to do all the work himself.
Well, Ivan Para just flicking his wrist there, indicating he wants some work from Danilo DeLuca, but DeLuca looks over his shoulder and realises he doesn't need to waste any more energy here this afternoon, because he's being pulled back into the fold there by Damiano Cunego. Cunego and his team have come to the front end of this group to try and pull it all back together. That's Andrea Noe in second position. There are 3 riders in this group from Saunier Duval. Gilberto Simoni, Riccardo Rico. I think the other rider in the group as well is Leonardo Pipoli.
Well, I make about 20 to 21 riders in that group now, and from that group in a few weeks' time, or week and a half time, will come the winner of the Giro d'Italia. As again, we get a little move going here by Pipoli, another man who's a great climber and is looking for a win this year as he moves off. He's 6:12 behind overall. He might have a chance to be released here.
He may well have that chance. This is the move that he made just a few moments ago, and a big acceleration just at the point when Danilo DeLuca was brought back into the fold. Spent most of his career, Leonardo Pipoli, riding for Spanish teams, and the majority of that Spanish team that he rode for was Bonesto, then Case d'Epargne for a while before moving across to Saunier Duval.
Well, he hasn't won a stage of the Giro. He hasn't won a race since he won the stage of the Giro d'Italia last year on the Ferkel Pass. He got 2 good stage wins last year. Of course, everybody riding in the slipstream of Ivan Basso, who's now out and in disgrace. But Pipoli's still very much here, and looks to me as though he's riding pretty well. He's disappeared around the corner as this little group settles down now to climb with a little bit more sense, I think, as they make their way up the pass.
Well, Andy Schleck in this group here for Team CSC. The Astana rider in the group just at the back there is Paolo Salvadelli. And this is a little bit further down. 2 great Italians sharing a drink. David Rebellin on the right-hand side, Paolo Bettini, world champion, on the left-hand side. I think they've decided, Phil, to take an early shower.
Well, I'm not surprised about Bettini being back there, but I am a little bit surprised about Rebellin, because I thought he would have been in amongst it up here. He's been a leader of the Giro for many days in the past and often talked about as a likely winner, but he hasn't quite lived up to that reputation. Here is Marco Pinotti. 4 days in the pink. Today, certainly the last day for him. Will it be De Luca who gets the jersey back yet again as he continues on the climb, escorted by Rico?
Yeah, he's a young guy on the block. He really has come to the fore this season. He's been very dominant, and I have a feeling that he may well be a great ally for Gilberto Simoni. Just over on the right-hand side, a quick glimpse of him. Looking a little bit further down, you can see that Simoni is starting to get a little bit twitchy, looking over his shoulders. Team Saunier Duval have got 3 climbers in with a very good chance here, but Simoni can't move now this afternoon, Phil, because he's got Leonardo Pipoli off the front by around about 20 seconds.
Well, this is a good move by Pipoli. He knew the infighting was starting as to who will be the next wearer of the Maglia Rosa. He knew it wouldn't be him, so he's taken the chance here purely for the stage win. As I say, he hasn't won a race since he won stage 17 of the Giro last year. So it's about time he put his name back on the winner's rostrum, and he's got a chance. There's still quite a way to climb, and it's all the way to the finishing line today. There from the helicopter you can see that is a very small select group right now, and there's an attack going off the front from CSC.
Well, this is a very good, looks like Andy Schleck, the tall, lanky man from Luxembourg, who's decided he's going to take the move here this afternoon. Again, a rider not fancied to finish high in the overall classification, so he too may be given a little bit of liberty, because I think this afternoon, Phil, there is a little bit of marking going on between Gilberto Simoni, Danilo De Luca, and the men who think they can win the Giro. Just getting out of the saddle there, digging deep there, is the little man Emmanuel Sella. He's a good climber, but again a rider not likely to worry the podium position when this race gets to Milan. But they're only 9 seconds away now from Leonardo Pipoli.
Well, that's a good rider. Sella, he made his name in this race a couple of years ago, the first time we ever heard of him. He rode away to a lone victory over the hills, so he's now got the confidence of a climber. Schleck is a totally different kettle of fish, because this is a rider who's only 21 years of age. He'll be 22 in June, and he's now riding very, very well, and I think one has to say we're all pretty surprised.
Well, I think he came to the Giro d'Italia to learn. He felt that he's got good legs here this afternoon. He could see the infighting between the heads of state, the top men who are looking at winning the Giro d'Italia. He thought, well, I'll have a go here this afternoon. At least my brother Frank can watch me on TV back home in Luxembourg.
So Schleck continues on his way up here towards the summit, and in fact today, Paul, is his 22nd birthday. I should have noticed that earlier, but if he could win today, what a way to celebrate that.
It certainly would be brilliant. It always amazes me that Luxembourg is such a small country, and at the moment it's producing some very good bike riders. Andy Schleck, Frank Schleck, and of course Kim Kierken, and of course let's not forget Benoit Joachim.
Well, this mountain
Schleck
has gone. He's got rid of Sella. Well, that is a big turn up for the back. I wonder what elder brother Frank is thinking right now. He's probably watching this on television. But this is a ride by Andy, and a superb effort here, because he's going to put himself up amongst the leaders of the Tour. And today, he's 22 years of age. So, is it a good time to say you can win the Giro d'Italia? I don't think that's in his mind just yet.
Well, his mind is, I think, moving across to this man, Leonardo Pipoli. He knows he's got to pull him back into the fold. If he can get to his back wheel, he realises then he's got a pretty good chance of getting himself the stage victory. Nice pedalling action by Frank Schleck here. A slightly bigger gear than the little Italian climber up the road ahead of him. But the separation is not much more than 5 or 6 seconds. And once the road straightens up, well, there you can see Pipoli is just around the corner.
Well, this man is, I'm afraid, a little bit further than round the corner. He's coming up on a little group there because he's found his climbing legs a little bit. He's got into a good rhythm lower down the slopes, but I don't think it'll be enough now. It can't be enough to hold off Andre Noah. He's the obvious candidate, just 28 seconds behind overnight, and is now the leader of the race on the road and looking for the next pink jersey. He'd be a good recipient too, because he always uncannily rides so well in the Giro d'Italia.
He has always been a solid performer in the Giro d'Italia over the years that we've been commentating on it, and he's the kind of rider who will be looking to see whether he can do something on the slopes here this afternoon. I don't think Danilo De Luca will try and attack his own teammate here on the slopes of this climb up towards the summit of the first big test of the Giro d'Italia this year. But who knows, Danilo De Luca is so hungry to win the Giro this year, he may well have a go and dislodge his teammate.
2 kilometres to go, and he's coming right up behind Leonardo Pipoli, and Pipoli will be surprised when he sees who is arriving on his back wheel there, because it's not one of the big riders that we know of. It is the young rider in the race. 22-year-old Andy Schleck is making his way up to make 2 riders up front. This is Pipoli, and he's taking a look over his shoulder now, and he knows now that somebody is coming back to him.
Well, Pipoli, one of the lightest riders in the move, and there was me just saying that Danilo De Luca wasn't going to make a move this afternoon. Well, it looks to me as if he's just made another move there, because there's a lime green jersey of Team Liquigas going around the corner.
That's definitely De Luca's style. He sits there, he almost sits into his bicycle rather than on top of it, and there he is now. That's De Luca for sure, as he starts to pick up the rhythm. And a quick reaction there by Sony Duval, because they were blocking for Pipoli, and now looking out, they're going to find out that they've got a counter-attack coming, and Rico has got to go with this move too.
Well, this group has split. That was Paolo Salvadelli going backwards there. He's been caught in the back half of that split. Yes, you're right, Team Sonia Duval are in a very nice situation here, because if they catch Leonardo Pipoli, you've got Ricardo Rico waiting to go over the top, and of course Gilberto Simoni as well.
It's been a great climb this. Gears are down on the inside chainring, but the gears are fairly high at the back end of the cluster there, because it's a good smooth road climb, a real racing climb. And still Pipoli is not allowing Schleck here, and the race is well spread.
And Simoni has now made his move, because he's gone off the front there. You can see there Ricardo Rico suffering a fraction. He wasn't able to accept the acceleration of Gilberto Simoni. So now Simoni has taken off, and he's taken off to try and pull himself back to Danilo De Luca.
Well, there he is, number 21, Gilberto Simoni, the winner of the Giro d'Italia in 2001 and in 2003. He's had 7 podium finishes. We count the first 4 for podium finishes, by the way, in the Giro.
De Luca's just caught Frank Schleck, so still Leonardo Pipoli is managing to survive here. He's got himself around the corner. His gap is not very much at all. He's only looking at around about a 10-second advantage. There's Jaroslav Popovic. He too will be climbing up in the overall classification.
Well, he's also had a podium finish in the Giro d'Italia. That's where he made his name, the Cause Discovery Channel, to get hold of him and put him on their team. And now this is a big move for him. He's a very popular face in Italy, because although he's from the Ukraine, he's always lived here in Italy. And now Pipoli has done well. He survived the first onslaught, but it's getting a bit more serious now, because the killer's taken control. And Schleck, quite rightly so, is taking a back seat. 1 kilometre to go. Pipoli looked like he was going to lose this. Now he may not.
Well, he's still not looking at a massive advantage over Danilo De Luca. You look at the difference in the pacemaking, Phil, and we're only separating in the race at the moment by around about 150 metres. Leonardo Pipoli being chased by Danilo De Luca, and Andy Schleck being chased by Gilberto Simoni. This is going to be a little bit of a push down towards the finishing line. You can see the Madonna up at the top, the Madonna di Guardia. That is where the race is going to finish. Pipoli looking over his shoulder. Look at the face of Danilo De Luca here. He looks like a very angry man.
Well, is he doing enough? I don't think he can possibly close down the gap to take the pink jersey on Noe, who's still in the group here, but we'll see. Because all the work is being left to Cunego now in this next group, as they try to bring the race back together again. They should never have allowed Danilo De Luca, because again De Luca's thrown down the gauntlet to the race. He's riding not like a man just for stage wins, but a man who is aiming long term. As now they've just cracked Simoni. I'm not sure he even got up there. He's just hanging off the back.
Well, he's just locked in at around about 100 metres as Gilberto Simoni, pulling himself slowly up towards those leaders. But I don't think anybody now is going to catch Leonardo Pipoli. He's probably the lightest rider in the race at inside of 50 kilograms. He's an incredible climber. We've seen him in the Vuelta a España in the past. Damiano Cunego in the back group there, Phil, is put on the defensive a little bit, because he was not able to respond to the acceleration of Gilberto Simoni.
Well, there's the face of the killer as he concentrates now and tries to hold them together. 600 metres to go. It's every man for himself right now. Popovic is back here. It's been a long day here. It's not all been climbs, but it's all been down to this final climb, as Pipoli has really flogged himself up here. He made the attack very early on. I think he probably thought he was going to ride away, but he was challenged by Schleck and then by De Luca. He managed to hold them off because he is going to get his first win of the season. Always nice when it's in your home national tour. And has De Luca left Schleck here? Because I don't know whether Schleck is on his back wheel.
I think he's left Schleck, and I can tell you, people, he's not sure whether or not he's going to win this. He keeps looking over his shoulder. A little bit further back was Riccardo Rico, Damiano Cunego, Paolo Salvadelli is their rider from Astana there. This has been a big filtration system here on the slopes of the Apennines here this afternoon, because as you can see them moving up towards the finish line, De Luca is really digging deep, Phil, trying to get himself up to the win if he can, but I think he's left it just that little bit too late.
Well, this really has hurt, because now he is in the bottom gears here, because they've kept the best to the last. It's often the way with the mountains in Italy. They get steeper as you get to the summit, and that's so it proves today. As Leonardo Pipoli just making sure he's got this, these last 50 metres will seem an awful long way, but he's got all of the gap he needs, and victory, the first one of the year for Leonardo Pipoli, and a good victory for his team, Sony Duval. I must say, halfway up that climb, I wouldn't have given him much of a chance, but he did it.
He did it, and he did it just ahead of this man who's proving to be the strongest of the rest. Danilo De Luca, 151, comes up to cross the line in second place, and Andy Schleck, I should say, I think is going to hold on there for third place. He's a big, tall figure, Andy Schleck, to be a man going uphill so well.
Well, seconds there will be between them, but Schleck has put himself up as a candidate now for a high finish when we get through to Milan. As coming in just behind him, Simoni. And now the race, which will be for fifth place, Rico is just about getting the better here of Paolo Salvadelli. No challenge from Salvadelli. Another two-time winner.
Check Andy Schleck on the side of the road there. He crossed the line and just grabbed hold of the barriers because he pushed himself so much. This is Jaroslav Popovic coming in now with Andrea Noe. Now that's a good move by Andrea Noe. 54 seconds. The important thing is to see whether or not 28 seconds is going to go by before Marco Pinotti comes in. I think it's going to be a little bit more than that.
I think we can go 5 or 6 minutes, 28 seconds, I'm afraid, because Pinotti has been left today. 4 days in pink was all his. Well, Noe has led this tour once before, Paul, but it was in the late 90s, if memory serves me right, and he held it for a day. Well, he's got another chance. But you see, look at the helpers here trying to catch the riders, because they've given an awful lot on this climb. It was a matter of just holding on to your losses and trying reducing them as much as you can, because De Luca surely has put himself back in amongst the favourites here with that great second place.
Well, there you can see the riders still coming up to the line. This is Leonardo Pipoli. He really made the move there at around about 6.5 kilometres to go towards the summit. A brave move, but he was counting on the infighting of all of the other leaders. That 20 seconds he got first of all was enough to hold on to down towards the finishing line. But I tell you what, another kilometre or so, it may well have been a different name on the top of the leaderboard tonight. It could well have been Danilo De Luca.
Well, Pipoli's the man. He's such a slight little man. He's a born climber. If he turns sideways, he'll disappear. But today he rode up to the mountain-top summit and got himself the first win for 12 months, almost to the day. Well, Pipoli gets the stage win, but he won't get the overall. He was over 6 minutes behind and 5.5 behind Noe. Here he comes. The clock says it all. 4:29, significant, because he was about 29 seconds behind overnight. So he'll now be 4 minutes back and out of pink.
Just look at the way these riders are crossing the line. Here's confirmation of the finished line. Leonardo Pipoli 18 seconds ahead of Danilo De Luca. Andy Schleck just 5 seconds ahead of Gilberto Simoni, and Riccardo Rico, watch out for that young man, crossed the line in 5th place.
So, a chance to show off his prize of the day for Pipoli. And with that 6-minute deficit, he'll be up amongst it now, but he certainly won't be the leader. That should indeed be the 10th place man across the line today, Andrea Noe, who always does a ride in the Giro, and this year will be no exception now, because he's got the pink jersey by 1:08 over the time trial champion of Italy, Bruce Hegin. De Luca is coming back in the frame at 2:58 in 8th, and nowhere on the frame now, because he'll be 4 minutes back. It will be Marco Pinotti. So there he is, Andrea Noe, and Liquigas Paul continue to dominate this race.
Well, they had a great start, and it seems to be continuing that way for Team Liquigas. And of course, a little bit of a change in the white jersey competition as well, because Andy Schleck is now top of the lead there.
Andy Schlechter. I better move that lipstick, Paul, before he sees his girlfriend later on. As we now move on to stage number 11. This is a transitional stage because tomorrow the race goes into the Alps and on into France.
The massive climbs on the horizon. The riders will start to see those on the horizon as they move down towards Pinerolo, because tomorrow the race goes over the Col d'Izoard and down into Briançon. But as they charge into town here, it's a big bunch sprint.
Well, I guess to be expected today. 171 riders did take to the start, and in fact, the Rebelline chose not to ride today, so the World Cup leader out of the Giro. And dangerous spinning off bottle there as the leaders here try to organise the sprint. And again, it's Milram on the front and Alessandro Patacchi looking for stage win number 3.
It's going to be a bit grippy here, Phil, because actually there's a little bit of rain starting to come down and moisten the route. You can see Team Milram have got it very much organised. There's Robbie McEwen locked in his favourite position there in the wheel of Alessandro Patacchi. 5th place for Patacchi. In fact, just in front of him is Brett Lancaster. A little bit further back, Napolitano moving up in the black and white there is the Kiwi, and that is Julian Dean, and he's lost his pilot there, Thor Hushoff, but Hushoff is moving up now.
Well, Patacchi looking stronger than ever in that leader's pink jersey. Remember, Schleck today wears white as best young rider, and the green is worn by De Luca as the new leader again in the King of the Mountains. But right now it's the sprinters and the small time bonuses, that's all that matters. 105 there is Angelo Furlan now, job done perhaps for Thor Hushoff, as the big boy down there is Brett Lancaster too. Again, looks like he's going to lead out today, Patacchi. McEwen is sitting there nicely placed, and the road is now very slick indeed here, because this is a region doesn't see too much rain at this time of the year.
Bodrogi moving up, he just wants to keep the pace nice and high. There's Thor Hushoff over on the left hand side, 1200 metres. A rider from Predictor Lotto swinging out, job done for Robbie McEwen here this afternoon. McEwen bouncing shoulders a little bit with Danilo Napolitano, and that is because they are all fighting for the wheel of Alessandro Patacchi. Milram in the pale blue, still very much in control at the front end of the main field here.
Well, Milram have got 2 riders left at a crucial stage of the race here now. It's the tame duo as they try to lead out the riders. Napolitano dodging around in the centre. Julian Dean coming through on the right here now. Patacchi again is perfectly positioned on the left here with just his one lead-out man left. But again, Julian Dean is doing the job for Thor Hushoff, except Hushoff is not on his back wheel, and that might be curtains for him today. As they come off the bend here now, Dean in the black and white is champion of New Zealand, but he opens up the sprint here. Ongarato goes on the left, but Patacchi's gone on the right, and Patacchi looking for win number 3, and I can't see anybody getting up on him here. McEwen's on the far left and out of it. Patacchi hits the line and gets the win, right on it, and Coffin is right behind him there with Balducci.
Well, somebody went down just as they crossed the line. I didn't see who it was. Look at this.
Well, this is amazing. Look at the froth on the road
there's
here.
The yellow, pink jersey.
Pink jersey's down. This is aquaplaning. I'm sure we'll see this again.
Well, we have to, because I just noticed that a rider dropped down at around about 50 metres to go and slid across the line to get his position. And all of a sudden, as I mentioned, with about 3 kilometres to go, Phil, it was so wet out there. I think that was Jaroslav Popovic who went down very hard there as well. Paolo Bettini has gone down, the world champion. I think he's okay. He's got the doctors up alongside him. But that was unbelievable, and just because of the fact that the road is not completely wet, it's just damp and very slick, and once you touch your brakes, you lose all adhesion at all.
Well, that was a nasty little prank. It was Popovic who's down there as well, and the Tinkoff rider down is Serrano Gonzalez. Now they're all looking a little bit dazed, saying what on earth happened here? Because the riders fell literally like a pack of cards. That crash about 5 days ago was a similar thing. Whereas I think you'll find all the crashes have come in different pockets of the peloton.
Yeah, well, the first man to go down actually went down on the right-hand side of the road, and he crossed the line, I reckon, inside of the top 10, actually on his backside. Paolo Bettini not happy, but I don't think injured at all. It was a very curious crash. I hope we can get back and have a look at the replay of that. You can see his shorts there completely shredded the world champion. It looked like a rider either from Tinkoff or from Saunier Duval who actually just dropped it inside of the last 25 metres.
Well, let's hope it's just a road rash here, because the riders did slide an awful long way, and that was because of the surface, so they should have avoided serious injury. But that was a very, very dangerous finish in the end. One rider there still very stunned on the floor just now.
Not dangerous really at all because of the actual arrival, just made dangerous because of the climatic conditions.
Yeah,
now have a look here. It's over on the right-hand side. You can see a rider coming up there very quickly there in the yellow. It's a rider from Team Tinkoff. Then all of a sudden, he just touches his brakes there and he's gone down. And then once the crash and the noise, it's like an ice rink for these riders. They just cannot keep upright. I've very rarely seen anything like this at all.
Well, it's almost like belly dancing in slow motion here as the riders going down, just sliding on the foam of those left before them. And because of that, you see, rider just clouted the bike there, and the bike hits him on the head. And
I tell you.
Well,
there's the Maglia Rosa just coming up there. Not a nice way to end your first day in the Maglia Rosa. Yes, he will keep his jersey, but it'll be a pretty ripped one.
Well, it may not be because the rider's just sliding so far here. A little bit of road rash or burn, that's about it. But there's Julian Dean, sagged on to the right of the barriers, but managed to hold himself upright.
That's Popovic right in the front there, number 111.
And there's Garzelli coming through, yeah.
Bit of chaos at the end of a stage. Anyway, there's no chaos about who won the stage because it was Alessandro Patacchi.
Ahead of Balducci this time around, and McEwen. I think Balducci got a victory once in the Tour de France after a similar incident. Anyway, there's the sprinter close up yet again, and Patacchi has now got 3 stage wins and consolidating his lead in the points competition. That was a good result for him. Put your hand down quickly, Alessandro, because the boys are coming back on the road. There he is on the podium.
Well, that's one that he'll put down in the books, I think, because that, if he goes back and replays that video a few times in the future, he'll get a bit of a kick out of it.
Well, let's hope nobody's seriously hurt there from what looked like a rather nasty succession of riders falling off. There's the overall to Noe, who crossed the line sitting down today, still keeps his lead by 68 seconds over Bruchagin, the time trial champion, and no change at all amongst the leaders. They're all now facing up to a big battle of the Alps, and we might see some changes there. But for now, the man in the clear glasses here, Andrea Noe, for the second day, is the leader of the Giro d'Italia in pink. Many in the Giro d'Italia are now saying that the race starts right here, 12 days into the event, because now the race will go into France for a finish in that alpine town, the highest in Europe, in fact, Briançon, and we'll get there by crossing the giant Col d'Izoard and one small hill as well, Paul, on the way.
Yes, but the Col d'Izoard, one of the famous cols of all of the sport of cycling, not only the Giro d'Italia, but of course the Tour de France as well. The riders moving away for what is a fairly short stage, just inside of 160 kilometres, reasonably flat to begin with, but I think all of the decision, Phil, will be made on the Col d'Izoard and then the plunge down into the alpine city of Briançon.
Briançon tucked right on the borders here of Italy. Sometimes the best way to go in, stay in France, is to nip into Italy and back into France via the famous Frejus tunnel. But today it's over the top of the Col d'Agnello. The riders have come, and zipping up his jacket there was the AG2R rider Riblon. He's gone over the top there, just behind Johan Le Boulanger. That was earlier on, and so too was this crash on the way down.
Well, the rider going down there, Wim van Huffel, is a man in the gutter, and also going down very hard, David Arroyo, the rider from Case d'Epargne, and he was well up in the overall classification. This is Wim van Huffel.
Huffel trying to put matters to rights, and we can join the live pictures now as we start the climb of the Col d'Izoard and the big long battle up to the summit of the mountain. In the white jersey there is young Andy Schleck, and all the supporters are flying in for the occasion.
Well, this man here supporting the Tour de Haute-Var, and that's a long way from the Alps. That is right down in the Var region, which is just outside the Mediterranean and Saint-Tropez, but a very difficult race in the early part of the season. There you can see in the green jersey, it's the green jersey for the lead in the King of the Mountains classification at the Giro d'Italia is Danilo De Luca, followed there by Gilberto Simoni, followed by Damiano Cunego. A little bit further back you can see Eddie Mazzolini from Team Astana, and in the white jersey, I think pedaling very well in the mountains, Andy Schleck.
Well, since he's worn that white jersey, he's not made a mistake, young Andy Schleck. He's 22 now. He started the day Tour 21 years of age. There is Danilo De Luca, who's got that King of the Mountains lead. He's had it for a couple of days now. He also wore it a little bit in the first week of the Tour. But it looks as though, again, he is a man for the crucial stages of the event, and he's up amongst the leaders once more. Mazzolini, something of a surprise, but also this is Garzelli down here.
Yes, Stefano Garzelli, he's a man who is looking for something special throughout the Giro d'Italia. He's trying to ride himself back into this race. He's not too far off this group of riders here. This is Marzio Bruseggin on the front. Emmanuel Sella just behind him. Also in this group as well, I think it looks like Julio Perez.
Well, the Liquigas boys have got the main team car behind them there, but their main man is up with the leaders and setting a good pace. The Simone, for my money, is a pure climber and just loves life when he goes up. And he really can ride these climbs with such confidence. A two-time winner of the race. That's the situation at the moment. The leaders have got 1:15 over the chase group. And Valverde is up here. So the danger men of the Tour are making a move here on the Izoard.
Well, 40 seconds is the time gap back to Stefano Garzelli. He's trying to catch this group of riders we're looking at here. Simone, I think, just holding back for the moment, waiting, I think, till we get to the steeper part of the climb. The man who is impressing me the most is the young man in the white jersey, Andy Schleck, just sitting at the front. Just look at the way he's pedaling there. He's got a very nice high cadence, not using a big gear. I never really regarded Andy Schleck as a great climber, but he was brought into the team by Bjarne Riis on the recommendation of some of the other riders. In fact, it was the Danish national team who'd raced in Luxembourg and said, you need to pick up this young man because he's not bad. Well, he certainly isn't bad at the moment.
Well, it's a great move. He's a Luxembourger, as of course his brother Frank, and the biggest name ever to come out of Luxembourg after Nicolas France in the early 1900s was Charlie Gaulle, the Angel of the Mountains. I would think Charlie would be very pleased if he was around to have seen the riding today of young Schleck as he sits there on the back of the group. Mazzolini, the only representative up here for Astana, no sign of Savadelli. We've got Garzelli trying to reach them in the middle, and the chase behind also under pressure with Cunego.
I was just trying to see who the rider from Saunier Duval was in that leading group. That's why I think Gilberto Simoni is just taking a bit of a back seat for the moment. De Luca looking across here at Damiano Cunego, trying to read the faces of all the other riders in this leading group with him. Garzelli looking for about 40 seconds to pull himself back into the group. There they are. It's always very demoralizing when you can see the team cars of the group behind in front of you, but you can't quite get to the back end of the team cars. It's a difficult thing to be when you're having a bad day in the mountains.
Well, it's a big effort required by Garzelli, who now rides for Acre Sapone. You get some idea here of the slopes of the Col d'Izoard. This is one of the most revered climbs in the world of cycling. It's at this time of the year, with all the snows gone, it is barren. The snows haven't been gone that long, don't forget, as we're in the month of June. But even so, they shouldn't see too much of the snow as they top out and then begin the plunge down to Briançon.
Well, what's impressive there when you look at this group with Andy Schleck on the front there, he's not at all concerned about the reputation of the riders with him. We're looking at the riders with him who've won the Giro d'Italia before. You've got Damiano Cunego, a former winner of the Giro d'Italia. You've got a two-time winner, Gilberto Simoni, sitting in there as well. And, of course, riders like Danilo De Luca. And Andy Schleck is quite happy to go to the front and do his share of the pacemaking.
I'm just looking at the face there of De Luca. Once again, this is another stage he's marked in his diary to excel in. Mazzolini having a little chat at the back with Schleck here. I wonder in what language.
Well, probably in Italian, because the Schleck brothers speak a multitude of languages coming from Luxembourg, a very multilingual country there. I think he's probably saying to him, how far is it to the top of this mountain? Because let's not forget, Andy Schleck may never have been up this mountain before.
Well, it's not 25 kilometres. That's the finishing line for sure. Once we're at the top, it's just a long plunge down into Briançon. But as usual, a little bit of a kick up to the finishing line. So it's not over till we reach the finish to climbing today. Looks like the devil may have been in action down there. We can probably see him shortly. But this is Yolande Le Boulanger here. There's the rider who has been heading the charge all day.
As a move, it looks like Simoni now has decided he's going to test the waters here, but immediately straight onto his wheel there was Danilo De Luca, and they're putting a former teammate of Simoni into difficulty. There's your mate, the devil, on the right-hand side there with his nice red shorts. But Damiano Cunego now is going to have to try and pull himself back up to this move. The move was started by Simoni, but every time there's a move that looks like it's going to work, Phil. Now let's have a look at this one more time. Gilberto Simoni on the right-hand side there, just accelerating a fraction, sees he's got himself the gap and goes. De Luca is very attentive and is straight onto it.
He is, and that's why Simoni's such a pure climber, because he's got that wicked acceleration once he gets clear of the field, and then he can resume at a new tempo. and that's why De Luca doesn't want to allow him that privilege of getting away, so he's on him straight away. Cunego has been put in a little bit of difficulty here just now as he looks for 4.5 minutes in search of that pink jersey.
Well, what he has to do is not panic. He just doesn't want to accelerate too rapidly. He needs to get himself into a rhythm and slowly claw his way back to those other 4 riders. Stefano Garzelli now has a chance to pay homage to the devil.
Well, there he is. He's not so sprightly up the hills, though, as he is on the flat, is he? As we look down there, Vazy Cedric, well, that's the French rider Cedric Vasseur, rides on the quick-step team.
You can see Damiano Cunego, it looks as if he's going to get himself back into this group. He's not panicking at all, but he'll be a little bit upset because I think he's expecting to ride well. He was the best white jersey rider in the Tour de France last year. As we move up now to the leading group, who've still got themselves a very good move. This is the Gruppo Rico, so the yellow jersey in this group of Sonia Duval is Ricardo Rico. That's him over there on the right-hand side. And in fact, I thought it was Julio Perez that was in this group, but it isn't. It's definitely Emmanuel Seller in second position there.
But the man missing and absent without leave is Andre Noe here, who's found the pressure of that leader's jersey. And again, it looks as though he's been keeping it warm for possible Danilo De Luca. Still a little bit of work to do to become the new leader. But Noe is nowhere to be seen. And normally, when he hasn't got the pink jersey on, he would be up in the group alongside De Luca.
De Luca in the green jersey. He's looking to see whether he can grapple the pink jersey away from his teammate at the end of the day. There is Boulanger coming backwards through the main field. He's had a long, aggressive day in the saddle, but now he's about to see the top men, and the top men here are being led by Danilo De Luca, Gilberto Simoni. The man who's impressing me the most in this move really is Andy Schleck, because that's not a name that we talked about before the start of the Giro d'Italia. There he is, looking very comfortable. Doesn't look like a man under pressure at all.
Well, once we cross the top of the Izoard, we'll have done 142 kilometres of the day, so we're just on 20 kilometres down to the finish in Briançon. They're wiping out what has been a pretty heroic ride here, but it had to be a Frenchman first into Italy, and so it has proved today. But now he's going to pay the price, and he'll just be glad when the stage is over in Briançon. Simoni, just wondering, I think, how he's going to get rid of the strength of De Luca. I think there's a weakness in Cunego, and he may have spotted it. But De Luca doesn't seem to have any faults in that armour at all right now.
No, he looks brilliant. He looks aggressive. He's attentive. He's always looking for the move. As soon as he sees an acceleration, he's straight onto it. He's a man who I think is on a mission in the Giro d'Italia this year. He's in the early part of his career, he always promised to ride well in the Giro, but thus far he's never really been able to stay with the men like Gilberto Simoni in the big mountains. 3 kilometres now to go to the summit of the Col d'Izoard. Ian Le Boulanger is still hanging on to the back of the group there.
Yes, and look who's dangling off it now, because Damiano Cunego has been unhitched here at 3 kilometres to go, and he might well lose ground. So it's a good plunge down. He may not get back, but it's interesting, isn't it, really, that you never think of De Luca as being a great climber. He's a man who's just conquered Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and yet he can climb with a man like Gilberto Simoni. Further back down, he still hasn't made it.
Well, he still hasn't made it, but this man has got the ability to make the contact on the descent, Phil, because it's a very long descent into the outskirts of Briançon. And even if you go over the summit of this climb around about a minute in arrears, you've got a very good chance of pulling yourself back into the group.
Might be worth mentioning too that today George Hincap, he chose not to start. His training over as he lines up for the Tour de France, of course, and also Robbie McEwen. But there was no surprise there, because it's always about now in the Giro where Robbie says enough is enough, and only one stage win for him. He started off well enough, but he never got his customary 3.
He started well, but I think now he'll go away and concentrate on getting himself ready for the Tour de France, as Stefano Garzelli now is just looking at the long, lonely road ahead. He's got to keep riding at a steady tempo here to limit his losses as we go up towards the summit of the climb. Phil, I've just ID'd the rider from Panare in this group with Emmanuel Seller. It's Domenico Pozzovivo, and I don't think I've ever mentioned his name before either.
I don't think well, don't ask me who he is, I haven't a clue, but he's obviously quite a good climber, as he's got in that group there. But I thought he looked a rather young face when we thought it was Seller.
Well, this is the area of the Izoard now as we start to get pretty close up towards the summit, called Le Grand Désert. And the reason it's called the Grand Désert is it's completely devoid of trees. And the reason there are no trees, by the way, is the trees were all taken down in the early part of the 1400s and 1500s to build a lot of ships. And that's why they had this serious deforestation.
Well, you do that really because there's obviously clearly good sailing up here on top of the Col d'Izoard as the riders now continue towards the summit. And for most of the year this is covered in snow as well. These are the big pictures that we've seen over the historic days of the Tour de France with the big battles on this mountain. Well, today it's the Giro d'Italia coming home to Briançon, and it looks as though we've got the big climbers going to fight it out. Can Cunego get back on terms though with the leader? I think he's just been joined there by Le Boulanger.
Well, in fact, we're a little bit further up now, going back to Danilo De Luca. They've got rid of the man that they were all possibly worried about, Damiano Cunego. Danilo De Luca is certainly there. You can see Cunego just in the distance. It's terrible on the slopes of a climb like this because although the gap might only be 100 metres, you just cannot close it down.
Well, although his face doesn't say it, this rider is feeling pretty good today, De Luca, and this is a big coup for him because once over the top it's 20 kilometres to the finish, and if they've got anything like a lead of a minute or so, I don't think it'll be closed down. And Cunego could get back. He's not really dropped out of the competition at all. He's got them in his sights. He's trying to wait till this thing kicks over the top. Let's have a look back. There he is. If anything, Paul, he's coming back.
He's not going to give up, this young man. Let's not forget, he is still a young man, the best young rider in the Tour de France last year, and I think got a big future ahead of him. He had a very difficult time a couple of years ago when he had mononucleosis or glandular fever and had to fight his way back to some kind of form. This is the group with Riccardo Rico there on the far side. He's a young man I think has got a very big future ahead of him.
Well, Cunego warned us of his good form when he won the Tour of Trentino in April, and he's come here in good form. He was ranked amongst the favourites. I think he's been put on the back burner a little bit, at the moment anyway, by none other than Danilo De Luca, who seems to have been firing since day one. De Luca sitting just off the back here as Eddie Mazzolini sets the pace. Mazzolini, I think, the big surprise here for Astana.
And Damiano Cunego is getting himself back to this group. It just goes to show you never give up on a mountain, because you can go through a bad patch for a kilometre or so, then all of a sudden you find your legs once again, and that seems to be the situation here for Damiano Cunego. He's got himself back, the climbing legs, and he's got himself back to the group. So Testa della Corsa, the front under the bike race now, 5 leading riders. The white jersey, Andy Schleck. The yellow jersey, Gilberto Simoni. The pale turquoise jersey is Eddie Mazzolini. And you can just see Danilo De Luca looking back there. I think he's just recognised that guy.
And Simoni and Cunego, rather, 2 previous winners of the event, who, when he was a really young man back in 2004, was when Cunego got the victory. And of course, Gilberto Simoni has won it twice, 2001 and 2003. There's the top of the Col d'Izoard. Most of the crowd, very calm as they are in the drizzle, are French. As we now begin, they'll plunge back into Briançon. The Tour de France will be going there later in July as well, but it won't come in this way.
It certainly won't. They're coming in from the Italian side of the Col d'Izoard. And you can see now they're starting to get themselves organised, just wondering whether anybody is going to make the move. I think they'll try and stay together over to the summit, because it's still a long way to go from the summit of the Col d'Izoard on the way down towards the finish line. Mazzolini actually was putting his hand up there to gesture back to the team car, because it's getting rather cold up here at this altitude. We're getting close to 2,700 metres in altitude, and at the top the temperature seriously plummets, and I think Danilo De Luca was just looking for his racing cape.
Ready for the drop down, and then the short little kick up to the finishing line. There's the S's, which will take us up over the top here, and there goes an attack by De Luca. Well, he's looking for points in the King of the Mountains, and who's to stop him? He's caught Simoni off guard.
Well, that's a great acceleration, because really Gilberto Simoni is the big man when it comes to accelerating on the slopes of a climb like this. He may well have taken this psychological moment, put on the racing cape to make the other guys in the group think, well, De Luca's not going to race anymore, he's just going to try and ride to the summit of this climb, and all of a sudden, bang, he hits them very hard. And immediately, the man who's gone off the back of the group is Damiano Cunego once again.
Well, the crowd are cold but enjoying the spectacle here, and Cunego is yo-yoing, but he just shows you how this man can suffer with the best. As the flag of the USA there, No Americans up here, and George Hincapie a non-starter today, but they're watching the killer. Danilo De Luca has a big following in the US as well as in Great Britain, this rider, through his website. And De Luca now will confirm his lead in the King of the Mountains at least, but will he wait to regroup on the way down?
Well, Gilberto Simoni now starting to turn up the screws a fraction. Eddie Mazzanelli able to stay with him. Andy Schleck just dropped a length or two off the back there, but then managed to recover and pull himself back onto the top there. So Danilo De Luca increases his lead in the King of the Mountains classification of the Giro d'Italia here as he goes over the top in first place. Now he's going to face up to a very rip-roaring descent down towards the finish in Briançon.
Well, the dizzy heights now at nearly 3,000 metres above sea level. We don't plunge that far down to Briançon, which is the highest village in Europe. But we're now looking at Simoni going over in second, Schleck in third, Mazzolini fourth, and Cunego certain to rejoin now in fifth. The rest, I think, are out of it for the day.
We're going to look at some massive big time gaps throughout the day, and this is the man looking to go over in next position, sixth position for Stefano Garzelli. He was around about 40 seconds. I think by the time he gets to the top of this climb, Phil, he's going to be looking at around about the 1 minute deficit. But he is a very good descender, and he will take advantage of the tricky nature of the early part of the descent to try and catch up with the 5 leaders.
Well, he wants the shortest road here, and he's going to have to push the crowd back to get it, as Stefano Garzelli, another former winner of the Giro d'Italia, tries to get back into the frame here. He's riding 6th on the road. He's looking for a high position overall tonight if he can keep it going. But he's lost ground. Look at the clock, 1 minute 16 since the leader went over, and they're on the way down now. And they'll be going down this mountain at around about 45-50 miles an hour. So they're going to open a gap on him now.
Well, they've started going through 20 kilometres to go there. Andy Schleck at the front in his white jersey. This is Stefano Garzelli getting up to the summit of the climb.
So he's about 22 kilometres, about 2 kilometres behind as he tops out here, 1 minute and 41 down. And he's grateful for that.
He certainly is grateful for that. He's going to try and see if he can pull back some of that. I think that's just a little bit too much to pull back on that leading group of 5 riders who've already gone through the banner indicating 20 kilometres to go to the finish. And at speeds like this, Phil, that shouldn't really take them very much more than 22 minutes.
Well, the remnants of the winter snow is still tucked into the pockets of the mountain here, but basically the snows are behind us now as he now begins the descent here at the head of the race. Now, is he going to take his time and be rejoined? Danilo De Luca gets 10 points ahead of Simoni, so he's building his lead in the King of the Mountains and he's looking for the pink jersey. It should be on his shoulders tonight, quite frankly, because we don't know where Andrea Noe is at the moment, but he's certainly out of pink, and so too are the riders nearest to him because they're not featuring up here now.
Well, this is the group of Riccardo Rico just doing up his racing cape for the descent now. 2.5 minutes for those riders. I think they may well manage to catch up with Stefano Garzelli. David Arroyo over on the right-hand side. You can just see the spectators handing up their little pieces of newspaper. Well, that's not to get the results from the yesterday's stage. That's actually to put up the front end of your racing jersey because it just reduces the chill factor on the descent.
But I noticed that the leader here, De Luca, must have got his jacket off the team car in the last kilometre of the way up the mountain because it was already on when he went over the banner, and he zipped it up for warmth, and the organisation having provided a very warm top in the green colours too. So De Luca now begins the descent. They're still not up to him. The fact the car's moved ahead might be an indication they are coming up. De Luca always the master of the descent, although in his first Tour de France I seem to remember him crashing and breaking his collarbone.
Yeah, a lot of riders, once they get into the latter part of their career, they've learned how most of these mountains are. They've learned how to handle these corners. Sometimes the first time you go into a big Grand Tour, there's a little bit of excitement on the descents. You feel as if you're the great daredevil, almost invincible. And sometimes riders do tend to come unstuck. He's handling this corner very well. He's not really attacking it at full speed. I think he realises that he may as well wait to see the return of that group because they were only about 10 or 15 seconds behind him. You can see him looking up there as he goes around that corner to see where the rest of the group is. Well, there they are. And it really is, Phil, less than 10 seconds, I would say.
And in the group again, yes, it's right on him now. They can see him on the way down. They've got to come back to him. But can they contain him on the run into Briançon? Because he's on fire again. He won the stage 4, which was the hilly top stage. Now he's on fire on this stage. If you're going to win this race overall, these are the stages you've got to be prominent in. Still snaking down at around 1.25 minutes back is Stefano Garzelli. taking the cautious descent. And there is our newcomer there, Pozzovivo, from the Panaria team, in a little bit of trouble hanging on to the tail of the others, but keeping up.
Well, this gives you a chance to see just what it's like trying to chase back in a race like the Giro d'Italia, trying to reduce the deficit that you've got, and that's what's happening here. Danilo De Luca has seen the return here of Gilberto Simoni, and he hasn't actually waited for him to get into the slipstream. Simoni himself, in the yellow jersey, top quadrant there, is also a very good downhill rider, especially for a man who's lightly built and better suited for the big mountain passes. He's always proved to be a great descender.
And the Schleck taking him around the corner and trying to bring the 5 back together again. Cunego's got over the top of Mazzolini, trying to get up there very quickly. So we've got the leaders in the top left. The bottom was the chase from Garzelli, and the right was the next group, which was Rico's group. Took that very, very wide. You can probably hear the cars sliding on the surface here from the back of our camera. Here comes Garzelli, also driving down with a little bit of caution, because the Col d'Ivoire is one of those hills where it just ducks and dives, twists and turns, lots of hairpins. It is not a fast descent. You've got to be vigilant. It's
a very technical descent. You don't want to take too many risks because there are no safety barriers either. If you go off the edge on a couple of these corners, you go down an awful long way. De Luca keeps getting down into that very, very strange aerodynamic position to keep his pace as high as possible. On the straights, these riders will be pushing the speed up to around about 65 miles an hour. There you can see it with the black top on there is Ricardo Rico. David Arroyo is the rider from Case de Pagna, just a little bit further up, but he was involved in a nasty accident early on in the day. This group now, they need to get themselves organised and try and keep as much advantage as possible. I think we're starting to look at a serious decanting here in the Giro d'Italia this afternoon. These 5 men here are proving to be the 5 strongest men in the Giro.
Well, the red jersey here, the Acqua Saponi jersey, the top man on the team here, which is a wildcard entry, by the way. It's not a Pro Tour team like Panaria, and like Panaria already shown themselves in this event. Schleck wants to get rid of his top here at 15 kilometres to go. Still a lot downhill as we race into the valley. A long drop away from Italy for the moment. We'll come back in tomorrow, but Andy Schleck showing us that his ride the other day was no flash in the pan at all. This man has got a little bit of talent. And poor old Stefano Garzelli, at one stage on the Izoard, it looked as though he was going to hang on there and latch on to the tail of the caravan behind the leaders. But he lost ground towards the end.
Well, he's caught in no man's land here. He's just about a minute off the back end of that leading group of 5 riders, and he's about a minute in front of this group, which is the group. Well, this is back to the leading group. He's about a minute in front of the group containing Ricardo Rico.
I saw the team car there at Bouygues Telecom, which indicates that probably somewhere in the mix is still Yolande Le Boulanger, because he hasn't gone all the way back. But these 5 have got themselves together. Oh, this is the Rico group here. This is Rico sat at the back. His number obscured by his black top. And in front of him there too is the find of the day, Pozzovivo.
I'm just looking to see what happened to Emmanuel Sella. Maybe he's decided to take off because he too is a fairly good descender. As we rejoin the leading group of 5 on this descent, they've gone through now 15 kilometres to go. And once they get, it's actually quite a hard finish into Briançon. You go through the centre of this old medieval town of Briançon, which used to guard the gateway from France to Italy. And then all of a sudden you have to climb up through the city streets, and it's quite a nasty little climb. I would think in normal races it would earn itself a 2nd or a 3rd category rating.
Well, this is one of the fastest stretches on the Col d'Izoard. The roads have straightened out just a little bit here, as now it's Garzelli who goes under that 15 kilometres to go bridge. Again, can't really pedal much faster than this now. You just have to keep taking off the bends and keeping a straight line. Back up with the 5 leaders. They just start to run out into the open pasture land here on the outside of Briançon rather. They're about 12 kilometres from the line right now.
That'll be a good tip for the win this afternoon. Damiano Cunego, he's suffered a lot on the big mountain passes, but he's always managed to get himself back into the leading group. And he's got the kind of explosion to win from a small group like this. If Gilberto Simoni wants to win this afternoon, he's got to try and win this on his own. If he can come down to the finish line in Briançon, still in contact with this leading group of 5 riders. Gruppo Rico is the 3rd group on the road. Yeah. There are 2 riders caught in the middle, we presume, because we still haven't really seen anything of Jan Le Boulanger. Yes, it's Sella.
This is Sella at 15 kilometres to go, so it's Pozzovivo who's gone missing from the group now, as must have been dropped over the top or just before it, but Sella tagged on to the back here of the Rico group. They too are just holding their own right now, because if we could tell you the exact whereabouts of Andre Noe, I think we would tell you that the pink jersey right now is probably Danilo De Luca, but we don't know that just yet.
Well, they're mentioning Michael Rasmussen in that group of Riccardo Rico. He may well have a racing cape on, but I hadn't actually spotted Michael Rasmussen in that group. Next time we go down, I'll have another closer look, because I didn't see the Rabobank jersey in there, but with the raincoats that the riders are wearing, it always makes it a little bit difficult to spot people. A number of tourist buses at the side of the road there. A lot of people come to see the Giro d'Italia from all over Italy, and in fact spend 10 or 15 days of their holidays just following the race around, I'll have to say, France and Italy this year.
Alternatively, of course, they could have been on a tour and then found the roads were closed and they can't go anywhere for the next couple of hours as the Giro comes into town. And I must say that we've seen some good riding today by those leaders, and this is the stage they've wanted to open the gap. Mazzolini, who's something of a sensation in this race this time around, now trying to open a lead and hoping that the other big names would let him go, because they're all big names, but I guess Mazzolini's the smallest of the 5 big names.
It certainly is. You can see we're doing more than 50 miles an hour. They're 80 kilometres now. There is Yann Le Boulanger there. He's been caught now by Stefano Garzelli. He's a rider who started the day off very aggressively in a long, lone breakaway, got picked up by the leaders, dispatched by the leaders. Now he's been caught by Stefano Garzelli, who I think will be quite happy to have a little bit of company here this afternoon.
Yes, well, I don't think Le Boulanger would have been expected to have been up amongst this sort of company at this stage of the race. The leaders under 10 kilometres to go, just 6 miles to the finish. We're still coming away from the summit of the Col d'Izoard, and we virtually descend until we hit the town of Briançon. Then there's a little kick up to the finishing line, and again Schleck in the white jersey, fully deserved of the leader's jersey in the best young rider competition.
Armour pair for Gilberto Simoni. I wonder what problem he's got there. He's got the team car up alongside him as Stefano Garzelli goes a little bit further away there from Le Boulanger. That's Le Boulanger in second position from the Bouygues Telecom team.
He must be very tired.
He's got to be pretty tired after being in the breakaway all over the first climb of the day and only getting caught just towards the summit of the final climb of the day, the Col d'Izoard. Stefano Garzelli just trying to keep himself at the top end of the overall classification, but yep, the back is starting to hurt now. All of the work that he's had to do has been completely on his own without any help from anyone else in a group.
Well, this is a good ride by Garzelli. He's been slipping away from the front echelon of cycling these last couple of seasons, but now it looks as though he's making some impression. Well, maybe he isn't actually, but you know what I mean. Because looking here at Cunego, who has recovered well from the climb, the hill might spoil a possible win though, because if he came down to a sprint, I think he would probably be mixing it. But whether he can conquer the finish in Briançon, I'm not so sure.
Well, the leading group of 5 now, they've just got to keep working because they're putting time between themselves and everybody else in the overall classification. These 5 riders in this leading group will move up the overall classification tonight. I'm sure we're going to see a massive change in the standings as we go back to the next group on the road. Still Stefano Garzelli. You can see how vicious this climb is around here. It really is a nasty place to come in the winter.
Le Boulanger has come back on him and won't give up, it seems, as he goes under what must be the 10 kilometres to go for them now. And well done, he's fought his way back because he has to be very, very tired now, Le Boulanger. And Danilo De Luca going to drop back and have a word with his team car, but in fact he wants a little help from the line here because he's doing the lion's share of the work as he wants his cape to go back in, and he's giving it to one of the race officials there who's won't let go of it. Oh, there we are. And I think, you know, De Luca's sense now he's back in pink here because of the way he's driving this group along.
Well, the important thing is to see the time gaps at the end of the day, but we look there at around about a 2-minute advantage over Garzelli and Le Boulanger. So the group of Rico is going to be a lot further back. They will be at around about the 3-minute mark at the moment, and that may well be even bigger than that when we get down to the finish line in Briançon.
Well, they're just over 2 kilometres difference between the 5 leaders and the 2 chasers. And that's inside 2 minutes as well, so that gives you some idea how fast they're riding down the mountain. They're doing about 56 kilometres. Of course, we're going downhill. This is the third group on the road, containing Rico and Manuel Sella. We go back to the leaders now. Still the big sensation is young Schleck at 22 years of age, but he's taking on the man who must now be establishing himself as the favourite for the Tour, Danilo De Luca. He's straight back to the front. He won't allow this race to slacken off, and yet he's got big class with him, like Cunego and like Simoni.
Well, when we went back to that Gruppo Rico a few moments ago, they had given in the caption the presence of Michael Rasmussen. I had a quick look at that group. I certainly couldn't see any riders from Rabobank in there, so I think somebody throwing in the red fish there just to try and confuse us a fraction. This now is the leading group of 5, and again Eddie Mazzolini is hoping, because he's probably the lesser known rider in the leading group of 5, they may well give him a bit of freedom on one of these corners, and if you give him a couple of metres, you might not see him again.
Well, they're still searching out each other's strengths here, just testing themselves. And a beautiful barrage here as we continue to wind our way down. There's no shortage of water in this part of the world. There is the town of Briançon. We've got to get down there yet, though, and it looks flat down there, but it isn't. There's the helicopter trying to find where the race has gone, but these 5 riders still together. I think they'll stay together for the finish, but you can never be sure. 5 kilometres to go for the leaders.
Everyone getting twitchy now. Gilberto Simoni going to the back of the group, looking to have a quick chat with the team car, trying to figure out what the run-in is like, and he'll try and get the last little bit of information. Well, I can tell you one thing, Gilberto, there's a nasty little climb of around about 2 kilometres up to the finish line. For Andy Schleck, keep wanting to call him Frank Schleck. We've spent so much time talking about Frank Schleck over the last couple of seasons that we've now got another Schleck to contend with, Andy Schleck, who is climbing up, quite possibly, Phil, into a top 5 position at the end of today. And well, maybe better.
He's going to be up amongst it, that's for sure now, and there's no doubt about that. And he's shown us that this is not a flash-in-the-pan job. This is a man who is actually riding extremely well. But we have to say we are surprised, and I would love to know what Brother Frank is thinking. He must be watching this on television. But there we have the leaders still locked together now. The hill is over. They're on the way down. There shouldn't be a split in this group except on the finishing sprint. And poor old Stefano Garzelli, he got within about 200 metres, and he's now 2 kilometres behind those 5 leaders.
Yeah, a chance to see the race. The top two quadrants are the leading group, one from the back and one from the air. The left-hand quadrant is the 6th and 7th riders on the road, and the right-hand quadrant down at the bottom there is the next group of chasers, the group which we're calling the group of Riccardo Rico.
A little bit of a chat here.
Yeah, two.
Well, that's Rico having a chat there, and I don't know quite what he's saying, but it's with Francisco Villa.
Yeah, well, he's probably just mentioning the fact that he can't come to the front and chase because he's got Gilberto Simoni in the group in front of him, so therefore it's not his responsibility to work, but neither is it Pachi Villa's responsibility either to work, because he's also got Damiano Cunego in the front. So I don't think anybody wants to work, really.
I can think of good reasons not to. It's been a very difficult day today for the riders as they've come into France on their brief incursion, but these 5 boys have got the race to themselves and it's projected the big favourites, I think, of this year's Giro d'Italia, the 90th running of the event. We didn't really talk about Danilo De Luca as a hot favourite to win this race, but the way he's ridden and the way his team has ridden so far, he's got to now be the number 1 favourite.
Well, he's been comfortable in the mountains so far. He's never really been put into any difficulty at all. We've seen Damiano Cunego suffering on a number of occasions towards the summit of the big climbs, as we now look at the 2-minute gap to Stefano Garzelli and almost 2 3/4 minutes back to the group of Rico. So these now, Phil, are setting themselves out to be the top 5 men in the Giro d'Italia, and they certainly will be pretty much dominant in the top 10 at the end of today's stage.
Well, there's the third group at 5 kilometres, and the unsung hero is definitely Le Boulanger here of France, who's led the race all day, and he's still hanging on to the shirt tails there of Garzelli and might well finish with him. I don't think he beat him in the sprint. I was smiling earlier, Paul, when I saw Garzelli flick his elbow and say, "Give me a hand." I doubt that man can give anybody a hand right now. Well, he must be very tired.
That is the international sign for the professional riders, just a flick of the wrist, suggesting to the rider behind that you come forward and do a little turn. I don't think Johan Le Boulanger has got anything left in those legs. I think all he wants to do is get down to the finish line in Briançon, be able to speak the language in the finishing town as well, and probably get to the hotel as quickly as possible and just lie down in a good hot bath. We're now inside of Briançon, and here's the little surprise for all of these riders, because once they've gone through the town, they'll take a nice little right-hand turn, and then it will kick up, and right in front of them there's a big straight wall, which I don't think they're going to enjoy.
Well, the Tour de France is coming in this way as well, not from the same direction later in the year, and it won't be the same finishing line either. But these boys, it's a good job they're nicely split up now. Are they going to attack each other? It will be the strongest man for himself now.
Oh, Simone's got a problem there. He wasn't expecting, you see that right-hand bend I was telling you about, you go round that corner, then immediately, boom, you're on this wall. And you got straight in front of you a great big black wall, which is the road leading up to the finishing town just outside of the Citadel. And I think the gearing there got Gilberto Simone just a little bit surprised. Cunego's in a good position there in second place. I don't think this climb is too difficult for him. Eddie Mazzolini's not a great sprinter, but they'll have to watch out as well for Danilo De Luca because he likes a little bit of an uphill finish.
Well, even at this stage of the race, in the last kilometre, there is still time to open time gaps on one another here because of the drag up towards the finishing line. Schleck might be planning something here, sitting at the tail of the race if he's still feeling strong. Simone is frankly in the wrong position at the front right now. He shouldn't be there.
No, that's the wrong position to be in because you're setting the tempo for all of the other riders and it gives them a chance to judge how much power you've got left in those legs of yours. I think the man in the best position is Damiano Cunego, who knows Gilberto Simone very well. They were former teammates. That's that big black wall I was telling you about. There's the red kite. They've still got around about 700 metres uphill before they'll turn right into the finishing straight.
Well, this is the long, horrible drag. It doesn't look much on television, but it is a very nasty end to a very mountainous stage today with the Col d'Ivoire. And there goes De Luca. And they were a little bit slow to react there, and he's gone very, very early. But Danilo De Luca, the man for the uphill finishes, being chased by no other than Schleck.
Schleck has got him. He saw the move. He was waiting for the acceleration. You see, he was sitting right at the back end of the group. Simone's having to pull himself back into this race. And again, my favourite for the stage, Damiano Cunego, has not got the acceleration here, and Simone is in difficulty too.
Well, I have to say that Simone was almost inviting someone to make a move there because he didn't want number one position. But the man who made the move was Danilo De Luca into the narrow arch. This is why it's just as well it's not a bunch sprint, because we're now inside the old city here, the Citadel, over the drawbridge. Good job it's open. As the riders go through there now, and it looks as though the first attack has failed because De Luca has only reduced the enemy. He's still got Schleck on his back wheel and doesn't seem happy about that. And watch out, Simone's coming up.
Well, Simone's dragging himself back up there. If he's got anything in those legs of his, Simone needs to hit them as soon as he makes the junction. Schleck still looks very comfortable, still looks very dangerous, and still the road continues to climb upwards. Stefano Garzelli now, he can see the flamme rouge of the final kilometre as well, and Eddie Mazzolini there is starting to ride himself back up to that leading group of three.
And there's the Cross of St George to make Charlie Wegelius feel happy from the United Kingdom as we now get onto the cobblestones here. And De Luca, well, it looks like the finish of Liège-Bastogne-Liège just now on the Côte d'Ans, and in fact De Luca won that race this year. And now he's going to make sure of this. I think he's got Schleck. Schleck is under pressure. But look at Simone. This man never gives up here.
Well, you can see the acceleration. De Luca's gone out of the saddle again, and they're riding down that very smooth drain right down the middle of the road there, because underneath there is a drainage system. These are cobbles that the riders are going through in the heart of Briançon. Andy Schleck there thinking, ow, that really hurts, but he's not got to panic. He's got to keep himself going. We're inside 200 metres, and still Simone is there.
Well, have you ever seen a finish like this one here? The twists and turns of inside. This wasn't built, this city, for bicycle racing, but we're not making a bad job of it. As the Giro d'Italia comes to an end here, it's going to be an Italian 1-2 as Danilo De Luca gets it on the line ahead of Gilberto Simone. That's De Luca's second stage win on another important stage. Schleck has got third place and must be up amongst the leaders tonight. I don't think there's any doubt now that it's going to be Danilo De Luca back in pink. Mazzolini stayed good to the end. Surprisingly, Cunego, who yo-yoed on the Izoard, only comes home in fifth place.
Well, you're the man that called it. He wasn't going to win the stage this afternoon. I thought he still had the acceleration there. Danilo De Luca, though, really was excellent. Stefano Garzelli's got ridden of Juan Le Boulanger, and a little bit further back we're looking at Franco Pellizotti here. This is the group of Emmanuel Sella. It's going to be a sixth place finish there for Stefano Garzelli. Pellizotti sitting at the back, David Arroyo at the front from Case d'Epargne, the team from Spain. And the other two riders in here from the Lampre squad. It's a tough finish this, I tell you.
They've all split up here. Of course, the damage done on the Izoard, but they weren't probably, those that didn't know about the finish have been caught here. because it is always a difficult finish, and the same will apply to the Tour de France when it comes here in July. It won't be this finishing line. I think the organisers are not risking a big bunch trying to get through the narrow gates, but it is a very difficult finish nonetheless. Anyway, here he comes, Garzelli, a former winner of the Giro d'Italia, and Garzelli himself, who won this race, is now coming up in towards 6th place here. In the distance, and we didn't see him, has got to be Le Boulanger, and he should hang on to 7th.
Just caught a glimpse of him.
In
fact, it's going to be very close indeed, because that group with Riccardo Rico are really not very far behind. And there they are, just on the tail of Jan Le Boulanger. So he may well not survive here this afternoon, which really is a bit of a shame.
It would be an injustice, I think. Garzelli is safe. He's coming up in 6th place. Good tempo riding. Remember, the winners are all in. The clock is counting on the right, so even though he's getting 6th, he's losing time. And there is Boulanger. He's still got a motorbike for company, so that's a good chance. But the sign of that man about to take the photograph, maybe not such a good indication. Anyway, out into the open plain for the finish now, and he's still riding very strongly here. Garzelli will come home. 6th place, but all the way to the line, he has lost time on the leaders. He's now gone out to 2.25 minutes.
Big time gap for him. I think he's happy that this stage is over this afternoon, as number 41 cruises to a halt to hear the news that Danilo De Luca has won himself the stage and maybe got himself the Maglia Rosa, and Boulanger has just held on ahead of Riccardo Rico there.
Well done, and that was Bruchagin right up on the shoulder there of Rico. So that's a good ride by him. Pelazzotti comes in as well. There's going to be a lot of riders, and remember, let's not forget the pink jersey being worn today by Andrea Noe. And he has lost a lot of time. We don't know how much yet.
Well, that's what the clock will tell us at the end of the day, but it's been a vicious run down into this town of Briançon here, and I think we'll see riders today will have lost themselves between 30 and 40 minutes on a single stage.
So the empty road ahead now as the clock continues to count, and it's already about to count Noe out of the leader's jersey, and in will go his teammate. I have to say it is a remarkable piece of team riding ever since Sardinia and the team time trial by Liquigas. De Luca gets another stage win for the boys, as Simoni right behind him. Schleck loses 7 seconds, Mazzolini 1/4 minute. There's the finish by the man with the thin legs, but boy, can he make those bikes move.
Well, look at the face on Danilo De Luca. That's the face that's earned him the nickname The Killer. Here is Paolo Bettini and Andrea Noah coming in, and we're looking at more than 9.5 minutes. He had a 4-minute, 18-second advantage over his team leader, Danilo De Luca, at the start of the day. So that pink jersey is going to be removed from his shoulders on this evening's editions.
Well, I don't suppose he's going to worry, though. He had it for 2 days, gives him a total of 3 pink jerseys now in his career. Danilo De Luca will wait now to get another pink jersey. 9.75 minutes officially lost by the pink jersey of Andre Noe. There's the situation. Bruchagin in 2nd place now at 1:03. Schleck is up into 4th. Cunego is up into 6th, and Simoni is in 8th. In fact, the overall classification today has closed in, really, with 2 minutes and 34 separating the leaders there. There's the pink jersey for him. Well, are those the eyes of the future winner of the Giro? We'll know soon. After 12 days and more than 2,000 kilometres, the riders now face up to their first individual time trial here. And Paul, it's uphill.
It's a very nasty uphill time trial, and it will create, again, I think, a number of different time differences as the riders make their way up to Santurio di Europa. And I tell you one thing, it's going to be a very difficult individual time trial because, as we can see, one of the early pacemakers, in fact, was Dave Zabriskie. And that was early on in the day, Phil, because I tell you, Dave Zabriskie is a man who was looking to get himself a win in the individual time trial here at the Giro d'Italia. He set the mark there at 29 minutes and 14 seconds for everybody else to aim at. But you look at the time, the average speed, 25 kilometres an hour.
Which is about 15.5 miles an hour. Zabriskie then, the man to beat. Leonardo Pipoli here, wearing the green jersey now. It's on loan from Danilo De Luca, because Pipoli is 2nd in the King of the Mountains competition. And again, producing a tremendous ride, and he really is on good form now. We've moved back into Italy, by the way, by public transport and race transport overnight, as we're now riding up this uphill time trial here. The flags of Norway are flying for the Italian. as Peopley now makes a big effort here, and he really is riding well. This is going to better the ride of Dave Zabriskie as he comes up to the line. 28.56, 18 seconds quicker.
Well, I would normally say that Leonardo Peopley couldn't beat Dave Zabriskie in an individual time trial, but the difference is this one is at 25 kilometres an hour and uphill, and as you said, Phil, this man is seriously on form. 18 seconds faster than Zabriskie, 42 seconds faster than Julio Perez.
Well, Stefano Garzelli, he's not going to get the time here of Perez, so he's slipping out of the leaderboard here. Zabriskie is still sitting second behind Peopley. Perez has done a great ride. He started very early on, though. This is a kilometre 9, and so he's a little bit behind there, but he's got to try and lift the pace a little bit as we head up towards the line. Just looking down from the camera here now, this looks as though it might be, I'm not too sure whether it's...
Eddie Mazzolini.
Is it Eddie Mazzolini? Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a very good skin suit on there. Number 16, he's looking for a ride to move himself a little bit higher up in the overall classification. Started the day in 10th place. The last man to start, though, will, of course, be Danilo De Luca, resplendent in his Maglia Rosa.
Yes, well, he's had a few dress rehearsals so far since this race began, but now he'll look to try and keep this all the way to the finish. I think there's still a week of racing ahead, of course. Rico, one of the other sensations, also riding very, very well at kilometre 9.4, but he's conceded a minute at this point here. And remember that Peopley is still the best time at the finish.
But the average speed is about the same. There's still 25 kilometres an hour. Stefano Garzelli actually has improved quite a bit over the second part of the course here. The important thing about a mountain time trial is to ride sensibly. You blow up in the last kilometre, you're going to lose huge chunks of time. And it looks as, in fact, as if Stefano Garzelli is going to go in third place there, 29.24.
Still life in the old dog yet. After that great sixth place yesterday in the mountains, he's come out showing he's not too tired. Well, what can we say the same for Damiano Cunego here, because it was in the Tour de France time trial, the last time trial, which wasn't a mountain time trial. He finally sealed his victory in the Best Young Riders competition last year.
And nobody expected that, because he's not a great individual time trialist. He's realised that if he wants to win the Giro d'Italia again, or the Tour de France in the future, he's got to improve his time trialling ability. This is a good ride here by Franco Pellizotti. 29.17 is going to put him in third slot.
Well, he's gone over Garzelli here. Pellizotti, always a man to be relied upon. Again, Liquigas, they're having an incredibly good tour. They can't believe the way it's all working out right now, I wouldn't think. That's the situation. Peopley still top ahead of Zabriskie, who's done a good ride as the rides have come and gone. Pellizotti third, Garzelli, and Julio Perez completing the top 5. Meanwhile, the sweeper is the pink jersey today. Number 151 making his way up. That was, of course, De Luca. Here's the arrival of Mazzolini.
Well, Mazzolini looking to do a good ride, trying to move himself up from 10th place in the overall standings to a little bit higher if he can. He's going to stop the clock inside the top 10. In fact, inside the top 5 at the moment, 29.28.
Well, again, confirming the form that he's got as we go back out to the champion of Italy here, Marzio Bruseggin. Got his first win when he won the National Time Trial Championship. Now a chance to show his colours off in slow motion on the uphill section.
Yeah, but he's a rider who we've seen ride well in the Giro time trials in the past. This is Evgeny Petrov, the rider from Tinkoff Credit Systems. He's putting in a pretty solid ride as well here, the Russian rider, as he comes up to the line. You can just see the way these riders are handling this last 75 metres, how difficult this individual time trial is here this afternoon. He's going to stop the clock inside of the top 10, and that's not a bad ride.
Might even be better than that. He's threatened by Garzelli, now Mazzolini, and he's done 5. So he's pushed Mazzolini down into 6th place, and he's just about got over the line there before he came to a halt. He really did give it a good shot. There's the final effort then by Petrov. He is a good time trial rider, like Zabriskie. And Zabriskie will be a little bit upset about that. 18 seconds conceded to Peopley, because it might turn out Peopley set the best time here.
Well, Danilo De Luca. You can see that little square box in his back. That's not a problem that he has with his back. That, in fact, is the radio that the team manager will be talking to him. The team manager will be informing him just exactly what his time splits are. Damiano Cunego is looking at the time here of Dave Zabriskie. I have to say, over the last couple of seasons, Cunego's time trialling ability has seriously improved.
Well, he proved it last year when he rode a very good last time on the Tour de France. But here's Bruseggin at kilometre 9.4. And look at this now. 21:12. He's gone through in 4th place. So I think I'd be a little bit disappointed about that by the time trial champion. Meanwhile, at the finishing line, Cunego coming up, and a good ride. He's going to remain a challenger in the Tour today, that's for sure, as he comes over in 29:33, conceding 37 seconds to Pipoli, but that's not his main rival. He doesn't know yet, though, what Danilo De Luca will do.
It's very difficult to compare riders' performances. Dave Zabriskie is certainly not the kind of rider for a mountain time trial like this, so although he's conceded 18 seconds, I don't think he'll be very upset with that performance. De Luca, though, has gone through 9.4 kilometres with a new best time, 20 minutes and 58 seconds.
First man inside 21 minutes at 9.4 kilometres. De Luca is on fire this week. He's again got his rhythm going nicely. Here comes Andy Schleck. Remember, he's only just ahead of De Luca on the road. He's also riding pretty well. He's chasing the time of Pipoli. He's not going to get that, but he's not going to be far off it either. Pipoli breathes here again. Well, if he were to win this time trial, that would be something very, very special, Pipoli.
Yeah, because Pipoli really is a man we expect to see win mountain top finishes, although he has won mountain time trials in the past in a number of races in Spain, but they've usually been at the top of massive great mountains. Andy Schleck now is looking at trying to get himself into the top 10, but it's strangely enough a very long way from that final corner up to the finish line here. He's slipping down to look at the time here of Garzelli. He's going to slip by there. Now he's going by the time of Petrov, and you see all of a sudden those placings slip by very quickly. But Schleck, I think, Phil, has got to be fairly happy with stopping the clock in 8th place.
Well, he's keen enough to know what he's done, so it was obviously a very serious attempt at a good ride there for Schleck. He's just inside the top 10. David Arroyo, also putting in a very respectable performance here. I'll keep him outside, though. And Savadelli, as you can see, they're set the 16th best time at the moment. Well, it's now 17th because Arroyo is home. Now, what about the big hitters still to come? And what about this man here? Because we've only had that one time check on him. Bruchagin, he's chasing the time of Leonardo Pipoli. He's beaten the time of Pipoli. Our camera's just switched to him there. That's amazing. Best time.
Well, I think they were caught out because they weren't expecting Marzio Bruchagin to come in for a couple more minutes, and then all of a sudden he must have really accelerated over the last few kilometres because he's gone ahead of Pipoli, Phil, by only a single second.
Well, we never got any time checks on Bruchagin. We saw him go through that 9.4 check. He was off the pace there, but he has produced a last couple of kilometres that really have delivered the goods. And now, can Danilo De Luca, who was ahead of them all at the check, can he go out in style here with his pink jersey? There's the time he's chasing a Bruchagin. I don't think he can get there in 5 seconds. It looks as though the time trial champion's got his first ever win in the Giro d'Italia. But De Luca's done enough here to probably increase his lead in the Tour of Italy. A great ride by Danilo De Luca. Even though he's not going to win today, he's got 3rd place.
He's only lost himself 8 seconds, takes the radio earpiece out. I think he's got to be fairly satisfied with a time trial performance like that, and the team manager there just coming alongside him to tell him 3rd. But Marzio Bruchagin, 4th at the 9-kilometre time check. He finished off better than anybody else. That's the importance, Phil, of an individual time trial like this. You've got to really dose your effort.
Well, it's a good result as well because Bruchagin has only won 2 professional races and he's been a pro since 1997. The first was last year. That was the time trial championship. The second was today when he's won the time trial stage of the Giro. Overall, though, he's got a little bit closer, but only a little bit closer to De Luca. He's 55 seconds back now. Schleck is 3rd, Cunego is 4th, and Patsy Villa there in 5th place. But De Luca still riding high on the winner's podium here. Superman taking the photographs.
Una bella bici che va.
2 weeks in and 2 days short of the second rest day, we're now on to stage number 14 here as the riders make their way just from outside north of Milan up to Bergamo.
Well, this is the area very much renowned by the Giro di Lombardia, and towards the end of the season, the race of the falling leaves, and it's a very testing course. And a lot of riders coming from the city of Bergamo, and a very difficult course too, because there are 2 climbs out on the course today.
This is the top of the Passo di San Marco, taking the riders through 112 kilometres, and Michael Rasmussen there just going over behind Fortunato Balliani. It's been quite a good attacking stage today, in fact, as the riders now are splitting up.
Well, it's a tough course, and nice to see Michael Rasmussen riding himself back into form. Let's not forget, towards the end of last season, Michael Rasmussen actually broke his leg, and a lot of people wondered whether or not he'd actually ride a bike again, let alone ride the Giro d'Italia. This is Charlie Wegelius on the front. A little bit further up, we're looking at Paolo Bettini.
Yes, this field wasn't expecting. It was really assumed this might be a little bit more of a transitional stage today, but there's been some good attacking riding. The pink jersey of Danilo De Luca with his army around him, and the Liquigas boys doing pretty well. This looks like David Arroyo here coming up 50 seconds down.
Everybody trying to take advantage of the early part of this race. It's 55 seconds since the leading group of riders went over the top of the climb together. Most of the big riders have Phil in the top 10 in the overall classification. I don't think too worried about trying to attack here this afternoon. Everybody taking on raincoats now, because we're looking at a very long descent over the summit of this climb, and with the weather actually changing over the last 48 hours or so, we're looking at around about 10 to 12 degrees Celsius at the top of these climbs. But when you add that to the chill factor of going down the mountain at 50 miles an hour, it really makes it very, very cold indeed. And that's what you have to be careful of in a 3-week tour like this, because just a slight chill on a mountain stage like this can turn into bronchitis or even into an intestinal problem. And then all of a sudden, in no time at all, you're out of the race.
Yes, and we've got 8 racing days to go, including today's stage, and in between we've got the final rest day in a couple of days' time. There's the time gap at the moment. The leaders, by the way, are Baglioni, Rasmussen, Schmidt of Lamprey, and Lamprey are currently leading in the team race, so it's good to have a man up front.
But Danilo De Luca there struggling with not only his...
He had all the days washing with him, by the look of it, yeah.
I think he had to send all those pink jerseys and rain jackets down for the wash at the end of the day, which is quite good because it's a very good laundromat in Bergamo.
Now we're reforming here, 51 seconds to the group Maglia Rosa, and that's the group of Danilo De Luca, and it looks as though Garzelli's got himself into a move here at 5 kilometres to go. So the leader hasn't had an easy ride today. He's found himself under a little bit of pressure. Garzelli sat at the back of the race just now.
It's a good move for Gilberto Simoni too, to get himself into a move like this. Just sitting on the back there was Ivan Parra as well. Number 21, Gilberto Simoni. There you can see Paolo Salvadelli.
Well, Baglioni's been here all day. The riders sat at the back here for Panaria. It's always amazing, but the wildcard selections always make an impression wherever they might ride. And they've got to take the Pro Tour teams, except apparently you can refuse Unibet.com if you want to, and they don't get to ride anywhere right now.
Well, they'll be looking for a refund, I think, at the moment of the $100,000 fee to be a member of the Pro Tour teams. And unfortunately that hasn't been forthcoming. Just looking here at the presence of Eddie Mazzolini in this group, Phil,
danger.
That is rather a dangerous move for Team Liquigas to let go off the front, because I'd have to say Eddie Mazzolini's in pretty good form in the Giro as we start to move in to the 3rd week of racing. That's probably why we've got the teams of Liquigas on the front trying to reduce that advantage.
It's a big coup by Mazzolini, and if he holds his advantage, he's going to find himself sitting pretty amongst the leaderboard, that's for sure. There's the final composition. Simoni, Garzelli, Savadelli, Baglioni, Parra, Bettini, and the big name is Eddie Mazzolini. Looks as though we've gone back to Briançon through that gate right now, but we haven't.
Well, Bergamo itself is a very old city nestled just in the foothills of the mountains. We can see now at the front end of the main field, Lamprey really starting to stir things up. They too may well be a little bit worried about the presence of Eddie Mazzolini in that leading group. Now this is Gilberto Simoni trying to get himself off the front end of the move here. He looks over the shoulder in that very steep corner. He's got himself the acceleration. All of these riders here know the streets of Bergamo. Many of them train here. I think Simoni now has got the better of everybody. Stefano Garzelli is just hanging on at around about 10 or 15 bicycle lengths. And Gilberto Simoni, by the way, his heart rate currently is 161 beats a minute. That goes to show this man is giving his all.
Yes, but he's also riding within himself, I think. He's been I think it's Garzelli coming up on his back wheel. It is Garzelli, so 2 former winners of the Giro d'Italia. There is the world champion, Paolo Bettini, back in the frame again after a rough ride through the mountains. Garzelli is going to take on Simoni, or is he? No, I'm not so sure. Maybe it's the other way around. Simoni suddenly has done the acceleration only climbers can do.
And Paolo Bettini trying to get himself back in to get that victory in the Arc-en-Ciel jersey, the world champions jersey. But in fact, as we look a little bit further down the slopes here, Danilo De Luca was still controlling the front end of the main field at around about 50 seconds. Gilberto Simoni now through the tunnel, through the gate into the city, the very heart of Bergamo, has got that acceleration one more time. He's put the distance between himself and Stefano Garzelli there in the red jersey of Acqua Saponi, and of course probably the man he feared most was Paolo Bettini.
Well, there's two races going on here because Mazzolini is the target of the pink jersey who wants him back, while we've got the race going on for the win. Now we've come out of the narrow street onto the much wider boulevard here, and it's not over yet. Simoni is being still chased by Stefano Garzelli. We switch back here. That's Andy Schleck in the white, but it looks as though Simoni may have done enough here, but Garzelli doesn't think so, as Bettini also is trying to hunt them back. And there's the remnants of the chase. This could come together.
It could all come back together there as they go over the summit of that little climb just in the heart of Bergamo. There you can see now on the descent is Gilberto Simoni, but he's only got about 5 seconds advantage. That's the group there which has been split off on the climb with Eddie Mazzolini. Mazzolini, though, is actually racing for time. He's got there with him his teammate Paolo Salvadelli, number 11, and Salvadelli is trying to pull himself back up to this group. There's the move from Danilo De Luca, followed immediately by Riccardo Rico. We've got to say this afternoon our TV producer is all over the place trying to bring us every little piece of this race action.
Well, the thing is, he's got to come back here because this is the first time we've seen somebody really hit Danilo De Luca and take time off him, and he's coming from the rather strange direction of Eddie Mazzolini. Simoni would love the stage win, but it's not going to rock too many boats as regards the destiny of the Maglia Rosa. So, in fact, De Luca has got to keep the hammer down here because seconds might be the big difference later on.
Well, that's Marzio Bruschagin, the rider in the Lamprey colours there on the right-hand side. He's the man second in the overall classification. He's locked into the wheel of Danilo De Luca. This is the group of Eddie Mazzolini. You can just see him there with his teammate Paolo Salvadelli. He's thinking about trying to create the big surprise and climb up the overall classification here this afternoon. They are now through the gate again in the outskirts of Bergamo.
Well, Mazzolini being paced here by Salvadelli. Salvadelli's trying to drag his new team captain to try and hold him in a high position overall. And hats off to Simoni here because he is holding them off despite the fact he's lost his favourite terrain and perhaps isn't quite showing the confidence anymore. He wants the camera bikes out of the way. He wants nobody between him and the chase. I think Garzelli is still chasing by himself.
Well, as we try to get out of the way of the action here to make sure we don't falsify the result, we're getting very much closer to the finish. And there you can see Garzelli is not too far away. In fact, Paolo Bettini has been picked up by the Eddie Mazzolini group there. We're inside now the final kilometre.
Well, this is going to be a very, very tight finish here as now Simoni lines up at 800 metres to go. The motorbike really should be out of it now because it is forming a bridge and Garzelli is coming at 700 metres to go. Now, these strange three-wheel motorbikes they use on the Giro d'Italia. But look at the speed of Garzelli. He's flipped out of the slipstream of the bike and now he's got him in his sights here. They've got rid of the bikes now. And the chase behind as well. Mazzolini being paced here by Salvadelli is making time today. Mazzolini's going for a bonus here of third place as well. As now Gilberto Simoni, has he done enough? The final bend here and Garzelli is on his back wheel.
Well, he's not quite there yet as he comes into the finishing straight. He's looking for the back wheel of Gilberto Simoni and Paolo Bettini in third place. He's also trying to close down the gap.
Well, as he comes to line, 75 metres to go and Garzelli has caught his man. Can you believe that? He can't because another 50 metres and he would not have won that race. What a shame for Simoni, I have to say. But well done, Stefano Garzelli for sticking by his guns. Here's the race for time now because Mazzolini is in and Danilo De Luca concedes. Oh dear.
A little bit more than that,
yes, I thought that was the finish, I'll be honest.
Corner.
He's going to lose about half a minute here. And that's a big catch by Mazzolini now. So Danilo De Luca losing a lot more than he expected today. This was supposed to be a quiet stage on the Giro d'Italia. And here he comes, losing time to Eddie Mazzolini today, 38 seconds.
Well, that's 38 seconds. He may well rue the day that he let Eddie Mazzolini slip away from him. Rico just coming in on his wheel, as was Marzio Brusegin as well. Brusegin will remain in second place in the overall classification, but that was the first time, Phil, we've seen a little crack in the armour there of Danilo De Luca. But look at the acceleration here of the man from Acqua Saponi there going by. Just has a quick look. That's a nasty little look there by Stefano Garzelli to say, sorry, mate, I win.
Well, the race is never over till you reach the finishing line, and never more truth was that than here today, because look at this. You had to say that Gilberto Simoni had won this stage of the Giro d'Italia, but take a look at the face of Stefano Garzelli. He had no way he was going to give up. He was going to keep on going right to the line. Saw his chance, switched over to the other side, took a big look at Simoni and said, sorry mate, but this one is for me.
Well, that just goes to prove, Phil, you must never, ever give up until the last possible metre, and that's exactly why Stefano Garzelli got himself the win ahead of Simoni. And Bettini is still plugging away there in the World Champions jersey in third place, and Fortunato Balliani, that's a great ride by him in fourth, and Eddie Mazzolini nearly creating a bit of a surprise this afternoon in fifth.
Well, Balliani up amongst it all day today, in the top five there taking the same time. Now, without his crash helmet on, we can get to see the shaved head of Stefano Garzelli, former winner of the Giro d'Italia. And, well, he's chased all day, but unlike the other day, this time he caught the leaders and he won the stage. Overall, De Luca's sure he keeps his pink jersey, but Brusegin stays at 55 and Schleck at 157. And Mazzolini still continues to climb, but he's a long way to go, Paul.
Still got a long way to go, but I think everybody worried about the form that he showed once we went over the Col d'Izoard a couple of days ago. He's the kind of rider you don't give time back to. This man knows that. He's being very attentive, but today we saw him come under a little bit of pressure, but he still managed to control the front end of the main field. He is, let's not forget, though, still the leader of the King of the Mountains classification, ahead of his own teammate Leonardo Pipoli, and Luis Laverde is up there in third.
So he still leads in two classifications here. Lampre have kept their lead in the team race as well. Mazzolini, by the way, is up to 9th now, so he's still looking for just over 3 minutes if he wants to win this year's Giro d'Italia. So on to stage 15 now, the eve of the rest day, and for some there may not be a rest day tomorrow because this is such a hard stage. It finishes at Tre Cime di Lavaredo. Last time I think it was Eddie Merckx won here, Paul, about 1968 or something like that.
Yeah, but the problem is to get to the Tre Cime you've got to go over 3 other mountain passes as well. San Pellegrino, the Col de Gio and the Col de Croci, so it is going to be a very difficult day in the saddle.
And we join the action here with a lot of cloud above the riders. There has been quite a heavy storm here. The riders have passed through it as we're now watching them go over the top. This is Balliani here, who again is having a great day on the early part of the course.
Fortunato Balliani, a rider who always looks for an early breakaway sometime during the Giro d'Italia, has got himself 10 points there in the King of the Mountains classification ahead of Giuffre and Cauchioli. And in fact, the main field a long way further back at this point. And I think everybody worried about what's in store, because at the end of the day, there's a very difficult climb to finish off this stage. Leonardo Pipoli's got the green jersey on his shoulders as the second place rider in the King of the Mountains classification, because that competition, of course, still being led by the man who is in the pink, Danilo De Luca.
Listen, he too is still clear of the pink jersey peloton here, so Pipoli out on a little bit of a raid here today. It's a vicious climb up to the finishing line yet again today. As we look down, there is the pink jersey. And these boys dropping out of contention just now because all of the main contenders overall are still in the peloton as we go over the top of the San Pellegrino.
Yeah, I think, Phil, everybody just a little bit worried about the final climb of the day, the climb of the Tre Cime. This is the Passo di Giao, again a climb which goes at about 9.5% the average grade, as the devil comes up here to salute, and that looks like Julio Perez saying, I think you really need to do something about Leonardo Pipoli here.
Yes, there's plenty of uses for that trident, isn't there? Well, Pipoli has got up to the leaders now, and as he goes over the top here of the Giao, that's valuable points for him because he's looking now for the outright lead in the King of the Mountains. And I think he might find that Danilo De Luca will not challenge him in that competition.
Well, the important thing when you're trying to win a 3-week bike race is not to go for all of the competitions. There's only a man like Eddy Merckx can do things like that. Merckx, in his first Tour de France in 1969, won every competition possible. I don't think Danilo De Luca is too worried about the King of the Mountains classification. For him, it's much more important to defend his lead in the overall race on time.
It almost looks like he's putting an overcoat on here as he now begins the descent after 2,200 metres at the top of the Giao, and a plunge down, and then we've done 145 kilometres here now, so we're just 45 kilometres, about 27 miles from the finish. But of course, we've got to get up to the finishing line on the Tre Cime.
Yeah, well, that's what it looks like when you want to get there. First of all, the riders have got to get over the Passo Tre Corci, and then they start the next climb, the Sant'Angelo, and that is still leaving them with another climb to the finish of the Tre Cime. But the weather now is starting to change a fraction because the rain is starting to come down a little bit, and at the highest points, that rain is actually turning to snow.
Well, this was always the fear, but the riders are getting away with it. It's not unusual to see the Giro d'Italia fight the weather as well as the other riders. But Perez again proving his ability in the mountains as he sets the pace here for Paneria. But he's still got big trouble on his back wheel there. The green jersey of Leonardo Pipoli needs the points at the top of the next climb, and that should give him the lead in the King of the Mountains.
Well, Team Saunier Duval doing a very good ride there because you've got Leonardo Pipoli in the green just over on the left-hand side. Ricardo Rico, the young kid on the block, could see himself climbing up in the overall classification this afternoon. And it's always a pleasure to watch Julio Perez climbing. The rider from Mexico we've seen win the King of the Mountains classification before really does enjoy the mountains of the Giro.
Well, there's a massive crowd watching the race today as we quickly switch back here to watch Eddie Mazzolini, who's also slipped away from the Pipoli group, from the pink jersey group.
Now, the reason, Phil, is because that's why I think Danilo De Luca was very attentive the other day, because this man, I think, at the moment is currently riding into a pink jersey position. This man realises that he's got a very big chance on his shoulders this afternoon of moving himself into the pink jersey. Now that is a great performance by the man from Astana.
Well, he's got to get more than 3 minutes if he's going to achieve that today, and he's got to reach these riders as well for a leg up, I think. There's Rico. I tell you what, though, with 2 riders in this lead group, and at the moment pulling away from the pink jersey group, there they are on the far right, the chase led by De Luca, who has slashed that big group down to a handful. But Saunier Duval, with 2 riders up here, could well be stepping up as the new leaders in the team race. And Lampre have held that now for about a week.
Well, just looking at the split of the race there, you can see Eddie Mazzolini is really riding a very important race here. He's going to look, I think, at the end of the day, quite possibly moving into the top 5 in the overall classification. And if Danilo De Luca has a bad climb on the final climb of the day, he could see himself losing his lead in the pink jersey competition as well, because this man, Mazzolini, is riding today, Phil, like a man possessed.
I've never seen him ride as well as he's riding this last couple of days in the Giro d'Italia. 6 riders in the chase, and all of the work, it seems, being done by Danilo De Luca, finding the loneliness now of, look at this gap, he's 3 minutes and 40 seconds more or less behind Mazzolini. That puts Mazzolini in the lead.
That puts him just about hovering by a number of seconds into the lead if we were to stop the race now. Unfortunately, he's got a long way to go to the finish, and he's only at 1 1/4 minutes off that leading group of 4 very well-renowned climbers.
Well, the leading group is Pipoli, Ivan Palas should be up there, Julio Perez rather, Mazzolini is the next rider, Pipoli is up there as well, 2 Saunier Duval setting the pace. One mission is to get the outright lead for Pipoli in the King of the Mountains. They should achieve that today now, but Mazzolini, all cameras on him, because he's not worried about the leaders, he's worried about the time gap back to the pink jersey.
Well, he didn't look at all like a man who was losing any of his energy. He was pedaling very comfortably there as we go up to the climbers. These climbers now are really starting to feel the pressure of this climb as Mazzolini, with the way he's riding, I would say every time we start to get time checks now, Phil, he will be eating into that advantage. Danilo De Luca realises that to win a race like the Giro, you have to be sensible. You cannot chase down every attack.
No.
You have to pick the attacks you want to chase down. And now he realises it's the time to move and try and reduce the advantage that he has got over Eddie Mazzolini.
Well, once again, it's a race, just like yesterday, a race for the stage win and a race for the pink jersey. And that's what we've got right now. This is Rico here, something of a young sensation in his first Giro d'Italia, and riding extremely well. I think realising all the expectations of him. The old hand from Mexico, Julio Perez, former king of the mountains in the Giro. We've always expected Julio to be a podium finisher in the Giro as well, and he's still thinking of that one. Ivan Parra just behind him, a two-time stage winner last year. These are the leaders on the road, remember. And the man with most to gain, and that's Leonardo Pipoli, because he'll be in green for real tonight.
Well, that's the aim for the team Saunier Duval, is to get themselves the lead in that King of the Mountains classification. He started just a few points behind Danilo De Luca. You look at the eyes of these riders, the faces of these riders, you get an indication of just how difficult today's stage has been. As we look over to the right-hand side there, Eddie Mazzolini is riding this climb as if it was an individual time trial, because he can see the possibility of a pink jersey at the end of the day. Damiano Cunego has come up here alongside Danilo De Luca to give him a little bit of a hand. Behind him in the white jersey is Andy Schleck, and just tagged on the back there, of course, is Gilberto Simoni. They're saying David Arroyo is in this group, but I've got a feeling David Arroyo has just disappeared. There he is, out just coming around the corner.
Yeah, he's been unhooked, as it were. He might get back. There's still a little way to go to the top of the climb in the João, and then, of course, we've got the big climb to the finish. But this is the group here. And they're going to have to take this very, very seriously now. Not so much worried yet about this little elite breakaway group, but certainly about the whereabouts of Mazzolini. Because I don't think Danilo De Luca would expect to lose his pink jersey to a man by the name of Mazzolini.
And it's a very strange way that Mazzolini actually got away, because Mazzolini didn't attack on one of the climbs. He just tootled off the front of the group on one of the flatter parts of the course, and everybody sort of ignored him. Then all of a sudden, he was given a time check of a minute, then 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden they realised, oops, I think we've made a little bit of a mistake here. Yeah. And now that he's got that big advantage over the man in the pink jersey there, Danilo De Luca, he's going to take full advantage of it.
This is Rico really piling the pressure on the pedals here. Not look like a man who is suffering in his first Giro d'Italia, that's for sure. Looking like a man prepared to drive himself into the wall here in favour of Pipoli. We pull back on the steep slopes here of the climb, looking way down the slopes, and we're now finding Danilo De Luca. Nobody helping him. Schleck still a sensation watching, and now he's under pressure again.
Cunego now goes around that corner. It's a little bit steeper in the corners, and if you're a slightly built rider, you've got that little extra acceleration. But De Luca, I think, Phil, is riding very sensibly. He's not panicked at all. He realises this race doesn't finish till we get to Milan, and he knows exactly who he wants to chase. He may well have been surprised a fraction by the move by Eddie Mazzolini, but he hasn't panicked at all, and he probably realises that over the last 4 or 5 kilometres, he's got a very good chance of reducing the advantage of the man from Team Astana.
Well, Parra tried to put right what he couldn't do about a week ago in the mountains, and that's win a stage. And Rico on the right, who really shot to our notice in this year's Tirreno Adriatico, where he led the race for a day. He won 2 stages and finally won the point race. This is Rasmussen here. He's coming back from the leaders, isn't he?
Michael Rasmussen was in the early breakaway. He's slipping backwards, but let's not forget Michael Rasmussen a little bit on the comeback trail, because he had a nasty accident in October last year where he broke his femur, and a lot of people wondered whether or not he'd come back to competition at all. Well, here he is at the front of the competition in the Giro d'Italia. Here you get a chance just to see the steepness of the climb, because a once fluid Eddie Mazzolini now is suffering with that gear. He's rocking the top half of his body now, just trying to make sure he keeps the gears ticking over, but he's actually losing time to the leaders at the front. He's now 1:27 back from these 4 men.
And Pipoli, is he waiting or is he under pressure there? Is his younger teammate hurting him just a little bit too much? We've gone down the road here, determined effort now. The pink jersey, having watched Cunego attack him, is now delivering a body blow back to Damiano Cunego. And I wonder if Schleck has got the speed to pick it up.
Well, he mustn't panic. Gilberto Simone's definitely got the speed to pick it up. This is the kind of terrain that he likes. He likes to accelerate. He likes the change of rhythm. Andy Schleck must not panic at a moment like this. He has to find his own rhythm and drag himself back into the race. In fact, that acceleration, although it looked dangerous to begin with, has not necessarily caused the effect that Danilo De Luca wanted.
Well, it's just a chance to sort it out. It's certainly caught Schleck on the defensive, but it hasn't cracked him completely, and it's hurt Damiano a little bit more than Schleck, I think. But it's a very steep section of the course here, and that is why De Luca tested them all. Now he's settled in, and it looks as though it wasn't the killer blow. 1,500 metres to the top of the climb, remember. As we're now watching here, the lead group. This is Rico, Para. You can't tell a thing of how he's feeling from his face. These boys are spread all over the mountain, and the leader is still applying the pressure.
Well, De Luca has got great pedalling action this year. His fluidity has completely improved from previous seasons, whereas you can see the slightly laboured style of Gilberto Simoni, 5th overall at the start of today. That might all change if they don't do something to pull back the moving forward in this race of Eddie Mazzolini. As soon as the race slightly levels off, you can see the acceleration of De Luca finding the advantage of the bigger gear ratio. And Andy Schleck, for the first time now, is starting to look under pressure.
Well, great climbers don't like to have their rhythm dictated to. They like to set it. And Gilberto Simoni's back in his rhythm there. He should rejoin the pink jersey. This is Para. Another bottle for the crowd, and these are great climbers here, and Ricardo Rico is proving to be one of them. This is Simoni, slowly but surely. Is he going to drag back Danilo De Luca, or De Luca found some fresh legs?
Well, a chance to compare the different styles. The young blood on the way up on the left-hand side, Ricardo Rico, Ivan Para, riding for Cofidis, a former two-time stage winner. And Leonardo Pipoli, I think, is actually having a hard day here this afternoon, Phil, because he's been sitting at the back of the group nearly all of the time, thinking basically about getting as many points as possible in that King of the Mountains classification. 1,200 metres now to the summit.
1,200 metres to go as we're looking here at Mazzolini here, the biggest killer of the day as far as time gains are concerned so far. As Mazzolini continues a very lonely trail here. The crowd, I think, a knowledgeable crowd, of course, is Italy. They know what his gains are today over the pink jersey. Ricardo Rico here, gritting his teeth as well. Para is hanging on.
Well, I tell you what, Rico wants this victory. Looks over his shoulder. He's, I think, maybe bowing down to the errors of youthfulness here, because he's not quite got the acceleration to get rid of everybody, although having just said that, he's just dropped his own teammate Leonardo Pipoli, and Para now has still come back up to the wheel of the young Italian.
As we ride to the summit of the mountain where Eddie Merckx and Felice Gimondi has won this race, as an attack by Ivan Para here, and this is a last desperate moment for a rider from Colombia on a French team in Italy. And is it going to be enough? Because that's the best he's got, I think.
Well, he's given them a good advantage, something to run for. Eddie Mazzolini a little bit further back, while Danilo De Luca here, Phil, is trying to save his maglia rossa. He looks over his shoulder to see where is Gilberto Simoni. Simoni has gone. You can see Leonardo Pipoli, although I think he was in difficulty, has actually found something to save himself for the team, and he's ridden up to the wheel of Para, and so too has Ricardo Rico. He's come back too to make it 3.
He's got to find a way through the crowd there as he comes back onto the tail. Well, Para's made his move, and now he's got 2 Sonia Duval riders here who must be taking their team into a lead in the team race here. Mazzolini continues to race for time only, and the pink jersey knows it now. He's got to try and get his pink jersey back, because for a while Mazzolini had taken it from his shoulders.
Well, he now has to ride. This is why you have to ride as a champion. Once it comes down to a situation like this, as a leader of the race, you have to assume control, and that's what he's doing. Julio Perez looks as if he's stopped there. He's going backwards, but he's still not much more than 50 seconds in arrears. You get a chance to see how steep this climb is. These people, these spectators, can run up this mountain at the same speed as Danilo De Luca is riding.
Well, the race has now covered 2,500 kilometres since the team time trial in Sardinia, and still Danilo De Luca is dictating affairs. Or is he? Is it now Eddie Mazzolini who's putting in a huge effort here? But De Luca, I think, is showing us he's up for this job, because he's shed himself of everybody. There becomes a time in a big tour when the strong man has to turn it on for himself, and I think De Luca's doing just that.
A real champion ride, but a real champion ride here too. It's 2 Sonia Duval against 1 rider from Colombia, Ivan Para. I think Riccardo Rico has done just a little bit too much here this afternoon to get himself the win. He's done everything to get rid of everyone else. Leonardo Pippoli in the green jersey there, Phil, he is riding on absolute experience. He's been a professional for many, many years, ridden all of the Grand Tours, and now what he's trying to do is see if he can get the win for Saunier Duval. He goes into first place, but the man they've got to really be wary about is Ivan Parra, because he's got an incredible acceleration at the top of a mountain like this.
Well, this has been an awfully long final kilometre, hasn't it? As they now try to put a Saunier Duval sandwich onto the Cofidis man. Riccardo Rico, it's almost slow motion here because it's very, very steep at the top of the Three Chimneys. As we now see him lean right onto the jersey there of the Cofidis rider. Further down the mountain, 100 metres to go, so that means the others are really on the line here, and nobody has started a sprint yet. But Pippoli goes, there's more mountain points, a green jersey will really be his now. As he goes for the line, he's at 350, so it must be 1100 for De Luca down there, and now it's going to be a 1-2. Well, they cracked him. They really allowed him his rope, and he hung himself. Parra now is hanging on as the two riders on Saunier Duval go clear. Tonight, one will win the stage, one will lead the King of the Mountains, and the team will lead overall.
And Parra will not give up. He's trying to battle his way up. This is going to be really, Phil, a survival of the fittest. These men are all absolutely out of their minds, just trying to get to the top of this mountain. Pippoli looks over to see the damage. Real professional move there, just trying to see what the distance is. Look how slow these riders are going. They are probably not doing more than 12 miles an hour at this pace.
Look at the wind on the flag there from the USA, and these two leaders are riding the lowest gear on the bike and battling a very strong wind indeed, and they're just closing their eyes and hoping their strength holds out. They can't allow the Cofidis man now back into this, and it looks as though Riccardo Rico might be the man to win the stage here. His first Giro d'Italia, and he's going to be, or is it? Well, maybe not, because Pippoli's got him back again.
Well, I don't think his teammate's going to try and out-sprint him at this point, because getting second on the stage will give him an awful lot of mountain points, but Riccardo Rico is really having to dig very deep. They have to keep going. They have to keep going just to ride up to the finishing line. Rico kicks a little bit more. It's a 1-2 for Saunier Duval.
That's a result. That is a great result, and yes, he wasn't going to challenge his young new teammate there, because Riccardo Rico has won the stage for Italy, and probably the hardest stage of this year's race, although the Zoncolan is still to come. Now, is this man going to be the new leader of the Giro tonight? The clock has started on the leaders, but more interestingly, we need the clock on the distance of the pink jersey.
That's the most important thing to judge here this afternoon, but just look at the way Eddie Mazzolini is riding now, Phil. It's not the fluid style that he had in the early part of the climb. If you look at the way Danilo De Luca is riding, he is turning those pedals over still very fluidly indeed. A bit further back, Gilberto Simoni, 40 seconds now since the win across the line, but that's not really what's important. The important thing is the time difference between this man and the man in pink.
Well, Simoni's been dropped now by De Luca. De Luca has closed the gap. I think he's done enough to keep his lead. It's going to be tight at the top, as we'll find out, of course, very shortly. A minute since the win across the line now, 5 3/4 hours this stage. A lot of it spent climbing the big high mountains of the Dolomites, and Eddie Mazzolini, arguably, I guess, has done one of the greatest rides of his career here. He went away, as Paul said, he almost slipped away unnoticed on the flat roads, but if they thought it was going to be just a little amble through the mountains, they were wrong, because once he was clear, he put the hammer down, and he's held them all off here. Mazzolini is coming up. He will be in 5th place here, because Perez should have gone through in 4th. So 5th for Mazzolini. Now the clock has started.
Well, now the clock started at 1:29 when Eddie Mazzolini crossed the line, and at 300 metres to go, I really don't believe that Danilo De Luca is going to lose enough time to lose his Maglia Rosa. He had actually lost it at one point out on the course here this afternoon, but he has probably made the best ascent here of the Tre Cime, and still he looks fluid. Still he is riding this final few metres faster than Eddie Mazzolini, and that is what is important. Not to ride and chase down every attacking move of the day, but to put in the effort when it's important, to put in the effort when it pays. This effort he's putting in here, Phil, is paying. It's pulling back the Maglia Rosa onto his shoulders.
Well, this is Cunego. Up front there is Simone. They are behind the rider here, who is really battling those gears. This is a doer struggle here. Why is it in Italy the hills are always steepest at the top? Because now Danilo De Luca knows that clock is ticking away, knocking off seconds one by one. He is losing some advantage over his overall lead, but I think now time is on his side. He's not going to lose his pink jersey, you're right. He has done a tremendous last couple of kilometres on this mountain, and not only has he saved the day, but I think he's kept quite a big chunk of his final overall lead. And look at the effort he made as he crossed the line. I can't tell. He looks at I think he has, about 120, 125 is all he's lost in the end.
Gilberto Simoni coming up now. That was a magnificent comeback by Danilo De Luca. A pretty good ride by Gilberto Simoni as well. But the man I'm amazing is Damiano Cunego. He's in difficulty all of the time, but he keeps fighting himself back into this race. Give him a couple more years and I think he will win another Giro d'Italia, because he's got an awful lot of courage in that stomach of his.
Well, he certainly knows how to suffer, and you know, when you get to this level of cycling, people think for the big stars cycling's easy. Nothing is further from the truth. It is just as hard whether you're a junior or whether you're winning a stage of the Giro d'Italia. Simoni in, another good ride by him, but not quite good enough in his estimation. Cunego is in just behind him. They'll stay amongst the big runners.
One man missing out though is Andy Schleck, and I wonder where he is out on the course. There is Michael Rasmussen. Here is Andy Schleck. He too, I think, will possibly move up a place in the overall standings tonight. But look at his face. I think that tells you exactly how difficult this climb up to the Tre Cime is.
Well, there's the order of arrival. In fact, Schleck got 9th because he was behind Cunego, but Rico wins his first stage in his first Giro, same time as teammate Leonardo Pipoli. Parra pulls off a good one in the end and gets third alongside Perez, who takes fourth. Mazzolini at 1:29. Well wrapped up though is Riccardo Rico, the points winner and double stage winner of Tirreno Adriatico at the beginning of the season. Well, confirmation has now come in the month of June, high in the mountains of the Dolomites for him. Overall, Mazzolini up into second place, a minute 51, so he got back a couple of minutes almost. Andy Schleck is in third place, Simoni is fourth, Cunego is fifth, and Rico is right there too in sixth. Well, the battle isn't won yet, but tonight I think Danilo De Luca, on the eve of the rest day, is feeling pretty happy with his Giro d'Italia so far.
I think he certainly is, but you know, today was a big change as well. Let's not forget in the King of the Mountains classification, because Leonardo Pipoli has now taken over the lead in that competition by 9 points away from Danilo De Luca, and the man looking to try and get the lead there, Fortunato Balliani, he's up into third.
And there he is in the green jersey. This time it's his, not on loan from his teammate. And yes, good news for Sonia Duval. They also lead on the eve of the rest day in the team. And did we all enjoy our rest day? Because now we're on to stage 16 here, which is now just 24 hours away from the vicious climb of the Zoncolan.
And I think everybody worried to trying to get a little bit of respite in between the big mountain stages, because the road down into Lienz takes the riders across the borders into Austria.
Yes, another country which borders with Italy, and as you can see, it is viciously cold. In fact, the riders stopped for 10 minutes to put on wet wear and weren't in any hurry to restart. But there is an attack on the way, and Fortunato Balliani is the man in the leading group, trying to pick off those mountains, but nobody really very keen on racing while the weather stays like this, especially with the big climb of the Monte Zoncolan coming tomorrow.
I think that's what everybody's worried about, moving into the big final mountain passes with these kind of weather conditions, because if they look at the mountains in the good weather, you try and go through them in these racing conditions and it can make those days very long indeed.
Well, I wish the commentators good luck here, because you can't see a single number at the moment as the riders have got all of their racing capes on underneath those crash helmets. I was talking to a professional cyclist the other day, Paul, who started doing some commentating now. He said how difficult it is to recognise the riders with the crash helmets on. At least he now knows.
Yeah, well, it's very nice because he was newly retired. We're looking at the front end of the race here now, because this is Stefano Garzelli. He's a man who I think has shown a great deal of form and a great deal of aggression throughout the Giro d'Italia, and he's looking at a possibility here of getting himself a stage win.
Well, it's a brave move, this, because Garzelli's gone up and gone past the leaders of the day here, and he's trying now what would be a second stage win for him. Might be a good day to choose, because tomorrow it's going to be a battle, of course, for the overall classification and just who will the strong men be. into 3 kilometres to go now.
Well, everybody wondering what's the outcome of the day going to be. You can just see the rider there from Grady Agricole, Pietro Cauchioli. He's a man who in the past has always threatened to finish very well in the Giro d'Italia. Stefano Garzelli, Testa della Corsa, the front end of the bike race. That's something that he would be very happy to see. But if you just look at the face of all of these riders, you can see how difficult today's stage has been. It's a very long day for everyone out on the open roads of the Giro today, and not a day to recuperate before we go into the big mountain passes. One man who's been very aggressive over the last few days is number 116 there as well, Chechu Rubiera of Team Discovery Channel.
Well, the whole breakaway here is Laurent Mangel is the rider from AG2R, Cauchioli, yes, Tinkoff is Ricardo Serrano Gonzalez, and we've also got here Pablo Lastras, he's the Case de Pan rider. But they're all under pressure now, because doesn't look to me the way these boys are going, they're going to see Garzelli again before the finish.
Well, Garzelli on the left-hand side, I'm not sure
that was a
if...
message for you, Paul, not too sure.
Yes, I think that was maybe for Stefano Garzelli at the end of the day, because that was one of the podium girls from the finish line. And I think she realises that this man is almost certainly going to get his Giro d'Italia stage victory here this afternoon. Looks over his shoulders at 1,500 metres to go. He knows he's got the gap, and now he can start to enjoy the last maybe 2 minutes of solitary effort.
Well, I must say, he's 33 years of age, Garzelli. He certainly looked like he's going to be successful throughout this tour. He's always been on the move. Hasn't quite got what it takes anymore to be a winner overall, and he's won it before, of course, and he's podiumed as well. But now he's had one stage win, which was well taken, and it was narrowly done, because after that finish, by the way, next day in the press, Gilberto Simoni did say he felt as though Garzelli had used the slipstream of the motorbikes to win the day. A little bit unfair, because from what we could see, if he did get help, it certainly wasn't collusion. Anyway, it looks like all that's going to be behind him now, and a second stage win is on the way. The people of Austria haven't quite found the finishing line yet, because it's rather cold and wet and miserable, as coming up the home straight is Stefano Garzelli to get for him his second stage win of this year's Giro d'Italia. The race behind isn't going to worry him, but like all true professionals, just make sure nobody slipped out and somebody forgot to tell him.
Well, even though the team manager probably told him on the onboard radio that you've got this, you've got a big advantage over everybody else, it's always reassuring to look back over your shoulder and make sure that there's no other bicycles in sight. As he drops down into the tunnel, he's inside now the last 500 metres or so, and he's going to get himself that second stage victory. And this one I don't think anyone will complain about at all, least of all Gilberto Simoni.
Another big result too for Acqua Sapone as they come up. Here's the battle now for second place. More concerned with that, they're not interested in the man who escaped from them. And now he's going to enjoy his few moments. So there'll be no interruption to the overall. It looks like that battle's been put on ice. And I shouldn't say that, should I? But put on ice until tomorrow and the big climb of the Zoncolan. Right now, enjoy the moment, Stefano Garzelli, who comes up to the line for win number 2 on this year's Giro d'Italia. He's well known in Italy because of his wins in this race overall. And now he's just keeping his name in lights for a little bit longer in his twilight years.
Everybody wants to win a single stage in the Giro d'Italia, and there today he's got himself 2. This is the sprint for second place. I have to say I'm not sure that I can pick a winner out of this, but maybe I would put Pablo Lastras as a possibility of getting second place. He's a man who in the past has ridden very well in the Vuelta a España, and he's got a good turn of speed.
Well, Mangel over on the left there, Cauchioli, who really isn't a sprinter, but he's the Italian here. The AG2R rider here is Mangel. Big tall man, but none of these guys are what we would call sprinters, so best of luck to all 5 as they line up, being led by Rubiera, the Discovery Channel rider. I really think anybody in the lead isn't going to win the sprint at this stage of the day, so you might be right about Lastras. He's poised and out of the saddle. And now it's the move has been started here by Mangel, the Frenchman, and he's gone clear now. Can they get up on him? He sees the finish at 50 metres to go. It doesn't look to me as though anybody can get over him. So Mangel takes it pretty easily in the end. That's a good result for AG2R. Wasn't exactly the sprint we're not normally used to, is it?
My man Lastras did very well there.
He did well. What was he, last?
Came in last in the group. Well, he has won races in the past, and I just thought he was going to come out today. But this man did the right move. He was, in fact, he was the man who got away at the right time, looks over his shoulder one last time to make sure he's got it. Yes, there's confirmation Win number 2 for Stefano Garzelli. What a way to win. It's always much better when you can win on your own like that, because you've got that little bit longer to enjoy it.
And he was the man with the big reputation up front today, and the Grand Class, as they say, has shown itself quite clearly once again for him. I thought for the moment our commentator there was telling us in English. Anyway, there's the result for you. Garzelli winning, a long day in the saddle again. Mangel getting second, a best result ever for him. Serrano third, Rubiera fourth, Cauchio. They were the leaders. Lestras, good old Pablo Lestras for Paul, sixth place for him. And Salvatore Camesso coming in with the main group back there, and Visconti. We're still waiting for the rest of the race though, because they were remnants of the leaders, and here they come. And look at the time gap today. The calm before the storm, I'm sure about that, because tomorrow is the bottle of the Monte Zoncolan. And who is going to take on, I wonder, the pink jersey, Danilo De Luca? Bet your life Mazzolini will try, and Simone hasn't won a stage yet either.
Well, Simone will be looking for the win there. The main field, I think, having a little bit of a day off because of the weather conditions, and of course because of what's coming up in 24 hours time. Great win by Stefano Garzelli, win number 2 for him. And I think he will be quite happy with what he's going to take away from the Giro d'Italia this year. I think he deserves the win because he's been on form and he's been in all of the attacks.
Well, he's been a pro. This is his 11th season and he's won 28 races. There's the result overall. They say provisional, but it's the good one. Mazzolini in second place at 1:51. Schleck is third. No change at all. Simone is fourth. I wonder if there'll be changes tomorrow. Top 8 completed there by Eduardo Sella. He's looking for 7 minutes on the Zoncolan tomorrow. Slightly less if he wins the stage, because he gets a bonus. We'll see. Showdown time on stage 17. The riders saying goodbye to Austria, and then it's 146 kilometres or so to the top of the Monte Zoncolan, tucked right into the corner on the eastern side of Italy. This is an absolute brute, Paul, and we must expect Danilo De Luca to ride like he's been riding so far on all of the mountain stages.
Yeah, but watch out. I think what's more important too is, of course, Gilberto Simoni is looking at the end of the day at the possibility of a podium position too.
Well, the action now has started very early on at the base of the climb. There's the details for you. 1,730 metres is that the final height. We're above sea level at the top of the Monte Zoncolan. The riders have got themselves pretty low gears today, and I think De Luca's got to keep a very, very close eye on the rider who's sitting just behind him in the blue there, Eddie Mazzolini. Schleck is in the group. The real leader of the King of the Mountains, Piepoli, is here, and so too is Garzelli.
There's Salvadelli though. He's looks to me as if he's suffering a fraction here. We've got a lot of chaos on the early slopes of this mountain. Everybody realises that today could be the final organisation of the overall classification. Marzio Bruseggin there, the rider from Team Lampre. I wouldn't be surprised to see a big move though today coming from Gilberto Simoni, because just in front of him he can see standing on the podium Andy Schleck, and that's the position that I think he wants at the end of the Giro.
Well, we're looking here at Dario Cioni for the Predictor Lotto team. He's been the pace setter on the bottom of the climb, but I'm not for sure for how long he's going to stay up there right now, because this is definitely the calm before the storm. You can almost feel the atmosphere around these riders. They're just waiting for somebody to make an explosive move, and then we'll see just who are the strongmen of this group.
Franco Pellizotti on the right-hand side there. He's riding there. There's a move, an acceleration, and not surprisingly, Simoni.
Ouch. You can feel the pain there when Simoni accelerated like that, and Piepoli caught a little bit, I think, okay.
Gilberto Simoni, he likes this climb. He came out to look at it a couple of times in the early part of the year. He's not worried about trying to get rid of Danilo De Luca. I think he realises De Luca is in very solid form, but what he does want to do is get rid of the man in the white jersey. And there you can't just see him, but Andy Schleck is in third place in the overall classification, but only a few seconds ahead of Gilberto Simoni.
Well, Simone's finished 7 times in the first 4 in the Giro d'Italia over all of the years. The only man who's done more, the great Felice Gimondi. He's done it 9 times. Well, if he could just get another one, maybe next year he could join Gimondi, and he knows it. So he's done his little bit of an acceleration, and just having a look at the damage caused, we can't really see at the moment. I don't think he caused any damage, except I'm looking for Mazzolini, Paul. I don't see him.
I don't see Mazzolini. Damiano Cunego is there. He's managing to stay in contact. There is Piepoli. Andy Schleck is just at the back of the group, and that will be good news for Gilberto Simoni, because that's what he's looking to get rid of today. Julio Perez just a little bit further back. I think these accelerations too much for the Mexican here this afternoon, and just hanging in by the skin of his teeth, I think, is Riccardo Rico there.
Well, Mazzolini was with that group, and now he's dropped off. There he is on the right of our picture. The cameras have found him now. He's forming a group behind, including, is that Parra or Garzelli? Garzelli, I think it is, alongside him at the moment. And so Mazzolini, for the first time, has cracked here, and that's good news for Danilo De Luca.
Well, just leading the race at the moment is Dario Cioni, the former mountain biker on Predictor Lotto. I think there was a little bit of a word there between Pippoli and that spectator, and I don't think it was a kind word either. Danilo De Luca doesn't look as if he's in any difficulty at all, but it looks as though Rico is just hanging on there to this group, and sadly it's because of the work and the pace being done by his team leader.
Well, the concentration here, this is a big moment too for Andy Schleck, as it looks as though Riccardo is having a bit of trouble here, but Andy Schleck is still there, hanging on to the coattails of Gilberto Simoni, Danilo De Luca. This man is no longer a surprise now. He's riding an absolutely brilliant Giro d'Italia and could be claiming a high finish. I'd have to go back to the records, Paul, but it would be the highest finish if he stays up there since Charlie Gore.
Well, it'll be a great performance. A little bit further down the slopes, Eddie Mazzolini from one great day is having not a great day here this afternoon. He's just trying to keep himself in contention. He is looking at second place at the start of the day, and if he's not careful, he could find himself slipping away. This is Dario Cioni. He was in a breakaway at the start of the Monte Zoncolan, and very shortly, I think if he looks over his shoulder, he'll probably start to see the return of all of the big names of the sport. A man who has always ridden well in the Giro d'Italia, but this year I think was brought to look after Robbie McEwen in the first week of the race.
Well, he finished fourth in the Giro in 2004, but since then hasn't really repeated that. He's a good time trialist, as you're right. Well, McEwen's long since gone now. He'll be having his feet up at his home in Belgium, watching this on the telly, smiling no doubt, and glad he's not here. Watching now, there's the composition of this leading group, and again, Simoni never afraid to set the tempo here. But Danilo De Luca is looking like the winner of this tour right now. He hasn't made any mistakes so far.
He's not made any mistakes at all, and just looking down there, you can see Brusegin there is the rider from Lampre. Pippoli is there. De Luca, all he has to do today really is control the attacks. It's not his responsibility to lay down the law. He's in pole position. He's the rider leading this race. If anybody else wants to dethrone him, it's up to them to throw caution to the wind and try and do something today. But Simoni, I have to say, is riding one of his best mountain stages, and there's a little gap there back to Danilo De Luca.
This is a good group, remember, so Simoni still looking for the stage win here. Fourth overall, 3 minutes 19. He needs to go early and needs to dislodge De Luca early to have any hope of bringing time back on this climb, because he's not the great man for the final events of the day. As we're watching now the hairpins of the climb, he's got the gap. Now he's got to get the time.
Well, it's the time. I don't think De Luca needs to panic too much. He's got to get an awful lot of time to dethrone Danilo De Luca. De Luca, I think, has decided here, Phil, just to allow him to go. Damiano Cunego has seen the opportunity and the possibility of a stage victory himself, chasing down the former captain and leader.
Well, this is great riding here, but tremendous determination there from Cunego, who knows what his leader's capable of if you allow him to get round the corner and out of sight. They know even if he wins the stage but limit his gains, he won't gain anything on them in the time trial the day before the finish in Milan. And so they've only got to hold him in their sights to know they can control him. At the moment, it looks like they're trying to bring him back, and they might. Schleck is doing nothing but holding on to the field just now.
Andy Schleck just sitting at the back there, just riding. You can see the gap back to the Maglia Rosa, 2 minutes 45 seconds from Dario Cioni, but on a climb like this, that is absolutely nothing at all. Danilo De Luca just sitting there controlling. As you can see, Gilberto Simoni starting to pick up the riders who are in that early breakaway one by one.
Well, you can't blame Simoni. He's playing his best card here as he tries to move clear. But these are the four principal players right now. Sixth overall is Cunego. Schleck is in the top three. The leader is here. Pippoli, the best climber, is here. And Simoni is trying to ride them all off, but he's not actually going anywhere just now. The crowd, as the higher we climb, the more clothes they're beginning to wear.
Well, I tell you what, Andy Schleck, from a man riding defensively, now is starting to ride demonstratively, because he's moved to the front of that group to prove to everybody that he's in fine form and he's not going anywhere here this afternoon. He's looking at the man who is right behind him in the overall classification, Gilberto Simoni. Third place for Schleck, fourth place for Simoni, and I think he's going to pay very close attention to that, because they're only separated at the start of the day by about 30 seconds.
And the pink has lost ground here. He's unhitched from the back. Look, this is the first time we've seen weakness at Danilo De Luca, but he started to lose ground. They've pushed him to his limit. Now he's going to try and hold on and try and climb back out of it. Right now, he's slipped into the red zone.
Well, this is the first time we've seen any weakness on the Maglia Rosa, Danilo De Luca. He needs to actually respond very quickly and accelerate, Phil, back into that group, because all of a sudden, if they see he's disappeared, they'll suddenly start to feel confident.
Well, we're picking up now the remnants of the breakaway. Still up front somewhere is Choni, but our cameras are staying here with the action, because this is only the first time we have seen the pink jersey in serious trouble, dropped by the heat of the action, rather than have to bridge gaps up to riders. And he's slipped away now, but I think he might be clawing his way back.
Well, nothing to panic about at the moment. Andy Schleck, I don't think, trying to get rid of Danilo De Luca. He's just trying to pull himself back to this man, Gilberto Simoni, because this is the man behind him in the overall classification. You can see now there is Simoni. It's not too far back to the rest of the group there, but Danilo De Luca certainly is actually off the back end of that group. The Rabobank rider they're catching there, by the way, is Maurizio Ardila, the Colombian rider on Team Rabobank, and De Luca, for the first time, not able to follow on the slopes of a mountain.
Well, the marshal there flat out to try and stop the runners going past the riders, but he's pulled them all off. The lonely route now of the Maglia Rosa here. Remember that De Luca has been in and out of this jersey ever since day 2 of the event, and now he's under pressure for the first time as he continues to climb ever so slowly, but he too has picked off Ardithio Vila, former winner of the Tour of Britain, and the green jersey rather, of Pipoli, still under control. But this has been a great piece of riding at this stage on the Zoncolan, because Andy Schleck has been the man to crack De Luca.
Well, for the first time, we've really started to see the possibility that this man might crack. He has to find his rhythm. You know, you can always have a bad time on a mountain like this. What you have to do is not panic, be calm and collected. Get yourself back into a rhythm that's comfortable. Hope that you can ride through the bad patch and get yourself going once again. The left-hand side, Dario Cioni. In the middle, in the yellow, is Gilberto Simoni. But I suppose the drama on the right-hand side was Danilo De Luca, finally under pressure.
De Luca off the back at the moment, and my goodness me, there's still 5 kilometres to go, and that's for the leader on the course here. That is not good news, I don't think, for Dario Cioni. We haven't got a time check on him at the moment, but looking at the way he's climbing, he's not climbing it as quick as Simoni. And Simoni, frankly, at the moment too, is going nowhere.
Simoni has not really managed to open up the gap on Andy Schleck there. Schleck is just riding sensibly. He's got his eyes on the back wheel of Gilberto Simoni. Look at the face on Simoni here. He's dreaming now of another podium position once this race gets down to the finish in Milano, and this is probably his last chance of doing it, because the individual time trial is not his best discipline.
Well, I think it's Mauro Facci who is in the break, who's now come back to the leaders, and he's just got to get home as best he can. That breakaway, they're picking them off one by one on this long final climb up to the top of the Zoncolan, and they're more preoccupied by the attack by Simoni that started off to go places, but now, as you can see, tempo riding by Andy Schleck has almost shut this down.
Well, what it's also done is it's put a big gap now between himself and Danilo De Luca, because looking back down that long straight road, I couldn't actually see Danilo De Luca, the Maglia Rosa, at the start of the day. There's the rider from Quickstep you were talking about, Mauro Facci. Looking a little bit further down, we are waiting now. There is Damiano Cunego, but where is Danilo De Luca?
Well, De Luca can't have lost much, surely, but there he is, and he won't give up. He's a gutsy rider. 5 kilometres to go now for Simoni. Not that far behind Cioni. At this rate of climbing, they will catch Cioni before the summit, and maybe Simoni will get the elusive stage win. But he's just been brought back. Here we are, further up the climb now with Cioni. We can't quite see over his shoulder there to see if, in fact, Simoni's coming.
Yes, but look at the middle part there of the Zoncolan. 15% is the average gradient. Damiano Cunego in a little cocoon of his own, trying to keep himself going forward. Again, Gilberto Simoni picking off the riders from that breakaway one by one. But Andy Schleck now has come back to his wheel, and just sitting there, cool as he wants to be, is Leonardo Pipoli in the green jersey, leader of the King of the Mountains classification.
Double take there by Simoni, and he's realised that in fact it's the white jersey, this young sensation from Luxembourg, who must have closed the gap to him. And still, it looks as though he's coming back here, because they might ease a little bit now that they've caught Simoni, waiting for the next acceleration. But Danilo De Luca needs to get on quickly before it comes.
Well, I agree with you. The most important thing really for Andy Schleck was not to try and put time between himself and Danilo De Luca. It was to defend his position on the podium. But he's now come back to Gilberto Simoni. Simoni looking over his shoulder. He's seen the damage he's done, but I think he'll be surprised by the fact that Andy Schleck has come back. A little bit further back, Damiano Cunego is riding himself back into this race, and he too may well manage to reintegrate this leading group.
Well, he may have worked that out, that caption. 1:39 he still has over the main field here, or the leaders of the chase. So it's still a nice little gap here for Dario Cioni. It's unusual to see a rider with a Predictor Lotto jersey on, unless his name's Cadell Evans, of course, riding at the front like this on a mountain. But there's still a chance for him. But this is the battle for the overall classification today. And he's under pressure, De Luca, but he certainly hasn't lost the race by any means. He's just got to keep these guys in sight. Now that we've got to stop that, otherwise he'll find himself disqualified through no fault of his own. And
I saw him turn around and tell that spectator not to push him, and that's an important thing, to make sure they keep away from him, because the judges will be lenient if they see you actually trying to stop a spectator pushing you on the slopes of a climb like this. This group now has got Gilberto Simoni in it. They're looking over their shoulders. If Andy Schleck has got anything in the engine here this afternoon, he could move to the front and continue the acceleration. Damiano Cunego as well. He really has ridden on guts. This is a rider who, for a couple of years after he won the Giro d'Italia, had a very hard time finding any form at all because of glandular fever. But now he's riding himself, I think, back into pretty good condition. And maybe in a year or two we'll see him climb back up to the top of the ladder. But here he's trying to ride himself up to Gilberto Simoni. Complete and utter concentration. Cioni now, Phil, is not showing the pedalling style of a man who is cool. He's now starting to suffer. His whole body is looking for that little bit of energy just to keep his body going uphill.
Well, I'm not surprised he's suffering. He's been away long enough, and he's the last grand survivor of the breakaway. Still saying 1:39, so they're not closing in according to the caption. I rather doubt that somehow. Just seeing that rider there push Danilo De Luca. I remember back in the Tour de France in 1975 watching riders get pushed, and I saw one rider waving his arms as if to shoo away the spectator, while at the same time shouting, "Push, push, push."
I think I remember that rider. It was he learned the French word very quickly, poussez, poussez, s'il vous plaît.
While at the same time appearing to admonish the spectator. Well, this is the current Giro d'Italia, and these are the fighters of now. And Andy Schleck is proving to be a big revelation here. There's the champion of Finland, Jussi Väikkönen, who's also been up near the front runners today, so he's had a good day. Not too many hills in Finland, at least not that aren't covered in ice and snow.
Fortunato Balliani just over on the right-hand side. He's also being picked up. Another man in the early move this afternoon looking for points in the King of the Mountains classification. Gilberto Simoni now, a few moments ago, the attacker is now on the defensive. Paolo Bettini coming backwards as well, wondering, what am I doing so far to the front on a mountain stage like this? The world champion will be hoping to defend that title at the end of this season.
Well, they went for the early one today. They were what we often call as the early morning breakaway. Now they're paying the price. They didn't quite get enough lead on the Zoncolan to make it a brilliant day out. So now it's a matter of get home and leave the battle for the overall classification. And this rider has had a horrible climb today, but he has not lost the race by any manner or means. He's keeping these boys right in his sights. Sonia Duval here, they got the team lead yesterday, being led by Pipoli, followed by Rico. Battini just trying to hang on. Schleck looking absolutely superb here, and he was responsible for getting rid of Danilo De Luca.
It was his acceleration there. Look at Dario Cioni now. He's all over this machine of his, still trying to survive. There's a rider coming across the gap up towards him, but you can almost see the bending of the legs of Dario Cioni here, and it's down to 45 seconds.
Surely it's less than that, isn't it? Oh, that's the ride in the... Is that... who is that?
No, I'm not sure. I can't see that far back. My glasses won't tell me exactly who that man is, but it must be one of the survivors of the early morning breakaway as well. It was a large group started this climb together, but this indicates that Dario Cioni, who a few moments ago was riding very fluidly, now has basically hit the wall.
And I think that's what's happened. A rider who was dispatched in the breakaway, and I can't see who it is, but he's not on our screens either just now, is actually coming back up here to Cioni because Cioni's legs suddenly have cracked on him. And here comes the determination of Leonardo Pipoli again with Gilberto Simoni sitting just behind, and bet your life Simoni will be planning another attack.
Well, again, here is the man who led the race at the start of the day, still leads the race, but for the first time is on the defensive. Danilo De Luca. Just in front of him is Damiano Cunego. Just in front of him is the world champion. That's Paolo Bettini. They're moving slowly but surely further up the slopes of the Zoncolan. And I think, Phil, looking at the way that Danilo De Luca is pedalling, he seems to be riding himself back into this race.
Well, he's certainly holding his own here. It's still a little way up to the leading group, but he's not losing huge amounts of time. That was Fortunato Balleani he's just picked up. He also was out claiming early King of the Mountains points. He should be second overall in that competition now. But he's also had his day, and there's big points at the top of this climb which may destroy his high placing. But he is going backwards while he's seeing all of the stars of this year's Tour go forwards. Again, another fine demonstration here, but I just get the feeling that Pipoli has taken over pacemaking here, waiting for Simoni to make another move.
Well, Pipoli looked very good there. Damiano Cunego hasn't given up, but Danilo De Luca was a few moments ago almost 30 seconds behind. I'm just looking up here.
He's been caught, and he's been caught. Is that Parra who's got up to him here? No, I don't think it is. But it's a rider, I think it's an Acquasaponi rider who's come up. It certainly isn't Garzella. And he was in the original breakaway, that's for sure, as they continue to get together at the front, but I don't think either of them can hold off now the counter-attack that's coming from these riders. The in-battle continues. And look at the face of Danilo De Luca. He has got himself back up behind Damiano Cunego. He probably just keeps saying to himself, I am not going to lose the pink jersey today, and he fights back.
Got to find that little bit of energy for this final big mountain test. He knows that this is the last time they've got to really put big time gaps between him and them. He wants to conserve all of his time advantage as well, Phil, because let's not forget we've still got the very decisive individual time trial coming up as well.
And there's the spread for you right now, and it's still on his own. No, there is a change now, as this rider whose name we haven't got yet is trying to get clear. He's the Acquasaponi rider. He was in the original breakaway. Dario Cioni got away from him, and now he's brought him back on the climb. This is the final dash for home here, but it's a desperate one. We'll wait for the kilometres to go, but there can't be many.
This is Massimo Codol, I reckon, who's coming up to the front here. He's a man who's ridden in the past very much as a teammate on many of the top squads around the world, and he's gone straight past Dario Cioni. Cioni now is in second place on the road, but as we pull back, we can see that Pipoli is not very far behind. Andy Schleck is there, and so too is Gilberto Simoni.
Even Pipoli's looking a little bit tired now, and somewhere here, Damiano Cunego has decided to find another lease of life. But looking at the face now, it's changing as he concentrates on the road ahead. But Danilo De Luca knows the longer he can hang in and the closer the finish, the more confident he will get.
Well, Codol now is the man who had a little bit of a hard time in the early part of this climb, but he can't really have very much more than about 30 seconds advantage over Pipoli, Andy Schleck and Gilberto Simoni. These two riders here a little bit further down on the road, same country, different teams, need to work together to try and eat into the advantage of the three riders in front of them. The overall classification is seeing its final writing here, I think, on the slopes of the Monte Zoncolan, as Andy Schleck, to me, is certainly going to come out of the Giro d'Italia as the revelation of this three-week Grand Tour.
Well, he's pedalling such a small gear here now. Look how fast his legs are going round. He hangs on to Pipoli. And he's under pressure as well now, and I'm not surprised at this stage. These are desperate moments now. Everybody delivering what's left in those legs. And Massimo Codolo hasn't won a race for 7 years. He's going to try and put matters to right. And if he won today, we'd never forget him again, because this is about the most famous place this year to win, on the Monte Zoncolan.
It's a climb that everybody's talked about. They've talked about how difficult it is to have a climb like this right down towards the end of the Giro d'Italia. Gilberto Simoni just sitting there now. There you can look at Cioni backwards.
He's gone.
I saw his reverse light on.
I think you're right, Paul. In fact, he'd go fast if he turned around and rode up backwards, because his poor legs just cracked there big time. He made a huge effort to win this stage and it almost paid off. He's fallen just a couple of kilometres short as the battle continues here, and still the pink jersey hasn't come, and he's in a world of his own back here now, and it's not a very pleasant one for De Luca as he just tries to keep Cunego. He's like a big carrot in front of a donkey. Not let him out of your sight and hope he gets you home. Now, from that angle, you get some idea on what this climb is really like.
And look at that man who was leading the race just a few moments ago. Dario Cioni has got to find some energy now just to get his body to the top of this mountain. 49th overall at the start of the day, more than an hour behind in the overall classification. Started the climb at the very front of the race and now is slipping backwards. And Codol is also now about to get caught by the heads of state of the climbers of this year's Giro.
And he looks very, very good right now as he keeps the rhythm going here. The Basque flag's flying from Spain. Here is the big battle, and Schleck is part of it today. Andy Schleck is not only looking like finishing high, but has shown us he can even attack the overall leader of the race. That man is earning his place on the podium in Milan. Well, look further down, as there's the cars, still nobody around. Yes, they are, they're around the corner and coming at him. Massimo Codol might well be ruined here for a favourite finish for him. But now Cioni somehow is still mixing it with those rides. He's gone back to Danilo De Luca now.
Codol just concentrating. He's a man who we've seen for many years ride as one of the top domestiques on the circuit. Now he's looking to try and win the stage, but I don't think he's going to hold off these men, because Leonardo Pipoli is the best climber in the race, and he's proving that this afternoon. Andy Schleck, the best newcomer to the race, and Gilberto Simoni, the most experienced in the race.
Well, Cunego has fought his way around every inch of this year's Giro d'Italia, but he's been part of the action all of the way. And he's been just off the back of these three riders for kilometre after kilometre on the Zoncolan. And in fact, De Luca just tried to keep him in his sights. They haven't caught up yet. And this man is still clear. He's just concentrating. He's so close to winning the stage, but they are coming extremely quickly behind him now. Massimo Codol never won a race for 7 years, and I don't think that's going to change by the end of this day.
I don't think so, because you can see just behind that's a real serious group. Damiano Cunego is really, look at his eyes, he's in a world of his own there. He's just trying to keep himself going. He's just trying to survive and make sure he doesn't lose too much time. Leonardo Pipoli is now almost on the wheel of Massimo Codol. But I wonder what sort of purgatory Danilo De Luca has been through this afternoon, and his own personal purgatory on the slopes of this incredible climb, the Monte Zoncolan.
Well, here comes the cavalry just behind him here, and it's Pipoli who's leading the charge, followed by Schleck, and 2 kilometres to go, and they're almost on him, ever so close, and it was a long breakaway to get this far, as all the cheers seem to be for Leonardo Pipoli, but the crowd really have got to get themselves in order right now, because Codol has been caught now by Pipoli.
Well, that is the tifosi, the incredible Italian supporters of the sport of professional cycling. They come out here hours and hours in advance of the race arriving, and now again, look at this. Cunego is battling with himself, battling with his body, and behind him Danilo De Luca is just battling to follow that slipstream.
But we've now put Leonardo Pipoli up in with the chance of winning another stage here on top of the mountain. So too, of course, Gilberto Simoni. There is the crowd waiting at the top. It is a huge crowd up here waiting for the race to come up. Be a long wait to go off the mountain tonight, that's for sure.
Did somebody tell you that the sport of professional cycling was losing all of its popularity?
No, I don't think it is somehow. And the man who's trying to get rid of De Luca and can't do it is Cunego, because De Luca's closed right in on him again. I'd be watching out on Gilberto Simoni now, because I think Pipoli is softening up the ride here for Simoni. He did it for Riccardo Rico, and Rico got the win when Pipoli got the victory in the King of the Mountain, or the lead in the King of the Mountain. It's not quite a victory yet. Schleck is the big worry. Just how good is he? And well done, Massimo Codol, because he's hanging on.
Still hanging in there. Theoretically, A good Gilberto Simoni should walk away with the victory here because he's got such an incredible turn of acceleration on the slopes of a mountain like this. And Dahl, as you said, Phil, was doing a good job to stay in contact, but I think now that last little acceleration by Leonardo Pipoli is just a fraction too hard for him.
Well, these guys are now, I think, if I can see correctly, are on the top chain wheels now. The gears have gone up considerably. The level of the gradient has eased just a little bit, but now it's calling a real strength to keep those gears turning.
But look at the way Danilo De Luca is turning those legs of his. He's just ticking them over at a very high cadence. He is holding these guys, and he's holding them still at around about the 30-second mark. That is not too bad. He shouldn't panic at all. As long as he gets to the finish line within 30 seconds, he doesn't really have too much to worry about.
Well, there's the long way to the top, but we've almost forgotten about Eddie Mazzolini, who was dropped at the base of this climb and is now losing big time. So even though De Luca is off the back of the group, the only man gaining time on him really is Andy Schleck. And Schleck might be second overall tonight.
He could very well climb right up into second place in the overall classification, riding sensibly. Just look at the face of the man in second position there. He's not showing any stress at all. He's riding in a very concentrated manner, waiting for the accolades of this crowd up towards the summit of the climb. He'll be very happy with his operation here this afternoon. He was waiting to see the attacks come to try and defend third place, but the way the race is unfolding, as you mentioned, Phil, he could well even climb up into second. Dahl now about to get picked up by Damiano Cunego and Danilo De Luca. Looking down once again, De Luca is dying for this race to be over with. He's now inside of the last kilometre of the race. He wants to get this stage over and done with. 16 seconds is not very much.
No.
He's actually coming back into this race.
He absolutely is, and 16 seconds is just great right now. He's nothing to worry about at all. It could be a big battle in the last time trial of the race still to come, of course. But Cunego has been a real star there and inadvertently has been obliged to try and pace Danilo De Luca. But the way Pipoli has made all of the running, as far as he's concerned, he's setting this stage up for Simoni.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as the win is a member of the team, and that I think is the strength of Team Saunier Duval. Talking to David Miller earlier on this season, he said the great thing is Saunier Duval, it's like a family atmosphere. Everybody gets on well. It doesn't matter who wins as long as it's a man from the squad.
Well, Panaria got the team lead yesterday. They took it away from Saunier Duval. We don't see any Panaria riders here now, and we've got a couple and probably three high counters when they get to the finish line, two in the front three. So I would say that Saunier Duval will put the team to bed tonight if they continue like this.
They should do, theoretically. They've been so good in the mountains. They've always had three men to count on. We're looking here at Simoni. Not too far behind is got to be Ricardo Rico. He'll be the third counting rider for Saunier Duval, and they will be minutes and minutes, I think, Phil, ahead of any other team in that classification.
Well, what can you say about Andy Schleck? He's been absolutely superb. He turned 22 during the Giro d'Italia, and he's not looking troubled at all. Is he going to have the cheek to try and win the stage from the two teammates? How often this tour we've seen two Saunier Duval riders deciding the result. We had the Pipoli and Ricardo when they took care of Ivan Parra. Now can they take care of Andy Schleck? Surely Simoni's going to get his stage win today.
Well, just going back to talk about Andy Schleck, let's not forget he comes from a great cycling family, because not only have we talked very often about Frank Schleck, but Johnny Schleck, his dad, also raced in the Tour de France in the 1960s, and I think raced on exactly the same team as Jean-Marie Leblanc, Team Bic.
Well, that would have been about 68 and 69 there when Jean-Marie rode the Tour de France. The former director
Andy
of
Schleck's
the Tour
gone.
de France. There it is now. This is again a 1-2, and Schleck couldn't quite hang on towards the crowd here. Little pat on the back for him, but it's third place and again over Danilo De Luca. But there it goes now, and Gilberto Simoni, who's tried and tried and tried, and for the second time in the past few days, and I might be speaking a bit early here, but it looks as though Pipoli has paved a victory for a teammate, and there it is again, the two-arm, two-man salute.
Well, they are the kings of the mountains, I have to say. A great ride here by Andy Schleck, stopping the clock, looking back to see what the clock says. In fact, Danilo De Luca riding away now from Damiano Cunego, and he's going to keep his pink jersey firmly on his shoulders tonight. What a brave ride that was. It looked like he was going to lose whole chunks of time, and he's probably only going to lose about 15 to 20 seconds on Andy Schleck.
Well, that's a great effort by Danilo De Luca, flatly refusing to give up his pink jersey. He really is fighting for it. So too is Cunego. He'll keep his top 6. He might even go up a place tonight, because what has happened to Eddie Mazzolini, the clock will tell us very shortly. There is Dahl coming in. All of the boys that Matzo got by him, but he hung on. And until 2 kilometres to go, it looked like he'd made the move that would have given him the victory. But it wasn't to be. 58 seconds his gap in the end.
Well, Gilberto Simoni congratulated here by Leonardo Pipoli, probably thanking Leonardo Pipoli because he did the bulk of the work over the majority of that climb down towards the end. Team manager Mauro Gianetti there, a man who was also to the front of this race for an awful long time, Julio Perez, once again showing that he likes the mountains of the Giro. Not been as good as he was over previous years, but still consistent in the high peaks.
Yes, the breakaway today almost made it, because it became again a battle of 2 parts. And there was the breakaway and there was the battle for the Maglia Rosa. And in the end, the Maglia Rosa battle wiped out the leaders just about. But still, some of those breakaway riders stayed away.
Franco Pellizotti coming in did a great job of work early on for his man. And as he got to the top of that climb, I think you'll be happy to know the result at the end of the day keeps very much the Maglia Rosa on the shoulder of his teammates. This is Pachi Villar coming up, big acceleration for him. A little bit further back, Ricardo Rico. He'll be the 3rd place rider for Saunier Duval coming around the corner there, and I'm sure, Phil, this young man, look at the way he's all over his bike, all over his machine. He's just thinking about keeping himself in this bike race. In fact, that's not. There's Eddie Mazzolini.
Well, look at the clock here. So he's conceded around about 2 minutes to Danilo De Luca, but even so, it's a good show of defiance by Mazzolini. He must have had a horrible ride, because he was detached right at the bottom of that long climb. Here's how the day was won, or given, whichever way you look at it, because Pipoli again paved the way for a teammate. And thanks very much, says Gilberto Simoni. Twice a winner overall of the Giro d'Italia.
And how happy was he, and how happy was Leonardo Pipoli. Pipoli is, I have to say, a phenomenal climbing machine. He's got a little bit of an advantage over everybody else, because he gives most people in the main field around about 15 kilos away.
Yes, he is a lightweight, so his wrist would go round his neck. I don't need the whole elbow there, Gilberto. But those 2 riders there have regained the team for Saunier Duval, that's for sure. There's a beautiful view across the Dolomiti. And a long queue of traffic on the way down, I would think, tonight. But there's the result for you, as we saw it. Dahl crossing in 6th, and Pellizotti completing the top 8. So after a few days of trying over this past 2.5, almost 3 weeks now, Simoni finally gets a stage win, and he certainly deserved it today. He tried the attack to split the field, but they brought him back, and then Pipoli paced him. There's the new overall. Schleck is up into 2nd place. Simoni's on the podium if it works out, just 4 seconds behind Andy Schleck. Cunego is in 4th. Mazzolini plunges 2nd down to 5th. Rico is in 6th. It's still a lot of racing to be done in this Giro d'Italia.
Well, Danilo De Luca, I think for the first time showed a little bit of weakness. I think you can almost read that worry in his eyes when he realises there's still a very important individual time trial to come.
Well, while he shakes up the bottle there of Shargani Carnot, let's have a look at the Grand Prix della Montagna. After the 17th stage, 73 points for Pipoli now, 46 for Baliani. He got up into 2nd today. De Luca goes to 3rd by 1 point. I don't think you're too worried about that somehow.
No, but Frank Schleck now is looking very solid. He's second overall in the race, but he's 1st overall in the best young rider, 2 minutes and 55 seconds ahead of Ricardo Rico. And he doesn't look too worried at all, does he, about all of the fanfare of being the top young rider.
He's looking like a man. If he survives the time trial, he'll finish 2nd in this race. Well, it's a week now since Danilo De Luca claimed the Maglia Rosa. Can he keep it today? Should be a formality after the dizzy heights of yesterday. We don't go more than 90 metres above sea level today.
I think for a lot of riders that will be a very happy thing to see, especially when they look at the race profile, because it is virtually very flat indeed. Should once again be a day for the sprinters.
And that's the way it's turning out to be, and it's Tinkoff Credit Systems who are driving on the front here now. Just 2 kilometres to go of this stage. A time trial coming up on the penultimate day of the race. And now, can Alessandro Patacchi score again? Because he's right in the mix, and the big sprinters, remember, most of them have gone home now.
We haven't talked about the sprinters for a number of days because they've had to just get their bodies over the mountains and inside of the time limit. At the front end of the main field, it's still pretty much confusing here, Phil, because nobody's really got the range of this peloton. T-Mobile have got somebody on the front end of the main field just trying to keep the pace nice and high. Pataki is up into 4th place, but he's got 2 teammates alongside him, but he's being challenged on the left there by a well-organised move by AG2R of France.
1,200 metres to go. The rider's on a pretty narrow road here for a flat-out sprint finish, and Pataki is right in there with his team. It looks as though it might be well organised again now, as it looks like Nick Gates has swung off on the far right here. AG2R trying to bring their riders through again, but as they go into that final left-hand there, it's a wide down. There's 2 riders gone down. All those AG2R riders hit the deck there, taken out, and that's opened up the sprint now. Pataki missed that narrowly, and he was second wheel around the corner. As he now continues to open up here, well, that's thrown a whole new light on it now, because they were the sprinters. Usef was one of them, I think, who went down, and they've lost all chance of sprints here now. As they continue to open up for the line now, it's Gerolsteiner still trying for the line here as well. As they continue to go to the line now, where is Alessandro Pataki? Because all things seem to have gone wrong. I thought I saw him come round the corner in first place. He's having to open up the sprint a lot earlier. That's Riccesi's got his back wheel. And Riccesi might get revenge here, because that's a long way out to lead the race. It's going to require a very special finish, but I'm wondering, Riccesi hasn't got it at 10 metres, and Pataki gets it. Well, he was forced to lead that when he didn't want to do so, and he still wins.
Well, that shows the class of Alessandro Pataki, because to lead out from such a long way is almost impossible. Those 2 riders from AG2R, Phil, they went around that corner much too fast, and they just could not come out of it. Once they got halfway round the corner, all of a sudden they saw that there was no exit to their strategy.
Well, I think it was Krivsot and Usov. Usov was certainly there. He was the rider that bundled into the ditch there, and that was a shame. There is the effort that had to be produced, and look at this. This is the broken bicycle here of Paolo Tirolongo. He's just about coaxing it to go to the finishing line with him.
Well, let's just have a look at that again. You can see the 2 riders there. The first rider went down very hard and took his teammate straight over the top of him and into the barrier. And everybody else behind did such an incredible... You see, that's just too much speed. He lost his front wheel, and there's nothing else you can do. His teammate behind just holding on, and then all of a sudden straight almost across the top of the barriers. But there you can see the confusion. Julian Dean is in the middle. There is Alessandro Pataki in the Ciclamina jersey, and all of a sudden he realises, I've got to go now. I haven't got any teammates around me. I've got to take responsibility for this sprint. Sprinters do not like to do this, and that, if you just have a quick look, Phil, was a sprint from around about 600 metres.
It was maybe even 700, yeah. And that was an unfortunate mistake. That was the lead-out man of Usov, and Usov did well to get round him, but I'm afraid he crashed as well. He was in a perfect position. It might have been a bit too early, in fairness, for the win, but Pataki proved at the end of the day, I suppose it wasn't, because he had to go for it. Riccesi, that's the best shot he would have had at winning a stage of the Giro, and he couldn't outrun him.
I have to say, I think that is probably the best win by Alessandro Pataki in the Giro d'Italia this year. That proves that he's got the form and the power that he had many, many years ago. Look, even at 200 metres to go, he had Riccesi right on his wheel. Riccesi comes out of the slipstream in a fraction there and goes straight back in to get out of the wind if he can. Thank you very much. There's another win in the bag for Pataki.
And the Ciclamina jersey going further out of reach of anybody else with an effort like that. He's going to be quite a force to reckon with if he continues this sort of form up towards the Tour de France. Terrific effort. The CSC rider there is Matti Breschel of Denmark. And he's crossed the line, I think, in 3rd place.
Well, this man has certainly got the power back. He gets the win there ahead of Riccesi. Foten up there in 4th place. Trusov up there in 6th. Zanini, the old boy on the block, crossing the line in 8th.
All same time, including the fallers, as always, so there won't be any change in the overall classification. As Pataki now salutes the crowd, he really has refound himself. What a difference a year makes from him. Out on the roads of Belgium last year in the Giro d'Italia with a fractured knee. He's refound his form. Overall, no change. Schleck sits 2nd, Simone, Cunigo, Mazzolini, right down to David Arroyo in 7th and Evgeny Petrov in 8th, but the big time gaps there, 10 minutes and 10:25. So we're getting towards the time trial, and Danilo De Luca is starting to look more confident than ever.
He certainly is, and I tell you what, this man is now thinking about the individual time trial, which in the past has never really been one of his strongest disciplines. But in the points classification, Alessandro Patacchi now is starting to look like a very solid leader with 160 points to Danilo De Luca's 122, with Paolo Bettini a long way back in third.
Una bella bici che va, silenziosa.
3 stages left. It's the time trial tomorrow, but the weekend is heralded by a rather flattish stage. There are a couple of hills along it today as the riders head to Comano Terme.
Pretty flat testing course, ideal situation for a breakaway to succeed on a day like this.
Well, with the time trial tomorrow and the final shuffling of the overall classification, the weather has turned against the riders today. And this is over the top here, the Della Fugati, taking us through 100 kilometres of riding. And yes, the man on the front was Gilberto Simoni. It's all changed now as the pressure goes on again.
Well, 2 Spanish riders at the front end of this race, one from Case d'Epargne, one from Saunier Duval, and in the long leg warmers there, Iban Mayo making a return to form.
Alberto Losada from Case d'Epargne, Iban Mayo, and the pressure has gone on again.
Well, Iban Mayo has ridden a very quiet Giro d'Italia. He's ridden the Giro d'Italia as a part of his preparation for an attempt at the Tour de France this year. Such an enigmatic bike rider, Iban Mayo, taking all of the risks coming into town here. You know, this team has been a very successful team, Team Saunier Duval, and Iban Mayo here is looking to try and get himself an individual stage victory. This is what the day has looked like if you've been sitting at the back of the pack. Not much fun.
And not much to see through the rain that's on the television camera there either, but this is heavy rain here. We're still up amongst the Dolomites, but not quite in them here. But Iban Mayo, a man we might have talked about a couple of years ago as a likely winner of this race, hasn't really had a very good year. In fact, he hasn't won a race this year. Maybe it's about to end the drought, and it'll be ironic because it's pouring with rain right now. But Iban Mayo, if he gets this will be the 4th victory of this Tour for the Saunier Duval team as well, proving they rightfully lead in the team race overall.
Well, they've been very aggressive in the big mountain stages. This victory, if he gets it as he looks over his shoulder, is certainly going to be a major bonus. This man is a very strange rider. In the years gone by, we've seen him ride out so superbly on slopes of the Alpe d'Huez and then not be able to climb even the slopes of the Col de Tourmalet. So much is his performance has been enigmatic over the years. Looking back down the road, we're looking for Visconti, who should be the 2nd place rider on the road, and there he is. And we're looking at around about a 35-second gap between these 2 riders.
Well, with 2 kilometres to go, he's not going to close the gap like we've just seen from the helicopter here. This is going to be a good win by Mayo, well taken, and one that a lot of riders should have looked for today, because bad weather, no interest in the overall classification, the stars aren't going to come out to fight, and so just take your time on the way down, and Mayo should be the winner here today. I wouldn't like to approach this hairpin on a day like this, I must say, in the peloton. This is rather a tricky switchback in these conditions.
It certainly is. You've got to be very careful. Iban Mayo naturally going into that corner in a very wrong line. He managed to change it just before he got into it, but you have to be very careful on a descent like this, because if you apply the brakes just that little bit too much, your wheels lock up and then you're on the ground and as quick as a flash. Here is Visconti, 2nd place rider on the road, at around about 30 seconds to Iban Mayo.
Been a very quiet team this year, Quick Step in the Giro. They carried the world champion and Olympic champion, where's number 1, Paolo Bettini. Had a wonderful opening week. He's been rather quiet since, been going off form, I think. There's the situation, then there's the final of the 2nd group behind them. None of these riders affecting the destiny of the pink jersey. It's been a good day, even if a wet and a cold one, for Danilo De Luca. Tomorrow, of course, everybody must fight out in the near 30-mile time trial. Tricky old descent, left-hand turn, and some brave folk watching the finish 2 of the Giro as Mayo now accelerates towards the line, and what he will see as a great stage win.
He certainly will. There's not necessarily the sort of stage you would expect to see Iban Mayo come out and get an individual victory on, because he's much more of a mountain goat. But at this point, Phil, he knows he's got himself the victory. Looks over his shoulders. Well, I can tell you it's nice and clear behind you at 350 metres to go. You've got 30 seconds advantage over Visconti. Just enjoy it.
Well, just look at the rain that's bouncing down on the pavement here. It really is torrential, and you think he's applauding, just keeping his hands warm as he races up towards the line here. But Mayo's got a great win nonetheless. Victory number 4 from Saunier Duval. So they continue as clear leaders of the team, and that should be their trophy in a couple of days now in Milan. Took his chance well. A perfect day for a race like this. He is a big name in the sport. He just hasn't had a big race this time around.
waiting a little bit further back. These are the remnants of that
Must be
early
Marzano.
morning breakaway. Here's Visconti. He's going to come around the corner to get himself second place.
That's a nice little result for Giovanni Visconti, as he should stay away. That was Marzano also in the breakaway we saw from Lampre. And also in the move today was Michael Rasmussen, also Evgeny Petrov. They were the early escapers. They stayed away more or less. Nobody interested in them. Visconti's coming up into second place. Looks a little bit annoyed with himself for letting one man escape, but that's the way it goes.
Well, you don't get very many chances like that in a career when you get into a breakaway that succeeds in a Grand Tour. So if you come across the line in second place in a situation like that, it's a little bit of a letdown as we see the next man coming in here from Team Lampre.
Marco Marzano, he's just stayed away from the other two breakaways, just about. And a rare chance to see a scintillating sprint here from Michael Rasmussen as he crossed the line in fourth place, and Evgeny Petrov of Tinkoff coming home in fifth. Now, who's going to take out the peloton?
Well, I think one or two riders might have to take risks, and for, of course, Alessandro Patacchi, it's important to get a few more points in the bag, although he's probably not too worried about the man chasing him in the points classification, because it's Danilo De Luca, and De Luca, I'm sure, is not going to take any risks at all. Look how slowly the main field are going round that corner there, and right up at the front end of the group, although he's got a black jacket on, in the lead of the Mandia Rosa covered by the black jacket, Danilo De Luca is keeping himself very much out of danger.
Common sense prevailing, I think, on today's ride, because it's the race of truth tomorrow. No point in taking too many. That's Mario Ertz has just flashed through the picture there, so he must have slipped off the front of that group. And if he does, I think I've forgotten how many he's finished now, but I think he'd be sixth.
Well, he took advantage of the precarious descent, I think, slipping away there, just showing that he's got a fresh pair of legs down towards almost 3 weeks of racing. The riders, as you say, Phil, lining up now to what is going to be a final weekend of racing with a very important individual time trial, which could decide second, third and fourth place, because I have a feeling now that as we get that little bit closer to the finish in Milano, that Danilo De Luca is looking fairly solid at the top of the board.
Well, that sharp left-hander at 700 metres to go wouldn't have been so clever in the dry, never mind in the wet. And so nobody taking any chances here as they come around that corner. Andy Schleck down there in his white jersey. There's the pink jersey and black top of Danilo De Luca. They'll all get the same time. Mario Ertz claims the next finish, and I think it's in sixth place. That looks like Bonucci of T-Mobile, who's coming up behind him. He's also slipped away. A couple of risks on that 700-metre corner. He's got clear of the field. So the first 7 boys are in. And that's a CSC rider, but that's the best I can offer at the moment. As Ricchesi, that is on the far right. And that'll be Lejoux, I think his name is, from FDJ. But Ricchesi gets the sprint anyway.
And contrary to my prediction, Alessandro Patacchi didn't even try to get himself any points at all in that sprint. Definitely not worth taking the risk.
Well, it was in conditions like this when he did his knee in Belgium exactly a year ago. There's the man who's won today, Iban Mayo. Every day there's a winner, and today it is the rider from northern Spain, Iban Mayo, who gets the victory for Sony Duval.
I have to say, I think that announces a very good move towards his performance in the Tour de France. So there's the confirmation. 43 seconds at the end of the day ahead of Visconti, and Marzano going across the line, 1:04 back. Michael Rasmussen now, Phil, starting to show a little bit of form.
Well, it's taken a while, but the climber of the Tour de France, remember, he's won the King of the Mountains last 2 years, and that'll be his aim probably in the upcoming Tour de France. Celebrations all around, though, for another Sony Duval rider today. They're throwing away an awful lot of champagne on this year's Giro d'Italia. Let's see if we can see the overall. No change, of course. De Luca, after 86 3/4 hours, is now on the eve of the time trial. Next big target for him, Schleck in second, Simoni in third. Won't be advantage Simoni tomorrow because he's not a great time trialist. But we'll find out if Schleck can get any closer to Danilo De Luca. I wonder. The final Saturday, the final time trial from the wine-growing area of Bordolino. We're now facing up to a race of truth that should decide, come tradition, the final podium standings.
Very long individual time trial, 43 kilometres, 26.5 miles of racing. and the kind of course that could create the rather strange upheaval of the top end of the overall classification. First man to come in with the fastest time, not surprisingly, Laszlo Budrogi, setting the time to beat for everybody, 53 minutes, 28 seconds.
Yes, and as you can see, the weather's turned against us a little bit up in this part of the world. We're not far away from Milano, of course. Here comes Dave Zabriskie, did a great ride in the earlier mountain time trial, and he's pushing Budrogi's time. He should, in fact, get the better of it here. So this could be a good ride by the national time trial champion of the US as he comes onto the cobblestones to finish. Keep a nice steady rhythm, nothing erratic, otherwise you'll spin out, and he gets the best time. First man inside, 53 minutes.
48.9 kilometers an hour in the red, white and blue star-spangled champion of the United States. One of the most aerodynamic positions in the individual time trial. He's got a 30-second beating there of Laszlo Budrogi. That is going to be a very difficult time to beat.
Now in the Bali here, one of the Liquigas riders, they've had a wonderful tour from day one when they won the team time trial down in Sardinia. He's out setting good times at the check, and Paolo Savidelli here. He's won 1 or 2 prologues in his life and 1 or 2 time trials as well.
He too is starting in wet and rainy conditions. Just look at that rain coming down here. That is going to dampen, I think, a lot of the preparation of many of the riders. They do not like a day on the individual time trial when it rains because it really makes a mess of the pre-race preparation.
Well, the Savidelli starts. 57 riders have left the Giro d'Italia since we started in Sardinia. The rest are going to see tomorrow in Milan. Let's hope the weather stays dry for the big finale, but right now it's looking a bit miserable. The time trial champion, Matteo Bruscigin's had his big moment in the team time trial. I wonder if he's going to challenge in this one. May not suit him quite so much.
Well, he looks as if it's a fairly laboured style there, coming up towards the 29-kilometre time check. Vicente Nibali is putting in a pretty impressive ride. Not a rider we expect to do well in the individual time trials, but he's going through there in 3rd place. Now at 10 kilometres, Paolo Salvadelli, not looking like he's trying exceptionally hard, but he's just gone through with a new best time.
Well, Paolo Savidelli is such an amazing bike rider. You're never quite sure whether he's going to do a great ride or not a great ride. But right now, it seems to be a good ride, a good result for him there as we're watching Andy Schleck here. Big moment for him now. Can he confirm 2nd place on the podium? And the start of the leader of the tour, and has been now for almost a week and a half.
Well, it's a very important individual time trial for Danilo De Luca. Never really been his strong point, although he did a very good mountain time trial. But here he will be hyper-motivated as we look here at the performance of Eddie Mazzolini at 10 kilometres. Not bad for Mazzolini, 5th place at 16 seconds.
That'll probably be the time based on Zabriskie, though our computer didn't tell us there, but that's a good start by Mazzolini. Remember, today he's racing for a podium finish here, and really he's crossing swords with Gilberto Simoni, and I suspect Andy Schleck as well, but that was a brief picture of Schleck. This is now the finish here of Savidelli. No, it's not. 29 3/4 kilometres covered, and he's gone through still holding best time. This could be a big surprise here. Astana have had a very quiet tour with the exception of Mazzolini.
Well, Andy Schleck in his time trial position on a magnificent Cervelo racing time trial bike. I have to say, you just have a look at the way the back wheel and the back tube are actually angled in to get that wheel as close as possible. This is the arrival now of Vicente Nibali. Crosses the line in 3rd best time, 54 minutes and 4 seconds.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if that holds, because there's still quite a few riders to finish here. He's having a job holding that bike down on the cobbles right now. Oh, there he is, he slots in 1:06. That's a big time gap on Zabriskie, in fact, although he's cut through 1 or 2 riders, including Dahl just behind him. Here it is Brusciagin at the 29-kilometre check now. And continuing, Budrogi was 3rd here, and now it's Brusciagin. So he's putting in another good ride and still trying to improve. Remember when he won the time trial the other week, he came from the back.
Well, this is not a bad ride going through the 10-kilometre time check there. In fact, Danilo De Luca has only lost 12 seconds on the fastest time at that point. That's an indication that he's gone out well, he's gone out fast, and obviously, as we said, Phil, hyper-motivated as starting the last man. Paolo Salvadelli now looking at the finishing straight.
Well, this is going to be a time. He's looking at Zabriskie, who still sits there with the best time of 52.58, the only man inside 53 minutes. And this could be a big surprise here, because Savidelli is going to deliver a new best time. I've no doubt about that now, as he runs up to the last 10 metres. Look at the crowd on the right. Savidelli strikes gold, 52.20.
Well, good ride by Paolo Salvadelli. 38 seconds faster than Zabriskie, a minute and 8 seconds faster than Bodrogi. He really is a phenomenal rider. There's the arrival now of the Italian time trial champion, Marzio Brusegin. He's not going to win this individual time trial, but he's going to stop the clock for the moment in 4th place, losing a minute and 16 seconds.
Which just shows you the kind of ride there that Salvadelli's done. Well, Salvadelli does deliver surprises. He won the prologue in the Tour of Romandie last month, where he was defending champion there, and he's actually taken the prologue in that event. He also led briefly, but he didn't win it.
Well, coming up now to the 29-kilometre time check for Andy Schleck, and not a bad ride by Andy Schleck. He's not got any references as far as we're concerned in the big time trials in the Grand Tours. This is his first ever Grand Tour, but he's gone through there in 5th place. As we look a little bit further back, this is Riccardo Rico.
And Eddie Mazzolini, watch out, because that's Mazzolini there, and 52.35. Mazzolini's in the sights here of Rico, I think. And this has been quite a ride, but Mazzolini is looking for the podium place. He's caught Rico, Mazzolini, and he's now trying desperately to produce a good ride. Zabriskie, 52.58, and this is an exceptional ride by Mazzolini to get that close to Zabriskie, and in fact, to beat Dave Zabriskie. That's a superb ride.
Well, he's beaten Dave Zabriskie by 3 seconds. Now, that is throwing down the gauntlet a little bit to the riders in front of him in the overall classification. 36 seconds behind Paolo Salvadelli, but he has ridden that time trial, Phil, thinking about a time trial position.
You bet your life, and Salvadelli blazed the trail for him and is about to congratulate him, I wonder, because in fact that's going to hurt Simoni. We don't expect a great ride from Gilberto Simoni. It's always let him down in the past. Here's the last man on the road.
And he looks good, and the road conditions are changing too, starting to get a little bit drier. Now we're looking at the rival here of Andy Schleck. Not a bad ride by Andy Schleck either. You can see those long, thin Longines legs of his as he comes down towards the finishing straight. He's going to get himself, I think, inside of the top 6 or 7 riders too, and that should be enough to keep him in 2nd place overall.
He's finishing the Giro strong, there's no doubt about that. Now, he's not going to beat Mazzolini. Mazzolini's going to do better than he is, but I don't think Mazzolini can close the gap too much. He should be able to hold his 2nd place finish here. Long way up the line. Brusegin now down to 5th overall, but this is a very, very good ride by Andy Schleck. Confirms him as the new boy on the block, and he should be on the podium tomorrow now. On to the little finish, the last 50 metres on the cobbled roads here. As he hits the line, he will get a very respectable 6th place best time.
Almost 48 kilometres an hour for Andy Schleck. Hard to believe, looking at this man and the way he rode through the mountains, Phil, that he's only 22 years of age. He's got a long future ahead of him.
Well, he's just 40 seconds slower there than Mazzolini. That won't let Mazzolini into 2nd place, that's for sure. Here are the sirens, and here comes the champion. Danilo De Luca has done enough here to win the Giro d'Italia, that's for sure now. There might be a little bit of a reshuffle behind, but we'll find out when we recalculate. But for Danilo De Luca, tomorrow is going to be a wonderful day on the road to Milan. He wasn't the big favourite when this tour started, but the way he's ridden over this past 3 weeks, he became the #1 favourite.
He's certainly been very dominant. This is really a question of defending his position here. He doesn't like the individual time trial, especially a flat one like this here this afternoon. But when you've got the Maglia Rosa on your shoulders and you realise it's the last possible day, he knows that. He realises he's done the ride. Not going to really set the world on fire on the individual place, but for him what's important is the time that he's defended. He's inside now this tunnel of noise.
He knows he's won the Tour of Italy with this performance. Remember, Lance Armstrong did that once in Nantes when he finally got the better of Jan Ullrich. Well, now Danilo De Luca is going to win the race. He knows it. He's not going to win the time trial. He crosses the line with the 8th best time.
Well, you've got to say, Phil, as far as he is concerned, that is a personal victory. Paolo Salvadelli wins the individual stage ahead of his teammate there, Eddie Mazzolini. Zabriskie, I think if the weather conditions had been different, would have been a little bit closer to the top end of the win this afternoon. But for Paolo Salvadelli, former winner of the Giro, a great win for him.
Yes, a brilliant win for Paolo Salvadelli. In fact, he won the Giro in 2002 and again in 2005, and he's offering everybody a drink now. Either that, he says, go and put it in the fridge, I'll drink it later. Danilo De Luca keeps his overall lead by a minute 55 over Schleck. Just lost a little bit of ground, but nothing to talk of. Mazzolini comes over Gilberto Simoni. Simoni now will not finish in the top 3, but he is aiming for a podium 4th place. This is the rider who now can pull on his last leader's pink jersey for tomorrow and then should be changing it for a winner's one in Milan, because he did enough today to prove he really is the best all-rounder in this year's Giro d'Italia.
Yeah, I have to say, I think he was very pleased with that performance. He must have been very worried going into that individual time trial, because no rider really knows how his body's going to perform when he races on his own against the clock.
So happy days for Danilo De Luca. Should be a formality for him tomorrow. We'll find out. So the last day of 185 kilometres from Vestone to Milano, the end of the 90th Giro d'Italia, and Danilo De Luca very safe now in the final pink jersey of the year.
And one little King of the Mountains point out on the road here this afternoon, the Passo di Tre Termini. Somehow I don't think Leonardo Pipoli's going to be too worried about that.
Well, when the racing's all been done out on the highways, when you come to the end of 3,500 kilometres, you rely on your team. And we're looking now at all of the Liquigas boys here leading home, just like they did on day one in team time trial formation.
Well, they're looking now at 250 metres to go, but that's to the finishing line. This is the finishing circuit here, and there is the bell indicating 1 lap to go here in the Giro d'Italia. And for the man on the right-hand side there in the pink jersey, Danilo De Luca, will be just waiting for the final line to be crossed.
You bet your life. And sadly, the only rider not coming home with Liquigas is the British rider Charlie Wegelius, who went out and didn't finish stage number 18. And that was really sad. He was forced out the race there, but he'll be watching at the finishing line today, and they'll certainly appreciate what he did for the boys in the mountains.
Big strong rider in the mountains. Just looking at the back end of the main field, an awful lot of chaos. Still no control at the front end of the main field, filled by the teams of the sprinters. 4 kilometres left to go, and surprisingly enough, it's still Team Liquigas all over the front end of the main field.
Nobody seems to want to take up the running here. Normally they allow the leaders' team to bring them onto the race circuit for the finish, like on the Champs-Élysées and the Tour de France, but then everybody races from themselves. But look at this. Are they trying to deliver Danilo De Luca to the win as well? I very much doubt it. Watch out for the Ciclamino journey now creeping up. No, that's a T-Mobile rider. Can't see him at the moment, Alessandro Petacchi.
Well, I can hardly see him or any of his teammates at all. He's a little bit too far back with inside of 4 kilometres to go to the finish, and still Team Milram have failed to take over control of the front end of the main field. It's a bit of a risk, but they may well start to do it in the last 2 or 3 kilometres and then try and put Alessandro Petacchi into a good position to try and get himself the victory. But if he has a confusing stage charge towards the line, he will not appreciate it.
Well, the world champion who never got until today to get his jersey over the line first, Paolo Bettini, is still up there with a chance. Liquigas, though, are keeping control at the head of this race, which is very surprising.
Well, I noticed, in fact, Paolo Bettini had got the wheel that he wanted to try and get himself the stage victory here. He's right on the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi. Liquigas getting the last little bit of energy out of their Giro d'Italia here this afternoon. As we look what it's like at the back end of the main field, that's certainly not the place to be.
Well, the man who was leading them through there was Andrea Noe, who led the race for 2 days before he finally handed the jersey over to the boss, Danilo De Luca. Here comes the Milram train up on the outside, and there locked onto the wheel of Petacchi is Paolo Bettini. Ricchesi just behind him. Are they the top 3 sprinters of the day? They're in position.
Right now they're lined up. This is the big blue train, the Milram train, trying to get themselves sorted out, keep the pace nice and high. They do not want to have Alessandro Petacchi getting himself blocked in the final kilometre or so. There's all the yellow jerseys of Team Saunier Duval. What a successful team they have been. But now it's the turn of the sprinters. Everybody excited on the last day of the race, because all they're thinking about is getting one last crack at a victory. And if you can win on the final stage, it always goes down nicely in the history books.
Well, this is not going according to plan right now, because Milram have been intruded upon here by T-Mobile and Aqua Saponi, who've got to the front. Rather broken up the rhythm here. 4 men down the line of his team is Petacchi. Who's on my wheel? Well, it's Paolo Bettini, and behind Bettini, you can see there, you've got Ricchesi. Here comes a little move up the outside. Now this is Astana's Benoit Joachim. First time he mentioned the whole tour is moving up into the lead.
These up on the outside are creating a bit of confusion for Team Milram. They're trying to get themselves organised, moving up the black and white jersey there of Julian Dean. The Kiwi himself punches a very good sprint. He may be looking for a bit of personal glory here this afternoon. You can see Astana now have switched off the gas at the front end of the main field, and again the light blue jerseys of Milram have got control. Moving up into third place, I think that's a little bit too far to the front at this stage for Alessandro Patacchi, and still it's a massive big battle to get into the slipstream of Alijet, and Bettini is taking over that position.
Oh, and did you see the room that Bettini made for himself there? But he still lost ground on that short right-hand bend. He lost the whole length and went behind Ricchesi and lost the wheel there of Patacchi. Well, Julian Dean has to race for himself now because Hussey, of course, is no longer in the Tour now. And so he's also swept away anyway. The Aqua Saponi rider, Palumbo, just moving up on the outside in that red jersey, also looking for a sprint finish. Bettini waiting as he's just waiting for Patacchi to make a move.
That's all he's going to do, wait till the last possible moment. This is big Nick Gates on the front, the Australian rider for Team Predictor Lotto. He's not leading out Robbie McEwen, but he's showing Robbie McEwen that he's still in the bike race. 1,000 metres to go, ultimo kilometro, up into fifth place, fourth place now for Alessandro Patacchi, waiting for the moment to move. But the queue and the battle, look at the battle for his wheel behind there. Ricchesi's battling there to try and get onto the slipstream of Patacchi. Everybody wants that slipstream to try and come out of it.
Well, there's the short right-hander now, and Patacchi has got this perfect just at the moment. It's all going to be down to him here as they all grovel for each other, because now he's got his two usual lead-out men and then tucked behind Patacchi. We've still got the white jersey of the world champion who hasn't given up all hope yet of beating Alessandro Patacchi. Patacchi at 500 metres couldn't be in a better position here. 450, taking him into the final bend now. He's holding them tight, keeping the race over to the left of the picture. That's Ricchesi in the bright orange jersey of Panaria, who's also been close. But look at the face of Patacchi. The final lead out now for Alessandro Patacchi from Brett Lancaster. Lancaster moves across. Patacchi is launched. Alijet racing for stage win number 5. And it looks like he's got no competition. Ricchesi is just behind him. Bettini is there. Palumbo is there. But that man has just picked up his 5th stage of the 3 weeks.
And it was almost the easiest win as well. That was the first time we've really seen that turbo of his kick in. He got the gap over the front end of the main field. He won that sprint by a number of bicycle lengths advantage. Look at this on the picture from the helicopter. You can't see anybody else in that sprint.
Well, let's have a look from this direction. I can see the whole field, but they're all washed away by him. Smiles all round there by Alessandro Patacchi. That's Palumbo just behind him, who's got a reasonable finish, 3rd or 4th. We'll wait for the photo. He was alongside Paolo Bettini, I think. Oh, and there it was. It was 4th indeed. Bettini 3rd. Zanini, well, it seems a life in the old dog there because he's finished 5th, and Usov in 7th place. But Patacchi, well, that was the easiest, and without Robbie McEwen, of course, life always gets just that little bit easier. But he's been a very convincing winner of this race on points for sure.
I have to tell you, it's taken him through until the Giro d'Italia, 12 months after his accident, Phil, to get back to the Alessandro Patacchi that he was before. And he'll be happy with the result because that gives him the win in the Ciclamina points classification. 30 points ahead of Danilo De Luca, and Paolo Bettini, the world champion, up there in 3rd. But strangely enough, in the other places, it's pretty much the climbers.
All sprinters apart from De Luca. He pinched a few back in the time trial yesterday. The king of the mountains, in the end, given to the most generous man in this race, who's given 2 teammates 2 stage wins at the same time. For Leonardo Pipoli, he goes on to win the king of the mountains. And the overall race result, the 90th Giro d'Italia, after 93 hours of racing, De Luca gets the win here, and that is a big victory, building on Liège-Bastogne-Liège. Andy Schleck, the revelation, in 2nd place, and that guy's lost some weight. As we look now at the man here, who is now the champion of Italy, and he says his next big race will be the World Championships. He won't be in the Tour de France, apparently, Paul.
But what about a pink ticker tape resection for that man now? Because he rode aggressively. His team are down there in front of the podium, Phil, to congratulate him. They steered him around the leg of Italy as well, the boot of Italy, to get him that victory, but he took his responsibility whenever he had to. But what about the young rider competition? There is a big gap.
And a big name to watch for the future. And Frank Seck, his elder brother, will be stunned by the performance of Andy, who turned 22 in this race. Ricardo Rico, another youngster on the block, takes second place. They're the faces of the future, I think, in the world of professional cycling. And breaking onto the podium in third place was Eddie Mazzolini after his great time trial, which means that Gilberto Simoni, he gets fourth place, but they do count that as a podium finish in the Giro d'Italia, so he now has 8 podium finishes. Well, I hope you've enjoyed what has been a very aggressive Giro d'Italia, but in the end, one team, Liquigas, and one man, Danilo De Luca, have been the big champions. Until the next big race here on World Cycling Productions, for Paul Sherwen, Phil Liggett, I'll say goodbye for now. See you soon.